1st, 2022. Good morning. So what we're going to do at the workshop session is I'm going to turn it over to Brett, to staff, and he's going to go through the applications that we'll be reviewing and hearing from during our public hearing that will start around 9 o'clock this morning. So Brett, I'll turn it over to you this morning.
Okay, so the first one I'm just going to skip over. I think it's just landscaping for the
South of Wills.
South of Wills that we had. I know Pat and Richard have had it. David's gone over it a little bit. I think Pat's got some comments for the applicant, but that's definitely not my expertise. So we'll go down to Mini Olivia. I did hear from...
Brett, just to confirm, I can't participate in South of Wills, correct? If I wasn't here last month?
Correct. Because we did start landscaping last month.
All right.
Okay.
So if you'll stick around for the announcements and everything, and even the meeting minutes approval, but then you can excuse yourself. Okay, good. Thank you, Holly.
So in the packet for Mini Olivia, we had some pictures, some different pictures. We had these pictures, and then we had these pictures. I expressed the difference in what was going on with why they look so different from what was actually out there. And Julio, the owner, said he did not like how these turned out, so he's not getting them back. He actually is getting this one, which is more architectural, a little bit more architectural. Seems like it's a little, I don't know.
Fancier. Fancier.
A little fancier. And then he sent me this layout. Can you guys even see that?
Yes.
Yeah. It's just not up there.
He sent me this layout for what's going to happen and said that all the tables and chairs that wouldn't be underneath these, he may leave one or two out for if it's a decent day and people want to sit there, but the other tables and chairs and things will go to storage.
So last year, the clear plastic tents were anchored down by sandbags.
Yeah, I didn't.
How do they anchor these down?
I didn't get that, but if you look at these, they seem to have a different something here at the bottom that these didn't have. So
yeah, you can look to the right of the actual picture. The ones on the right-hand side over there looks like
sandbags on the outside. So we'll tell him. I'll tell him that if it gets approved, that if those need that, then he can't do it.
Okay, very good.
If this new model is the same size, it looks like he may not have room for as many as he had last year.
He said that. He didn't think he'd have enough room.
Yeah.
Which is why he may leave a table or two out just, to fit just the table in for, for others.
Brett, hold that picture right there too, or the bottom actual photo. On the wall of the building, I think he has some sort of a banner that has his menu posted.
Menu thing here too. Yeah, we're going to talk to him about that.
He could do a little bit better architectural display for that or something.
Or get rid of it.
Or get, exactly. It's like been taped on the wall or something. So. Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right. So that's Mini Olivia.
And so we never saw Viva Chicken.
Viva Chicken.
It was not in our packet.
Did not come until yesterday with their details. This is what they want to do. Now, Viva Chicken's patio, so this portion is already there. This was approved with the building and stuff like that. So they want to do an enclosure curtain system. The contractor, as y'all know, Mike Letourneau, he'll be here to present it today. He's pretty familiar with what you guys wanted. I showed him or told him about homes and a couple of the other ones that we want the plastic needs to be taut. The things, it needs to look like it's a permanent structure basically when it's there. And when it's not there, it needs to not be there. So
this is just a winter time or
this is a
inclement
winter.
weather.
Yeah, they did not
closure.
Condition the space, so it's going to be winter only, I would say. I don't know how they could do it without conditioning the space and leave it there. So that's what and this is one of their other locations that has the same system.
It's not bad looking.
I think it looks pretty decent.
Yeah.
They put some landscaping, potted plants around it.
They have a landscaping plan. It's already around the patio. I don't remember what it was, if it was this or if it was just in-ground landscaping. I think it was in-ground because they do have the railing already. But we can definitely ask him about that.
Okay. All right.
All right, who we have next?
SJ Market Holdings.
SJ Market Holdings is Smoke Jack. Dave, as you know, has taken the Pizza Hut, the old Pizza Hut on South Main Street, and is just about ready to break ground on remodeling that. And then he secured the little building next door, which was the check cashing place at one time. It was a balloon store. It was a coffee shop. It's been lots of little different things. Dave secured the entire building, I believe the entire building, for his office and some dry storage. So he wants to just paint the building. We sort of struggled with it a little bit, just because it's, I don't know. What they did for painting makes it look better than the peachy yellow orange that's up there, but it's still not quite there. So when I met with Frank and Richard the other day, we talked about maybe these columns staying the dark color, do the band here and the top all in that next one, and just get rid of Ice Cube. Maybe, Richard gave his professional opinion that maybe the space isn't quite big enough for 3 different colors. So, kind of thing. So I think we can talk through them with that. I think Dave's going to be, hey, whatever you guys like.
I kind of thought if there was a third color just in that soffit area, just in the horizontal band.
Good morning, Pat.
You know what I mean about the
Yeah,
windows and
yeah.
windows?
So we'll see with that. Chipotle, if you're all familiar with the old Arby's out Old Milton Parkway, it is now going to be Chipotle. We looked at it a few months ago for a medical facility.
A few years ago.
Was it a couple years ago? Okay.
Time flies when you're
Hey,
having.
So we'll I think this is good. What they had to do with the building to get rid of the old Arby's, and just the way it was constructed, they're like, we can't get rid of this tower without rebuilding the entire front facade. So basically they're covering it up, and I think they did it well. I think they did it a lot better than what the medical facility did. And they've got to do some brick infill and stuff in a couple places. And they are doing some landscape improvements.
Yeah, I recall the medical facility was going to have to do some because there was.
Yeah, the medical
that are
facility was gonna have to do some as well.
dying.
We've given them comments, they came back, maybe too many of the same genus on the site. David will deal with that. Pat had some great comments that came through, and maybe something out here in this facade out here, doing something to liven that up a little bit. Maybe make that an annual bed, or I'm sure he'll have something better than just an annual bed in mind, but maybe not. But I think the building's great.
Well, better than looking at plywood.
Much better than looking at plywood, and as I told Richard, I can't tell you how many coats of paint that plywood has on it, because it seems like about every other week, we're having to get on them to cover over the graffiti. So I'm hoping that doesn't transfer over to the brick. So far it hasn't. It's stayed on the plywood, so
It's responsible graffiti.
we're responsible graffiti. Let's
Within
Let's
the
hope that once
boundaries.
there's windows there, that they don't decide, maybe they'll use that shoe polish like we used to put on the car windows and stuff, So that's a pretty good site, pretty good thing there. And I'm trying to push through so we can try to get started as early as possible. I think the sign's decent. I mean, it's nothing spectacular. I really would love you guys to start thinking about when they come in like this, expanding the base, and then on the side elevations, making the top part skinnier than the base as well, you know, so that it's just not all one big square up. There's a restaurant on Windward Parkway that we looked at somewhat recently, and I've had about 2 months of struggles to get through to them, and the problem is they didn't show the monument sign when they were here, and we just said, you know, do something similar to what you're doing on the thing. So I'm struggling with it.
when we
I
get-
think I got them there, but I haven't seen the last plan yet. But this straight up skinny look, it's not it.
And also the
In
base.
this style, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
I think that's Chipotle. I think that's sort of their edgy, cool kind of thing that they do around their parking lot. But the monument,
What's the base on that?
Doesn't say.
Is that brick or is that?
it doesn't say,
It doesn't look like brick in the picture.
not.
and it does not look like brick.
Yeah, it probably
Oh.
needs to be.
Yes, it probably should match the building.
Yeah.
To maybe make things easier, do we have the comments on the landscaping from the last application for this that we could essentially use?
No, but they're doing more landscaping than what the medical facility was doing.
All right.
It's, you know, and it's, I mean, the genus thing is one that's probably going to get caught at LDP, but I would like to get that on the, you know, Pat's comment to David on the record, you know, just so that we can have that.
Okay.
All right, Chipotle. Now we're going to Windward Commons, which is the Kroger Shopping Center up North Main Street, if you're not familiar with that. Let me go to the last picture real quick. They got this monstrosity built in front of their shopping center by DOT. It's in most places here, I would have to say 12 to 16 feet tall. So they felt like they were ready to do some upgrades anyway, but they felt like they needed to go even further with this, and so they want to do the whole center. I saw some comments from some of you back and forth a little bit about the paint and stuff. Richard and Frank and I, in our normal meeting, we talked about it pretty extensively. And we think there's some portions that they might be able to keep the brick, and maybe that'll help a little bit. So we'll start on the Windward Parkway side nearest the Milton. So this is Ippolito's. It's going to come around that side, comes all the way up here to D1 Training, which used to be Roasters, I believe it was. So all of that gets painted.
Atlanta Bread Company.
Atlanta Bread Company was there, yep. So this is the corner piece. So now we'll turn the corner, start around the other side. That in there? I think it says, I think it's charcoal, but
It's a PT8,
Yeah.
whatever a PT8 is.
now in this one, it does look like it's got a bluey green tint to it in there. I'm not sure. We'll have to figure that out. There was a lot of colors. One thing that I thought is if, you know, we have three corners of the building. You've got the corner at Ippolito's, you've got this corner, and then you've got the other corner clear down where the dry cleaners is. So maybe those three corners need to match. And then we came to this section here. Kind of thought maybe it needs to stay brick. Really odd that they're going to paint over brick and then bring a terracotta color back in. That seems a little bit silly.
That's it.
Then we kind of thought maybe these two towers at Kroger should stay brick color, rather than go to the paint. And that would give two brick towers in the middle with that one brick big thing just off to its left, and then everything else would get paint. I don't know, there's just, it's so hard to see all of it all at once that, it's just really difficult.
There's
But
another tower similar to Kroger, right? Down
yes, it is,
towers like Kroger that could stay brick and then they match. And then this or that in the middle.
let me go to the Google Maps. That might be a little bit better.
Yeah. It's the two.
Yeah, so both,
Features.
Yeah, there.
both entrances, both towers at
Both
Kroger.
towers at Kroger.
And then,
They're also getting rid of the glass block too. Oops.
On the surface, to me, it doesn't look like this is this kind of center that is lacking business, the way some others are that think they have to respond with new paint.
yes, it is full. They're just, I believe they're just a little bit fearful. You know, they needed to do some stuff. They needed to be doing some paint and, you know, refresh and kind of things on what is there that's ethos and stuff like that. And I think they just decided that, you know, since they've got a friendly new brick wall or fake rock wall out front, they needed to step it up a little bit. So this is a pretty good indication. We thought this tower over here, these two towers, and then this one
Bless you.
around the glass and underneath, so that it would look like this one and the two towers here would maintain their brick. And then you'd have this tower, that tower that's way down there, and the Ippolito's one would also look similar. I think that's kind of similar. I drove past the really big shopping center that got painted on North Point Parkway. Holly, that you met me out there, and we went through that, and we kind of did similar on that. The great big roofed corners, we did one thing, and then the inside got some different stuff.
The thing I'll struggle with though is the terracotta brick does not go with the gray paint. The paint doesn't. Paint looks great with the stone that's on there, but not with that red brick.
Not with the color of brick that's there? Okay.
It's not a very attractive brick, unfortunately. I don't know what you do, but
Yeah, this one's got a lot of moving parts to it.
what windows did you say?
The glass block, they're getting rid of.
Yeah, so this glass block in here, they're getting rid of that.
Yeah, that's very dated.
Very dated. Okay,
Okay, so that's Windward Commons.
so that's Windward Commons, and then we have, by the way, we're debating on this. We think it's awesome,
The colors?
doing something with it.
Okay.
Maybe not necessarily the color, doing something
Thank you
with
for
it.
clarifying that.
And they said that they didn't really have any design plan for it yet. They just wanted to put it in there as kind of a placeholder. I don't think they're gonna be able to do the, words, but we're having a code debate about that, so we'll
Well, you
see.
think
But
it continues too, because there's the Wells Fargo that's on the corner right down there, and it got the same wall
yeah,
issue.
I'm gonna guess that Wells Fargo is either gonna close that location or they're gonna wanna do something as well.
Because they
but-
got the tall wall that,
Yeah, yeah.
okay.
So then we're gonna go to, I think is the next one Taco Bell? No.
North
Next one
Winds.
is the office building. So
North Winds.
I put in these views from some of the buildings that have been built around there that you guys have looked at and approved as some inspiration. So the building is going to go right here, where if you remember back, or were on the board then, I think it was our very first COVID Zoom meeting, we looked at the AC Hotel. And that AC Hotel is gone, but that spot is where this office building is gonna take. The office building's footprint is about twice as big as the hotel. So where we had the opportunity that they had some parking here and a side vehicular entrance, this office building isn't gonna have that. Their vehicular entrance is right on the front, which is not very attractive. But they're pretty well filling this up. Also, if you're unaware, we have just contracted, and the CID is contracted with an engineering firm to begin to engineer the tunnel under Haynesbridge Road to connect the Alpha Loop.
Awesome.
Yeah. So it was thought that it was gonna come out about right here, if you can see the hand on there. I believe in the most current engineering, it's gonna come out about right here. And there'll be a ramp that goes this way to come down to it, and then a really large set of super cool stairs that'll go down to it here to cross under Haynesbridge Road. And connect over with, where we just did these buildings. So,
So is the applicant aware of that?
the applicant is aware, yeah.
And
And they're working with them. It's so fluid that it's almost, we'd need to think that it's not gonna be there, but from what I've been told, that's probably where it's gonna end, is gonna be right there in front of them. So, this is the multifamily right behind them. And I believe we're gonna see a new tenant come in pretty quickly in this spot here. They've got a pretty nice one that they're working on, so that'll be fun. But this is right behind the office building. This is across the street. That's that barrel roof building that, we've talked about for forever, that's over there. And then the Eco District. This building is in the Eco District, so I put the Eco District architecture in here for you to get some, just remember what those feels were.
Yeah. Is this the last building in this development?
No,
No, there's more to come. Okay.
yeah. There is,
Remember, we did the barrel building, we did some residential.
I think still there's this building,
yes,
this building could come, and these three.
No, we have, okay, all that, right. Okay.
It's really a cool area. Good opportunity.
And this building sits right out on the street. So here was the AC Hotel. One thing that I wanted to call your attention is how you guys brought materials from ground up on the AC Hotel to help ground it, basically, but you took materials and took them all the way up.
well, it took a couple meetings too to get that, if you
It was
recall.
three meetings to get there, yep,
The green was kind of wild at that time too.
yeah.
Big vote.
Yeah. This is one of the Lakeview office buildings across the street. This is kind of their main entrance feature, and then they've got the real warehousey look with the recessed windows and stuff like that in that building. Again, the corner multifamily, and then we are at the office building. So one thing in the North Point guidelines is hard surface to the second floor, of which then you should make a break and could continue on with different materials above the second floor. This hard material down here is a I believe poured stamped concrete kind of material in squares. They've got a metal louver that they've brought around the building. They did step the building out in a couple spots. And it looks like they've added some sort of feature on this would be the Haynesbridge Road side right here. Vehicular entrance. So that little restaurant building, multifamily is right across here. This would be the parking lot side or face down Haynesbridge Road.
And you know, I'm a little concerned because of the description of the materials versus the rendering. I don't know that the color really matches what they're just trying to describe, so we're gonna have to really look at the physical samples
Yeah.
to understand this.
Here's the view from Haynesbridge. I don't know, I think it could be a lot more exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem to be in the spirit of the eco district guidelines, right? It's a
No.
very contemporary looking building.
There was even some cool ideas in the idea section that were glass and different, this just looks like another, office building.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see brick instead of that concrete, right? And then like we did on the AC Hotel, take some elements, you know, there's those sections that step out, right? If those were brick or something, to get a little variety in the
Yeah.
facade, right?
Material basically all the way up through the parapet.
Yeah,
Yeah, the hotel ended up that it was gonna look fabulous.
It's sad that they didn't make it.
Well, that was COVID casualty.
Some won and some lost.
And I think these are a little bit more telling. They just really show the amount of all the same class. You know, the renderings are renderings, but when you look at these flats, it's, I mean, you see that there's, you know, there's 3 floors here with this little break and this little break. So, anyway, that's that. This is the parking, well, what would have been the parking lot side. So this would face that hotel, the
Fairfield Inn,
Fairfield Inn. Now,
the wedding.
looking at the plans, though, the Fairfield Inn building, if you set it, moved it right beside this building, would be about right here. Would start here and go back. So this much of the building is forward of where the Fairfield Inn building sits, as far as in relation to the street. Dumpster enclosure, not super excited about where that is going. So this is that retail part of the multifamily building that I just talked about, a little restaurant going in here. This is the office building, and here's their dumpster enclosure. I mean, it is on a private street, but it's still on a street, because this is the main entrance into the parking deck. So everybody that's going into this parking deck is gonna drive by the dumpster with the open gates, because I don't think there's a garbage man in this city that gets back out and closes the gates. It doesn't happen.
That's not in his job description.
It also looks like an awkward,
Yeah, I'm not really sure how they planned on this person getting in, because to come from this way, you're winding through parking lots. So, yeah, if nothing else, I think it needs to for sure turn and face this way, which then faces the intersection. So, might even be worse. All right, let's move.
Quick, is the siting of the building dictated by a certain ordinance? In other words, it's set far back from the street.
The siding, oh, the footprint you're talking about.
Is that site set by a certain ordinance, or not a lot of room on the back side of this thing?
There's not a lot of room on the front side either.
Well, there are setbacks that are required. And I think they're probably right at them. The property line, here's a property line shot.
so where's the,
I'm reading
where's the footprint?
where's the front of the building on,
Here's the vehicular entrance. This is the front of the building on
the
Haynesbridge.
setback is way towards Haynesbridge,
Way back.
Well, here's the property line.
right?
Yeah, I don't know what this distance is. I would have to guess, it looks like it's probably 65 feet.
And the same goes for Summit Place, how they've cited it back from Summit Place, right?
Oh, you mean this way?
Yeah.
I don't know that Summit Place has near that that thing. However, this area, I want to say is very, utility heavy, is in this area.
Which seems odd for the front yard.
It's just a great distance back from the street, which isn't the worst thing, but then when it comes to your trash enclosure and all that stuff, and siding, all those things, it sort of puts things out of
Yeah.
limits of where you can put them.
And like I said, the tunnel was gonna come out right here. So maybe, they saved a lot of that room for that to happen. Maybe now that we know that that's not gonna happen, that it's over here, maybe this building can move. I don't know.
Did they show anything where, on the Summit Place, that where your hand is between the building and Summit Place, what's happening in that area?
All landscaping. It's
Is
just landscape.
that-
Well, no hardscape or any of that fun. There was a little patio area right here, to bring people, because this is the loop, the loop is right here, so, but,
But it just seems that if you have to cite those unmentionables such as the trash enclosures and anything to do with that or any other utilities, they've sort of limited themselves by the setbacks of where that building is located.
yeah, there's no deliveries.
But if there's something dictating that.
Yeah, no delivery spot, so, deliveries are gonna happen right there on the street, which is gonna be problematic since it's right here at the intersection. Yeah, yeah.
So if that is accurate there, that looks like the Fairfield Inn is further forward on that building than we were talking about a minute ago.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna mention that.
And that one, it looks like the Fairfield Inn is not too far, is
I
set back from,
I thought when we looked at it, it was like right here, that the Fairfield Inn was actually back further, but
It's,
we were doing it off of that rendering as well. We weren't doing it on this site plan, so we're just trying to figure it out from that rendering, so,
And is that indeed the site plan? Is
I'm sorry?
that really the site plan or is that sort of site plan? Okay.
So it's site plan, yep.
All right.
Ready to go on?
I think that's the architectural site plan, not the civil. Yes.
Taco Bell, I think is our next one.
You sign this? Sign this?
I take that home, read that tonight. It'll be a test next month.
So Taco Bell has a problem with their brick, as I told you, started with last month. They talked about putting this Nichiha completely covering this elevation, and then the side elevation and the rear, because they didn't infill all the new brick with the old brick, and the colors are completely different. This front also is different than what was approved. They're currently working on that, and they've deconstructed this portion, and they're building it back on the other side. I talked to the representative this morning, and I asked him, how do they not have enough brick to do this over here if they're redoing all this? And he said they took this down very, very carefully, and they are very close to not having enough brick to finish it up, but they think they will to be able to rebuild this over here.
They're reusing the brick.
Yeah. So they're coming in with the Nichiha option and 4 different German schmear options. 2 different colors, one with a light schmear, one with a heavy schmear.
Describe Sumir.
So where you take the existing brick and you cover it with a material sort of like stucco, and you pull parts of it off. So it looks very rustic, old kind of thing, where maybe you had a building that you stuccoed and parts are falling off, and, it just, now you'll see parts of the brick and things like that. So he's got some samples.
On the southwest,
Generally, it's not heavy, though. It looks like, kind of like a whitewash.
Yeah.
southwestern United States.
kinda-
Yeah, so there's a couple different,
Kind of
Adobe.
look to it.
It was
No,
more popular like in stucco.
don't think so.
Like picture it. so
I've,
much on
I've,
a
I've seen it
regular-
done on some of these shows on TV.
Yeah.
To me, it finishes similar to a lime wash or something.
it can, the lighter side of it, yeah. The heavier side, you'll fill in some of those mortar joints and stuff like that. So I told him this morning, which I think anybody would be up to, I think it's probably going to come down to them doing a portion, because it's really going to all be about the contractor. Because they can show us pictures all day long, and if they hire a contractor that doesn't do it that way, it's not the way it's going to happen. So it's probably going to take okay, here's an 8x8 section that we did the way we want to do it. You know, and we all get by there and look at it, and then they do it, or then they have to come back if it's not what we want. He said that they think they can possibly get the brick, but the manufacturer has told them they have no idea when. It could be a year, it could be 18 months, it could be never.
I mean, and this is all because of those two big sections that are all niche on now, right? That
Yep.
were brick, right? It would
Yep.
I would almost prefer they keep the brick and then figure out something else to do other than a big plain wall of niche.
Yeah, so I'm not as opposed on this section right here, because they
That's
they
fine.
do have to do this brick, but with all that glass, I
Got the
think it's,
windows, right.
I think you're okay. But this big section,
I think you do a big piece of Nacho Supreme art.
big chalupa.
Big chalupa.
Actually, I said maybe a mural, and, you know, so just do the top part like they were going to, and below it a mural, or something, just something to break that up, other than, I don't know, something,
I agree,
some other
but
kind of treatment.
but I struggle with that, because if we approve it here that way,
Yeah.
what are we gonna get? We don't know. It's gonna have to go to art committee, you know, are they gonna spend the money to do it? Then are we in the same issue as we were with 41 Milton Avenue?
But we stipulate it, right? Like it has to be done in X amount of days.
We stipulated 41 Milton, and it's still not done the way we wanted it to be done. That's a problem. It's a tricky situation. I almost think we have to come up with a hard solution, and then if they want to research the other way, then they can research the other way and have it all approved prior to getting it done, but we gotta,
The hard solution could be do what we approved several years ago.
well, I mean, it could be, but in when?
Well,
And what do you do in the
they'll-
meantime?
They'll work off a TCO
For how long?
until they get it done.
We can't do that.
You gotta cut that off at some point.
All right, 12
Gotta-
months, give them 12 months.
Gotta cut it.
How long have they had the TCO right now?
About 40 days.
Okay,
It's good, the first one's good for 90.
Yeah, I mean, this is a self-inflicted problem, so.
This is a self-inflicted problem, very much so.
What's the light reading, Brett?
I haven't read through it yet, but
it's a
that's the
constitutional
light reading
objection.
from the constitutional objection from the attorney.
So there's gonna be a test?
Yeah, at the end of class.
Just for you.
They've retained the same attorney that the Circle K folks on, what was that, West Side Parkway and Encore
I would say,
Park have.
don't worry about that.
That now's not gonna be.
Well,
Operate how you normally do, and we'll be fine.
Wasn't there a question he had to ask at the end of each
yeah,
one?
there is, I got it,
You got it? Okay.
yeah.
Our attorney, Mr. Chairman, has a.
Okay, anything else on Taco Bell? Any other applications? Okay,
I think that's it.
all right, so it's gonna be a long meeting today, so we need to make sure we try to stay on time. We will have lunch served, so we'll break for lunch around noonish for 30 minutes or so. Is everybody available to stay for the entire meeting this afternoon? All right, thank you. Well, I'm gonna start cutting you guys off.
I'm done at 2:30.
No
I'm
quick,
done at
I'm out the door, I got a 3 o'clock.
you're done at 2,
Yeah.
and you're done at 2:30?
Yeah, I'm out.
Okay, well, there's our deadline right there, 2.
We should be able to. Yeah.
I think we
Alright.
can if we stay on track.
Already 20 minutes late.
I'm gonna
If Frank will just
gentle,
not squirrel, we'll be
give
good.
everybody a gentle reminder.
Last time
All right.
he was here for breakfast.
There being no further business, this workshop session is hereby adjourned. Go get your coffee cups filled, and let's get started in about 5 minutes with the public hearing.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, how was that?
A lot of words.
Do you? Yeah, Holly's got a. Pat's like,
You're a fast typer?
When I'm over.
Yeah, when you have the room with Alex taking up your elbow.
I know, it's cozy here today.
you buddy.
Growing something here?
Well, you know,
It's No Shave November
one of
coming
them,
up.
one of them days. It's like, yeah, I don't have time for this.
And then, so I started, right? I started early.
Yeah.
And she hates it. Hates it.
Oh, Lord.
Because it goes through January.
Hi, Tracy. I'm Katie.
Hey,
Nice to meet you. Welcome. I gotta.
for
No, I wish.
you can probably hold it up and point to them as you work on the, show the different spots where it's going to go on the
No, I'm saying
elevations.
downstairs.
Say this is it,
Yes,
this is
I'm
it,
not
and then
in
maybe
that
pass it around.
I like that.
Yes, yes, it is nice.
Hi, Brett.
Hey,
Did you approve this sign? Dude, this one keeps complaining.
it's a difference. I mean, we don't want them to look the same anyway, and that's exactly what I told her.
So this is okay? Okay. And those door colors are okay?
Yeah, we did the door colors.
Okay.
Yeah.
People think I work for the city. They don't know
Well-
I make, Big bucks.
She's really struggling.
Yeah.
I got a feeling.
Well, she bought a struggling business
And it's all
and doing the same
our
thing.
fault.
Our fault?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the city's fault because we tell her you can't have your signs out there and you can't do this and you can't do that. And so it's our fault. That's a normal process.
Well, just blame it on me. I'll take it.
And now that you're president of that committee, you get to hear more probably. Because they're like, ooh, she's it. What? Was I supposed to say something or?
All right, I'll do the first one for her, and then walk her through what my notes look like, and then
I guess she met with,
Okay, who are we missing?
Just
All right, Mr. Owens. All right, let's wait for Mr. Owens here. Okay. All set over there, Tracy, Alex, we're good to go? Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board public hearing. Today is Friday, October 21st, 2022. So good morning, welcome. Just a gentle reminder for those that have electronic devices, if you'll either silence them or turn them off, please, that would be great. Our first order of business is roll call, and it looks like everybody's all here and present and accounted for, so thank you for being here this morning and appreciate your attendance. All right, if we will stand, we'll face the flag and have the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you for that. Okay, next item is anything from staff this morning.
We do have one item from staff. It's a very cozy corner over here this morning. We have Alex with us for a little bit, and we have our new Planning and Zoning Coordinator. I think, is that the title? Planning and Zoning Coordinator? And Tracy Jackson. She'll be here. She's joined us a little over a month ago, I think. So this is her first DRB meeting. Take it easy on her if you can. But she'll be here for as long as she wants to be here, I guess.
Oh, good.
Nobody seems to stay with us very long.
Welcome, Casey.
Welcome.
All right.
What else from, December's meeting is a week earlier than normal, so giving you a month and a half notice on that. It's the 9th. Is that right, Richard? I think we discovered
Yes, let me look at my calendar.
December 9th.
For the second Friday of the month rather
The
than.
second
third.
Friday of the month.
Let's get to December.
So,
here,
so if you
Yes.
can change your calendars to reflect that. I think we already know we're going to be missing Mr. Schwing for that meeting
Miss Rhodes.
and Ms. Rhodes. So hopefully the rest of you will be able to make it, and we can have a, I'll try to keep it as
Go
light as
easy on us.
possible.
Go easy on us.
I thought I was going to go easy this month. You see how that worked out. So, I don't think there's anything else. Oh, yes, I do know of one thing. We have discovered through the charter, I believe it is, that everyone at your new appointment time needs to be sworn in again, and it can only be the mayor or the municipal judge. So what we're planning is the first, and I think Lauren will probably send something out to you pretty soon, the first council meeting in January, having all of the boards come, and we'll swear everybody in then.
All
Whether
boards
it's
come
your
to
new time or
a
not.
council meeting, you come to the council meeting.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in other words, at the beginning of every year, we have to get re-sworn.
Some will have to get, at the beginning of each of your rollovers.
Rollovers. What,
Yeah.
just define
So
rollover.
if you're on for 4 years, because
Right.
that's your council, if you get reappointed, you have to get sworn in again.
Oh, okay, all right.
Not each year, just as you get reappointed.
But so that won't have to happen like this coming January, for instance, for any of us, because there's not an election, right?
Well, there's not an election. However, we didn't do it in the past
Catch up.
and should have, so we're going to swear everybody in.
This next year, there's 3 new council.
Next year, there'll be 3, so in the 25,
2024, 2024,
2020,
Could be new.
well, in January of 2025, we'll have to swear all of the new people in, and anybody that gets reappointed at that time too,
what, for instance, I just got sworn in a couple months ago.
but
Or
not by
the-
the judge or the
Oh,
mayor.
You have to be
It
official.
obviously doesn't count.
not by the judge or the
Yeah,
mayor.
More binding than that.
You're basically a fake chairman right now.
I guess we all are, right?
We're all fake. So
No,
does
that
any of
doesn't
our
make
votes
sense.
matter?
I'm trying to think who swore me in. Who did that?
I think it was like the attorney or something.
Yeah, it was.
I think it was the attorney.
So it has to be the judge.
Judge or the mayor?
So do we have a judge right now?
I believe we have an interim judge, yes.
Okay, just ask.
So we're all getting sworn in January?
January, I would put it on your calendar if you can for the first meeting in January. Alex maybe can tell us
You know when that is?
when that is. I think it's the second and fourth Mondays for some reason. But Lauren will send out a thing. We're also going to do a board training, similar to what we did maybe 5 years ago. We're going to do a board training January, February, somewhere in there. We'll do it in an evening and get you all trained up.
It may be the 9th or the 23rd.
Be traveling with Frank.
Well, if it's,
It would be good to know what we're doing,
do we,
know what we're supposed to do.
do we have to do it before our first January meeting?
I think it'll be I think it's probably going to be the 9th. Yeah,
Which would be in time for y'all's first
yeah.
January. So.
Okay, so everybody get ready to raise your right hand on January 9th.
Yeah,
Can we bring friends and family?
sure.
And that's usually at 6:30?
Starts at 6:30.
Okay, January 9th, 2023, 6:30 here. Very
As
good.
soon as Lauren nails that down with the mayor, then we'll send out a invite for everybody. I think that's it.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Brett, and welcome, Tracy. All right, any items from staff this morning, or any items from board members this morning? Anything, any birthdays, any anniversaries, anything? Okay. We will try to take it easy on you this morning, so board members, please make your motions deliberate, enunciate, try to be concise for Tracy as she is quickly dictating your motions. So, and I'll call out your names as far as who made the motion and who seconds the motion too, so. And don't forget to let me ask for public comments on any of the applications too, so. Okay, very good. All right, with that, our next item is approval of our September meeting minutes, September 16th. Has everybody had a chance to look at those? I assume they have. I know the motions look good on my end as I reviewed those.
Yeah, I had just a couple of small things on the
Okay.
same motion. So this is on Parkway 400 office buildings.
Okay.
And it is the landscape motion.
So that would have been on page 5.
Actually, I guess it's only one thing, because it was a deferral, so, so item number 3 is just a typo, should be as discussed. Yeah, number 3, it says discuss, it should be discussed, and part of the discussion was, and I thought it was part of the motion, was the retaining wall and the railing would match the Evans building. So what I had in my notes was part of that motion.
I know you can't ask me to remember it.
Yeah.
Well, it was recorded, so.
About that retaining wall and its railing.
Right, and it ended up in the landscaping motion, so. But, I mean, it was a deferral anyway, so it's gonna have to come back, but I think we should capture it here anyway, so we remember to put it in the approval motion when it comes. And that was all I had.
Okay, very good. Thanks for catching that, Frank. All right, any other comments or questions about the September 16th meeting minutes? If not, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from someone?
I'll make a motion that we approve the DRB meeting minutes.
It's from September 16th, 2022.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Rocco, a second by Ms. Rhodes, to approve the September 16, 2022 Design Review Board meeting minutes. Any comments or questions about the motion on the floor? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board meeting minutes of September 16, 2022, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? No opposition. Minutes are approved, 7-0. Thank you for that. Okay, on to our applications. So our first applicant this morning is South of Wills. Are you here? Come on up or come on down, please. make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourself, and give us an overview of what we have and everything. And yes, Ms. Palmer's going to recuse herself since she was not part of the application discussion from last month.
Yes, I'm Brad Jones, I'm a landscape architect with Ponding Company, and we're representing the developer AAI for Wills and Maine. Last month, the site plan and the architectural design of the townhome development was approved, but the landscaping was purely kind of a conceptual general palette at the time. So we've taken the design a little bit further to show kind of a full planning layout of all the landscape spaces that would be within the proposed site that's currently under design. And so what we've shown is basically, we've tried to basically put canopy trees in as many available soil spaces as we can find.
Thank you.
Utilizing several different, trying to maintain a mix of different genus and species throughout the site that would be beneficial for residential development, as well as ground covers, sod, and other shrubs throughout. One thing that was brought up that was kind of questionable at the beginning is the frontage on Main Street. So that's a streetscape project under construction DOT is doing. There's basically under construction right now, if you see it, there's a retaining wall that basically has a parapet. It's with form liner, kind of the stone form liner that will have a railing on top that basically blocks off any landscape work that would happen on the north end. There's also a large tree save area on that end that's basically being preserved at the top of the hill. All these buildings on the Main Street side, on the very top of the site plan, are down the hill. So we have a big tree save area that's there. Our survey is basically limited to trees over, like specimen trees basically. So what we intend to add to the tree protection plan is all the trees to kind of add up to make sure that we meet the density. But our specimen tree recompense is pretty hefty because it's a very large wooded site. Several specimen trees that just have to come out because of so much grading that's going to be happening. So we'll be meeting with David Shostak to kind of finalize how we do the specimen recompense, but within utilities and other aspects of the site, power lines near the entry and other things, that's how we've kind of tried to space out all those elements. The town green piece that's in between the frontage of the specimen trees there on the lower right, that's where the stormwater, underground stormwater containment is.
So, real quick.
Oh, yes.
We go back to, what's going on with Highway 9? I'm not understanding that exactly. Why are we not landscaping anything there?
There's oh, sorry.
Let me help you out there.
No problem.
As we discovered this week, doing our tour of South Main Street, the DOT, similar to the wall that they built in front of the Kroger, has built a 5-foot wall, at least a 5-foot wall in front of this project, all along Highway 9 as well.
Into this property?
What I was just gonna ask you is, do you know which one of these lines dictates about where that is? I wanna say it's probably this line here, the heavier one in the middle.
Because generally there's an easement.
Because it's existing. So, it's not the dash line, but those are basically some the landscape strip setbacks that we can't really do anything with.
So it's this one?
That's property.
Right.
Brad, I'm sorry, Brad, if you could speak into the micro, is there a handheld microphone he can take with him while he's looking at the?
If there was a
There
way
you go.
to
Thank
see
you,
it
Alex.
right here, it'd be great, but. We have, it's basically just right in that realm of the property line.
Right at the back edge of the sidewalk path? So it's gonna be curb and gutter, 12-foot sidewalk, 5-foot retaining wall.
So, but the ground drops off there.
Yes, correct.
It's very steep, yeah.
Yeah,
All those-
behind the
all-
retaining wall is where it's gonna drop.
Correct. And, and actually, I happen to see,
So-
I haven't had a chance to, see the most recent construct. I saw photos and I was kind of like, well, why did we end up with the wall anyway?
Yeah, the retaining wall faces this property then. You'll see it from the road.
You'll see it from,
You're gonna see it from the road.
Yeah.
It's 5 foot tall.
Why?
You'll see it from the road.
So, I'm sorry, if the ground, if the
you
grade
ever drive
drops,
South Main Street, it's,
but And I'm kind of confused, if the grade drops off, why do they need why do they need a retaining wall?
The intent of what they were
Not a
trying to
retaining wall,
do.
just a wall.
Yeah, the intent of what they were trying to do is that currently the curb of 9 sort of drops off, there wasn't much shoulder.
Yeah.
So when they were gonna plan the whole streetscape and the sidewalk and everything else, they had to come out and build that up. And then they ended up with a parapet wall, because if they put just the retaining wall, it would drop off, they'd need a fence or something. So that's why it looks like it's sticking up, like it is.
So,
And,
okay.
and on the backside, it's like,
And placement of a guardrail.
right, and, I mean, looking at it, it's like they could have worked with the grade to a degree, but they didn't know what this, if this site was gonna be at the same time, we could have worked with it and done whatever, but it's cart and horse.
So everything from the wall into your site, I'm not seeing anything in there either.
So all that space there, nothing happening, that's tree save area. There is a lower retaining wall on the low end there, kind of where the 4 screens split, like on that side, just to make up an elevation difference there. But that whole space where nothing is happening is tree save area. Now, I mentioned David Shostak, he'll let us plant in there and do more like reforestation or whatever, if that would work. We'd love to do that, but it's, again, tree save fence, so we stay out. Because there's probably invasives and other things in there.
I would imagine there's disturbance from building the wall, which encroaches into your
Yes.
property. It doesn't look like they gained an easement to do what they needed to do
I
to the wall.
think they had finalized all the right-of-way, I think, long ago.
And when did you last lay eyes on it?
Based on the retaining walls and everything?
When did you last look at this, to see where limits of disturbance was and all that sort of thing?
Well, when we submitted the drawing, that was
Which was,
October 3rd.
First.
Yeah.
okay. It seemed,
It's still the grading plan's still underway, it's tweaking a little bit, but that whole area, like to the right of the trees, all the way to the top of that wall is all tree save area. So, mine can show.
got, is there power through there too?
Yes,
Was there overhead power?
yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, so somewhere in the motion, we need to put in there that needs to be reviewed by David as far as replacement, right?
Yeah, we
Oh, yeah.
do, and we looked at that, and we're gonna go back out there, I think, in 2 weeks, and look a little bit more at this property, and there's a couple others that the wall surprised us. So we're gonna look at those, like, for example, we had, a requirement for a connection to Highway 9 to the sidewalk from the new Jim Jacoby's thing. They built a 5-foot retaining wall in front of the connection. So the connection's
Yeah.
dead ends into the backside of the wall.
I'm working on a project now where they have a wall easement, and you look at it and, well, we don't need a wall, but
Yeah, this one's
They just
similar.
might.
Based on what I saw, is like they could have worked out a slope easement and only had an extra 5 feet or something to
Right.
deal with. And I'm like, why? But,
it's DOT.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry,
No, that's fine.
thanks for explaining that.
Yeah, believe me, it was like, why? But,
Okay.
I get what I get, so.
Let me just jump back a minute, Alex and Tracy. Holly has recused herself or excused herself. Katie's excused herself and so has Richard Owens excused himself because they didn't participate last month in this application. So hence the reason
Right.
we've lost a few members up
It's
here
okay.
while you were talking.
No, I didn't recognize him, so.
Those in the
Okay.
Audience.
Yeah, Richard Owens.
So,
I'll take it personally.
Something I said?
yeah.
All right, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, no, but yes, so that's kind of our challenge, it's kind of that whole slope, because most of it's a tree save area, but it's got kind of, undesirable vegetation stuff. It'd be great to clean it up, do landscaping in it, make a wooded area with native plants and other things.
You've got your walls at the bottom of that.
Right,
slope.
and that drops off as well. So it's really an inaccessible space, but, it could be improved as a wooded space. Okay, yeah, I can bring up my laptop too. It's,
Yeah, and that was gonna be one more of my comments, where your walls are going, I don't see anything going in there either.
can we
as far as
go to the
LOD.
next
Yeah,
page? Sorry. Oh, that's. Can you go to the next sheet? I'm sorry, yeah. So, There's right now at the bottom of that wall is a sidewalk, an 8-foot wide sidewalk that basically connects all those frontages. That sort of bends around and comes around that whole area to where the stairway is up the slope at the far left side of the site. So that's why there's no landscape showing there. Top of the wall, there may be a space or a little bit that we could do a little bit more landscaping, but again, that tree save and everything is kind of right there. So there could be additional landscaping along that edge, like a transition to the wooded area, I'm sure. But just based off of where grades are and everything, that's just not, we weren't showing anything at that point. But
That sidewalk that runs horizontally as well behind the units?
correct.
Yeah,
That's right.
that's sidewalk.
Do you know, just real quick, this is from sidewalk to sidewalk, grade change is about 15 feet? More than that?
Right, yes, that's about correct. I mean, it's a 2-to-1 slope relatively, I think, through there. And then it transitions out and level for that. So, and then the challenges, of course, as well, is like, each unit has its own garage, so we've got a lot of pavement and small spaces for ground covers and other things. So that's what we've kind of indicated with that. And in a few areas, there's like, we've got the stoops and staircases that go to each unit, and then the driveway's right there. So we've got a few ground cover slivers in there that are kind of small, so we've got a few pockets of that. But within other areas where you see the dash lines, the dash circles, those are the proposed street lights. One of the comments in the previous was to make sure staff looks at the photometrics because it showed a lot of hot spots and probably spacing on the pedestrian is kind of too much, which I would definitely like to get that down. So if we can get some of the lights out, we might be able to shift a few trees around based on that.
Where are the AC units?
I believe those are the little, like, as an example, on the far left side there, the 2 little boxes that are behind those, yeah. You can kind of see, like on the gray, yeah, there you go. Those are where they propose them. And I don't know if they've got them everywhere, but yes. And then there's a few.
I think she said last month that they were on the back sides, so they were on garage sides. So like, I want to say they were sitting somewhere in here too.
Yeah, they've got, 2 on that left side, 2 on the right side. And then there's, let's see if there's.
And the reason I ask is I didn't see them shown everywhere, and we have a project where they're basically off of the alley, and you've got 5 feet between garage and alley, and there's a little space in between. That's where they've
Used
decided
that
to
space,
put the
right.
ground mount units.
Yeah, and you can see them on.
I just don't see them here.
Yeah, you can see them there right in the middle. They're basically in the patios of these. I think at least that's what I'm seeing. And then the 2 on the ends, they put them on the outside wall.
Okay, so
Yeah.
they're inside patios, basically.
Right.
Okay.
And then there's multi-level units, so there's overhangs and such as well.
And those are fences?
There are, we've not done a full fence design, I don't think, or at least I have not seen, like, here's our final fence layout for those pieces around each, unit and everything, but I believe, yes, they're planning fences on those outside units and through those, but there's not been a detail yet made for those specific air conditioner unit fences or any of that kind of stuff.
No, it looks like it's an enclosed patio, am I reading that right? I mean.
Right, and I'm sorry, yes, there'll be fences where there are the enclosed patios, but like in these, I'm not 100% sure, but they may be totally cantilevered, like they're actually balconies on the buildings that actually go out. So I have not seen a fence plan for those bottom units just yet.
So, Brad, so the items that have the red dash circles around them,
Those are the proposed lighting.
That's proposed lighting?
Yeah,
Okay.
street pedestrian lighting, I think 12
And
foot.
do we know what those look like? You have a sample of those?
I don't have a selected fixture. I know that, I'm sure that they'll probably use sort of a kind of a Georgia Power related typical post-top drop-off type fixture, but I have not seen anything that's been selected for that.
Did you do something better than Georgia Power?
Well, I mean, they actually have a good many that you can use now
Okay.
that actually look pretty attractive.
So they're going to be supplied by Georgia Power then?
That's my understanding, but
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure. And the photometric plan may have had the fixture they proposed, but there was never a graphic of it. I never saw the cut sheet
There's hot spots.
for that.
That's right, there were, okay,
Yeah, they're still working on that. I just
Yeah.
heard from them this week.
okay. Okay. All right, any other questions for the applicant this morning?
Just, can you walk us through just the entrance, what's going on there?
So the entrance, here's the other thing. That right-of-way is City of Roswell. So where we pull in, and also there's a sewer that runs through, and also overground power lines through that section. So it's a little bit limited as to what's able to go in right into that median, but there's, once you come through the property line, through that median, there's the privacy gate that's there as well, kind of with, a mixture of evergreen deciduous plantings right at the beginning. So, right in that particular area, we're just sowing sort of sod on either side of that. And, we would have some trees within that island as well, but just because of some of the utilities that we're dealing with, that's why we didn't really show any shade trees in that particular median.
So what are the utilities in that larger island on the bottom side?
So there is, let's see what we got.
The S coming through, is that sanitary or storm?
Yeah, that's sanitary, and we've got, so that's, 10 feet on either side.
That's Fulton County, right?
Right. And, there's also the power lines that kind of run across through there too.
Where's that?
There's,
Overhead power down through here as well.
right. So, I don't know if I'm trying to see if that line shows up there, but I don't see it. That layer might have.
I think you can do more than just turf.
Right, sure.
Have you explored that?
There is, I'm trying to think, the transformer there. We can certainly, I don't see a reason why we can't do more of a layered shrub entrance through there.
We have the same situation in a project up here at 1858. We had to go through Fulton County.
Yeah.
Tom's well aware of this as well.
Yeah,
We had
the
to go
shrub
through
shouldn't be a
Fulton County and
problem.
all that stuff.
Yeah, so we can.
So I think you need to do more than turf through there.
Okay. I think, a layering of shrubs that kind of back up to that evergreen screen that's on that side would definitely be a benefit. So we can add that.
And Fulton County has no idea what they see when they see a holly.
Oh, I know, I'm not. Shrubs, I'm not worried about, so just don't want to put an oak tree on top, they might say something.
No, they don't realize that Nellie Stevens holly is big.
It's a tree. That's right.
So I think you have, and so you see, I'm interested in what the periphery is showing.
Yeah, I
I'm
agree.
interested also in the details are showing, but I think you can do more at that entrance than what's shown.
Sure.
I don't see the overhead power, but,
Yeah, I don't know what happened to
I
that
see
layer,
UT, which I'm assuming is underground telephone.
but- Right, that'd be telecommunications, but I don't know why it looks like the power line layer may have gotten turned off or something, so.
Hey, Brett, refresh my memory, did we look at gates and columns and all that last time? And we're good with all that stuff?
That's about all that.
Okay.
All right. Anything else? So could we have some of the comments we made staff, have the applicant submit that to staff?
Well,
Or what do you think, Pat?
the problem with not having a paper drawing is I can never get this thing to generate as I zoom in. I couldn't do it on my desktop either. So there's a curb line that's out beyond your property lines.
Which,
What-
which entrance, you talking about the entrance off of Wills Road? there?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So there's
It's
some
not showing
turf,
the-
and then there's, the curb lines sort of disappear. I have no idea where the curb lines go.
Yeah, it doesn't show the existing edge of pavement there for whatever.
So what is in that space between your property line and that curb line?
Right here. We'll have to just look at that in more detail. Again, that's the,
I realize it's off property,
yeah, and it,
but just to ignore it and show a blank
I-
space?
correct. Well, it needs to have some right-of-way treatment, you know, from where the curb line ends up to the property line.
Could you,
And then-
Brett, could you do a Google Maps while we're talking, just to see what's there now? Just out of curiosity. Okay.
That's what you get.
Because from what I see on the drawing, your fence and columns are basically at the property line.
Correct, and so.
And then everything
it's big-
outside of that to the street is just kind of ignored.
Yeah, there's this big space right in that particular area at the entrance. And of course, and I think we can definitely add more, you know, shrubs. I just don't know if we can do a row of street trees and, yeah, see, there you go. It's a,
So they treat it like a true,
it's a. I mean, that's a-
corridor.
That, you see there, that's a transmission easement. So it, you know, once we're dealing with the crossing over that,
Here's some, the overhead transmission lines.
yeah, so it's an actual Georgia Power transmission easement, which is a little different than dealing with just overhead power lines.
Looks
why
like
don't
they're
I see it
giving
on the plan? Am I missing it on the plan?
It's, the layer did not make it, and that's a,
Can you take the little man and drop us down on the street right there, Brett, just thank you.
yeah, that's just below our site.
Drop the little man.
There,
Yeah, so we're working around the pole.
Okay. So that's a whole other
Yeah.
deal with transmission lines and what you
Right.
can do.
And as I was mentioning too, what's bizarre is right through here and up to our property line is the city of Roswell. So it's kind of,
Okay.
but we want to embellish, and I think we'll take that comment to heart, because yes, if there's enough room, it's just gonna be grass. We don't want to do that. It's gonna be.
I think you can probably see right there is the right way line.
Right.
and that's that's the transformer
That's
that's
correct.
showing up on your drawing there, the existing transformer.
That's right.
Wow. So,
Where's their existing transformer?
well, then
Oh, bottom, okay. Your entry's on the other side of that pole.
yeah.
That's
I
right.
don't even see the pole on the drawing.
I know. The layer, apparently, I'll have to chastise, so that's all I can do.
Is that a sample of this possible street light that you're gonna use right there?
No,
Oh, okay,
if I have anything to say about it, no.
okay. All right. Okay, just checking.
No, it's, if anything, it would be the most, either extremely, like the simple gull wing cutoff, very simple and don't see it,
All right.
or a little bit more in keeping with the architectural style they're working with, so.
Got it. Okay. Any other items, questions for the applicant this morning? Before we have a motion or anything, is there any public comments about this application?
Yeah, give me a
Anybody
second,
want-
I'm still forming up.
Okay, anybody want to come forward and make a comment about this? All right, no public comment. All right. Then,
Someone ask a question. Well, yeah,
I
thanks.
think it's up to
Appreciate
you,
that.
so.
I'm blaming Tracy.
I would like to mention one thing before the,
Right here.
Right, zoom in right in there. No, it's on, down here at the bottom. See it, you can see it on this drawing. Oh, look on the other site plan drawing, or the other civil drawing. And you'll see it, they've got it labeled.
Transformer you're talking about, sir?
Yeah, I was just trying to find it on the drawings to get.
Frank was trying to find it on his,
Get oriented.
second
there.
plan.
there we go, see it.
Transformer, gotcha, okay.
I do want to mention there is a group of some of the screening trees that are on that far west property line, Plan West property line, that at the end of the dead-end drive, that's actually going to need to be a fire lane. That basically, after we had submitted this drawing, it's going to be onto the left side of the plan.
Which one, where is that now? Just the left side.
Sorry, move. Yeah, west, sorry. The very end there. You see the group of maybe 5 Nellies right there? I think that's going to need to be fire access to the road.
Where's that? Up
It's
there, up higher?
May work over there.
No guarantees.
all right.
Wow. So that,
The one thing that we'll have to adjust, even if y'all didn't make the comment, is this is a fire access right here.
What does that do to your columns and fence?
I don't know. I don't know what this civil is going to end up doing with that.
so you're gonna have to have, so fire trucks need to be either get out or get in through that access right there?
That's correct.
So they'll have to jump the curb of some sort, or the?
I
curb?
don't know if they're going to put a roll, I assume they'll put a roll curb of some sort right in there.
Okay,
Yeah. But that came,
so that's where they have to, all right.
yeah.
I mean, you've got your challenges, especially with the transmission lines and the easement associated for Georgia Power and them rolling their trucks through there to wash out the power lines where they connect up. You've got you've got your challenges with that, but
We could still do.
I personally would like to see what that all is going to be, rather than just a blank space, and it's kind of like you shrug your shoulders and.
Yeah, because that's the other part, is that it basically shows within that entire right-of-way is as if nothing's happening, so it's all weeds and
right now it's
stuff until Georgia Power cuts it, right? So
Looking like that.
So, and
there's
so-
really been and like I said, there's this whole, what do we do because it's a different city? Are they going to look at, I mean, I don't know. So that's the problem. I agree it's sort of enclosed and nothing's shown there, but because it's a transmission easement, I don't know if Georgia Power would approve anything other than sod. They may allow some shrubs and stuff because
Well,
it happens anyway. So I
They
think,
just need to get access to their poles.
right,
And they gotta wash out the insulators and all that on those poles. So
yeah. But
hopefully you can approach all those different, utility companies and Roswell and see what's going on.
Poles span that whole area. I mean, there's a pole at the corner.
Right.
There's not another pole until.
Right. It's not like they can't
here.
get to them.
Yeah, there's no poles in front of this
Yeah.
property.
You'd never see them working in the center of the lines. They're
Right.
always at the poles, no matter what they're doing.
Right.
yeah,
Okay.
it-
All right.
it can be nice, good.
Okay,
All right, thank you. Make a motion. Regarding DRB 220040 south of Wills, I'll make the following motion. I'll make the motion, then I'll come back for conversation. That we defer the landscape based on today's comments, which include, oh, you're typing. Okay. The landscape treatment through the power and sanitary easements. Landscape shall be reviewed along Main Street with staff for opportunities to plant the tree save area, pardon me, where damaged or destroyed by DOT wall installation. Fencing for the individual units needs to be submitted and reviewed. Site lighting, fixtures, poles needs to be submitted for review. End of motion.
okay,
No twosies?
hang on, somebody's thinking about it. Do we have a second?
Yes, I'll second.
All right, okay. All right, we have a motion by Mr. Corkle, a second by Ms. Rhodes.
So what I'm torn in is if we defer it to come back for those things, I'd like to see it, or if we are comfortable with staff looking at it. And I probably should have had that discussion before I made a motion.
Well, let's ask the applicant then. There's some work to be done if you're coming back here to us to show that all to us.
We can certainly do a landscape plan of the right-of-way on Wills, on that side, and submit that as a, here we go. I'll need to just discuss with the owners about, okay, who's picking the light, who's, where, because that just hasn't occurred. And the fencing and everything, I think it's kind of, I need to kind of consult with the architects about, hey, is this what you're looking at? Because it's in the renderings kind of as a white column with ornamental fencing and everything else so they're using the same building material as all the buildings. So
Just thinking out
it's just a
loud.
matter of, I think we need what's really needed for you guys is the fence plan that shows, okay, here's breaks in the fence and where it's on top of the walls and all that. I think that's probably.
And what I forgot to mention was the fire access too, what's your.
Right, I mean, it was kind of it was a new one to us when, after we had finally finalized the plan, we were sending it out. So, oh yeah, no, and I was like, well, guys, it's not shown. It's like, so.
Well, I guess in this, going through this, it's not gonna hold up getting a land disturbance permit, or will it? It will. So
Where
when
you
you,
all at with that?
yeah,
I don't, I think the submittal is planned in the next 3 weeks. I mean, that's where civil is with it, I think, with all but there's, some of the details and stuff that I'm not like, oh, where's that?
So you've got some work to do.
Yeah, it sounded like the biggest unknowns were along the streets, which is really what's most important to us.
And that's my biggest concern is what does the public see?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just texted our development team, I think it's gonna be a touchy situation to the city of Roswell. And what are they gonna allow us to do?
I'd like the applicant at least check the box that they've
Yeah.
checked with Roswell, they've checked with Georgia
And I
County,
think-
they've checked with Fulton County.
Yeah, and I think that's gonna take some city staff meeting with applicant and the city of Roswell together. I don't know that we can get that done quickly. I mean, there is a motion to defer. I think we could,
well, is there a way we could say conceptually approve the landscaping, but the applicant comes back with these specific areas for us to look
That's
at?
probably how I should frame my motion.
So approve it except for these areas, kind of thing.
But will that hold up the land disturbance permit? It still will, even,
it's not a plan, so they can't review it. I don't know. There's also the thing that that's gonna be fire access, there's gotta be concrete that goes to the road.
Or
Concrete or
or the grass pave or whatever.
Something.
well, that's in the right of way then, or that's in the easement.
Yeah, is Roswell even gonna let that happen?
The fire?
Yeah.
They can't.
Yeah,
They can't, they
it'll
can't.
be a requirement.
Can't.
Yeah, they don't usually say no to that, but
Because of life and safety, they can't deny that.
yeah.
Well, if you deny it, the project goes away. Well, I mean, that's what I'm, you know what I mean? I mean, it's their city, so it's basically they're gonna have to ask for a permit.
And, I mean, and I will say that, that's been a question I've actually had as well, kind of to our civil team, like, hey, what are we doing with the city of Roswell? Because this is in Roswell, do we follow their landscape strip? What requirements do they have? They got a design review board too. So I've kind of asked the question, but it hasn't happened yet. So that part I don't know.
I'm more comfortable with it coming back in that case.
Is it going to hold you up if it has to come back next month? I mean, you guys ready to break ground now, or?
Well, I mean, the initial land disturbance permit submittal has not happened yet. So, I mean, that, huh? But you guys can't review it until this is approved. That's right. Yeah.
And submit simultaneously with the blessing of Michael and or Brian.
Yeah, that's just not, I mean, the land disturbance permit is the longer process, and we're gonna hold it up for stuff that we may not be able to.
I mean, it's up to this board. That was my motion. You can accept it or reject it. We can go back to the drawing board.
Well, I mean, I think they're very valid points. All these things need to be
Addressed.
right? I mean, what's it going to look like from the public streets is kind of the most important thing.
Right.
And those are the things that are the least defined right now.
Well,
So it's either got to be, if we're not going to wait till the next meeting, it's got to be staff approval.
The Main Street side, you're gonna see treetops and elevations. There's not landscaping, you're not gonna see shrubs and that.
yeah, there's no landscaping at all on Main Street except for
trees
right
stay.
there at the entry where we're attaching. So, I mean,
The Wills Road side, yes, I think that's just gonna,
But this has to be done anyway before they submit for a land disturbance permit, no matter what. something's got to be figured out on all this. So, yes, it does. I mean,
For us, it would just be their property ends there. What's the city of Roswell gonna are they letting you do an entrance? Great. I mean, we can't dictate work in another city.
no, I agree.
But the fire departments, if they're leaning on that access, fire access, they're gonna lean on that, that has to come back anyway, that has to get it worked out, and you have to.
It may have been problem, you know, I haven't really asked too much questions about the Roswell side and what they've dealt with, because I've added a few questions, but I think Civil's already had the discussions, the owner already did. As far as I know, Roswell's approved everything as shown. That's my understanding, but I cannot, just simply because of not being the project manager, I'm not.
We got a motion on the floor to defer. And that's where we are. So we're in discussion right now.
I'm trying to figure out how we approve, right?
I don't know that we can.
Well, so it would have, the only way it can move forward before the next meeting is if it's staff approval, right? And it could be staff approval, obviously pending approval from the city of Roswell and whatever is agreed.
Right.
Right? I think it just needs to be defined. And you could always run it by Pat.
Meet with Roswell and say, what are you gonna let them do?
Right.
We want them to do a streetscape. We know it's under the Georgia Power easement, so there's not gonna be trees. You know, it could be, I don't know, they've got that 15-foot rule or something, 15-foot height rule,
Who?
Georgia Power.
For secondary lines, yes, for transmission lines, it's a little different animal.
So, you know, we're not gonna end up with oaks and maples and stuff like that along there. We're gonna end up with crepe myrtles.
Again, my concern is the drawing I'm looking at, the property line, that fence and columns, all that's going in there, there's nothing shown outwards of that. And that's my concern. So either that fence has to move in and they put something along there, or whatever, that's,
What do you mean the fence has to move in?
the fence is, there's nothing outwards of the fence and column. Nothing.
So it would be,
Right, but that's another city. That's what I'm saying.
So then that fence and columns needs to come in to the site more, and you've got 5 feet between property line and fence line, and they landscape that strip.
Let's just vote to defer.
So, okay, so you're
We
saying
have to have another
you
special
don't
meeting.
like
We
this
can, I guess.
as a landscape strip.
No, because the fence and the columns are outward.
So you want the fence in here and leave this, or you want this to change?
We don't need a whole board for this, we just need to.
It's all pending, yes, I'd rather have the fence move in,
On the inside.
and I'd like to see what their plan is for that, access for fire. And I'd like to see them dress up that entrance as best they can, rather than just turf.
So then let's do this. Why don't you withdraw your motion? Make a motion. No, but, and then let's do conceptual approval, but that gets, what you just talked about gets submitted to staff.
Okay.
And gets incorporated in the application.
We've already seconded though.
Yes, so we have to, which means you have to withdraw your motion, and Teresa has to agree to that, so it comes off the table.
Okay.
And then we start over again. How about that? Does that make?
Conceptual approval as opposed to.
But he just said conceptual approval, they can't, so just look at it by staff.
Look,
Yes, yes,
The fact
yeah.
is, you're our landscape expert, right? So why don't we just
Is that
defer
right?
staff
That makes
approval
sense.
and consultation with Mr. Corporal, right? Because that's,
Okay. I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay. All right, you've withdrawn your motion, and you had a second from Ms. Rhodes, so Ms. Rhodes, you withdraw your second to his motion.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my second. to
Okay,
this motion.
so now the motion is off the table. We're back to square one again. Withdraw motion, okay.
Same motion, I gotta reread all this stuff.
that's subject to staff approval.
All right.
Withdraw second, okay, all right.
I will make the motion on DRB 220040, south of Wills, that we conceptually approve the landscape with the conditions
Yeah.
that conceptually approve with staff approval. Conceptually approve through staff with final approval through staff. Good gracious, you're gonna have to read this back to me, Alex. With the following conditions. Fencing for the individual units shall be reviewed, submitted and approved, or reviewed. Lighting shall be submitted and reviewed for approval. Landscape treatment through the power and sanitary easement shall be reviewed and approved with the fence and columns landscaped externally towards Wills. And landscape along Main Street shall be reviewed for opportunities to plant the areas where damaged or destroyed by GDOT. And the fire access easement shall also be reviewed and approved. End of motion.
So we have the
Hold on, Brad.
oh, I'm sorry.
1 second. I'll second the motion, get things going, so, all right. Motion made by Mr. Corkle, second by Mr. Kramer. All right, now we can have discussion. All right, yes, Brad, I'm sorry, if you had a question.
So the preference is if this, the way the city would like to see the perimeter landscape is to have the fence, toward the inside, along that side with the evergreen screen kind of on the back side of it, kind of.
At least a landscape treatment
Right.
outside of that fence line, so. it's
Within the
not
city's
columns-
jurisdiction and,
so it's
yeah.
not just columns and fence.
Sitting right there at the end of the
Right.
easement, yeah, okay.
No, it's,
We'll just move it on the other side,
yeah,
I
it's
think.
the right thing to do, right? You want to landscape it externally.
Well, I mean, yeah, and I think, that's been kind of my question, like, what do you want us to do there because of the easements and everything else?
Well, if you move it inside your property line.
Oh, that's fine, yeah, that's not a problem. I just was saying that the easement itself, we'd love to landscape the whole thing, I just don't know to
It's
what.
got to go to
Yeah.
Rockwell and Fulton County
Yeah,
and
it's-
Georgia
it's-
Power, and can or can't.
Well, I know what we can do, I think I know what we can do, I just want to make sure that we're all.
Okay.
on the same page.
All right, very good. Okay, any further comments or questions about the motion on the floor? I already asked for public comments a while back, so we're good. All right, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 4-0. All right. Thank you for your patience and your time this morning. Okay, very good. Our next applicant is Minnie Olivia. Are you here? And yes, why don't you go collect the rest of our members that are in there.
I'll give you this in just a minute.
All right, let's get the rest of the members here, so just a minute. All right, welcome back. Gosh, no, I turned my phone off, so. Okay. We did, and then we came back and conceptually approved it with conditions. Sorry, okay, oops. All right. Our next applicant is Minnie Olivia. You're here, come on up, come on down, please. If you'll make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourself this morning, and tell us what we have in our application, your application this morning, please.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anthony, and I manage Mini Olivia Pizzeria. So we are seeking for approval to put up our igloos back up that we had last year for this year for the span of the winter season.
Okay, let's let Brett get to your application there. All right, so last year or last season, you had not those installed. You had, where was the picture there? All right, that's what you had installed last year for your outdoor
Yes, sir.
closed dining areas, I guess. All right. So what are you proposing to do this year or this season?
So in the picture, we are actually trying to get the exact igloos that we had because we're changing the igloos that we had last year because the vinyls are turning a little bit yellowish, and these are a little bit better
Okay.
for the visual purposes, and these are a little bit bigger too, which is like 12 feet by 12 feet.
Okay, so this is what you're proposing then to use for this season?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. One of the questions we had, or how are the new ones, the igloos, how are they held down? Because last year you had like sandbags holding down some of your teepees or your
Correct, yes, sir.
enclosures.
So we are actually planning to use the same one, sandbags, but we are planning to use the longer ones, not like the
Like-
bulky ones, but the longer sandbags.
So will they look like, looks like the, what you're proposing to use has some sort of a
Sandbag
like
around
a
the-
rolled sandbag or whatever, what would you call that?
Correct, yes, sir.
Yeah, all around the perimeter, right?
Yes. This one right here.
Yeah, it looks like all around the perimeter it's got something weighting it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that looks more built in. The other ones were just sandbags, right?
Yeah,
before,
the other one's like play sandbags or something. Okay,
I think what their point is that
It's integrated,
they want it to look like.
yeah, integrated into
Yes,
the
yes, sir.
Needs to have the vinyl cover over the sandbags.
Sandbags is to be inside, gotcha.
okay.
Sir.
And will those new igloos have unit heaters inside of them?
So basically it's supposed to generate like body heat, but on like if on the days that it's super cold, we do have those portable heaters that we put inside.
Seems like putting a heater in that little thing,
No.
Does this,
or use up all the air.
it's cool to look at this one because the form of it is a geodesic dome, which is more attractive than the other ones. Is there a way for that heat to get out of the bubble if it gets too hot in there?
Yes, sir. So there's doors that we can open up. It's a zipper, so we can just open the zipper a little bit and.
Are you putting any lighting in there? Like in this example, there's lighting in that.
Yes, sir, we are.
So what kind of lighting? Like,
It depends on season. Like for Christmas season, we're trying to put up some Christmas lights and some decorations and decorate it a little bit.
but outside of Christmas, normally, are you thinking
Oh, yes, sir.
string lights, or what are you putting in?
String lights, probably string lights, yes, sir.
Okay. So you're running extension cords then for the string lights, for the heaters?
Correct, yes. We do have those poles that are right beside the igloo spots, which has some outlets.
If you go to the one photo that shows last year,
Yes.
there's some poles, there's some string lights that are shown.
Now, these poles are powered down here, so,
Are they permanent out there?
yeah.
Those are the ones in those,
It's holding up the current string
those
lights.
wooden
Well,
planter.
They have been the wooden things, we're not holding it up to you guys, said, hey, let's get rid of those, streamline it down. So they just did the poles, and there's this concrete barrier that held that inside landscape patio in, and so they bolted them to that, so they're bolted down at the bottom, down to that concrete. And they've run overhead power out there to them, so I don't think you'll have anything on the ground, or hopefully not.
Okay.
I agree.
Full on wasn't done during this winters. What was the size of the ones that you had before?
There are like 11.5 feet, I believe, like half a feet smaller than the ones we're having for this season. It's 7.1.
Okay. I think the igloos look pretty nice, at least what we're seeing in the photographs. So, I do have another question for you. Right now, on the wall of your building, you have posted a banner that has your menu and prices, for instance. Can you do a better job of either get rid of that? Yeah, because it's like taped to the wall in some places.
Got it, yes, sir.
Can you do something better or just get rid of it? Or make a better presentation of that?
Frame it in.
Yeah,
Frame it.
frame
Got
it,
it,
or, and let's work with staff, if you'll work with staff on doing that, we can get,
Yeah.
It could go by the door.
So, just tell Julio to email me about it.
Got it, yes, sir.
So these domes, you are able to purchase them tomorrow and they'll be delivered?
Yes,
Or you
sir.
have them already?
They're already been reserved for us. We're just waiting for approval, so we don't spend the money if we,
Okay, so supply won't be an issue, okay.
yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And we've got a site plan of where you're putting these igloos now, where you're going to
Correct,
locate those. Good, okay. Pretty straightforward.
So just ask
We want to put a date with them,
Yeah, with, work with staff.
or any, yeah, time frame.
Up and down, you
Maybe, or-
Yeah.
Do we need to put a time limit on these?
Sort of
Well, we
thing like that. I mean, we have some different ordinances. We have a different, like a temporary use ordinance that allows for outdoor things, 2 45-day periods a year for a business. And we could relate that over and do 90 days.
They would probably need them, through February? Cold.
Or March even.
Or March?
Yeah.
Probably longer than 90 days, I would think.
How about,
It would depend
fall?
on the
120 days.
temperatures.
how about
Through end of
fall and, if you say fall and winter calendar seasons?
I mean, they're not
That
gonna
would be
want 'em-
September 21st to March 21st. Would that be, I mean, is that an appropriate?
I think maybe we just need to leave it.
I mean, I don't think they're gonna want them out there if they don't have to be out there, because they don't add to the building.
Well, if it's too hot, they're gonna be uncomfortable, right? They're only gonna be out there when it's colder.
I mean, they didn't keep these other guys out there very long after the fact. Okay.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 22000046 for Mini Olivia, I move that we approve the igloos that were presented today, as well as the site plan. Sorry, Tracy, you got that? As well as working with staff to improve or remove the food sign on the building. End of motion.
Second. That's Owens. Tracy.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Rocco, a second by Mr. Owens, and I did accidentally forget to ask for public comment. Is there any public comment about this application? Any public comment? All right, no public comment. Very good. Any questions, comments about the motion on the floor? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Very good. All right. Thank you,
Thank you.
Anthony, for your
Thank you very
time this
much.
morning. Appreciate it. Okay, our next applicant is Viva Chicken. Viva Chicken. Anybody here? Come on down. Come on up, please.
I've forgotten why I was here.
You forgot why you're here. Oh, my goodness.
I'm kidding.
All right.
My name is
Well,
Mike Letourneau. This is probably my 7th or 8th time presenting to you, gentlemen and women. I usually represent the owner of the building, but today, just like the last time I was here for the signage, I'm representing Viva. Their consultant is in Dallas, Texas, and their operations are in Charlotte. So since I built the base building and I tried to get out, they pulled me back in. They asked me to build the interior. So I've been building the interior now. So the good news, I was able to coordinate. We're talking about the patio today. I was able to coordinate implement some ideas and have some persuasion with them as to how they would potentially close this in a proper manner. I've been through several DRBs where I've seen some of these enclosures get rejected, so I made some, what's the best word? Heavy suggestions on what kind of system that I think would be acceptable. You can do these things for $4,000 or $5,000. This is about a $25,000 system, so it's a electronic. I think Brett can put it up when it's time. It's an electronic system with a valance on top that's hidden. We've got these other, for lack of a better word, kind of beefed up tube columns that are 8-inch tube columns, very nice black tube columns, and you can see now. And so the system, what you do is you weld, spot weld, or you mechanically fasten a U-channel to that column. And we'll paint that matte black to match so you won't barely even see it. And then this system rolls down in that track and goes all the way down to the slab. you can see that the railing that's attached, I consulted with them ahead of time when I was putting that railing, which was a landlord responsibility, before I started doing the interior work, and we pushed those in to the inside of the column so that the channel could be, push them out so the channel could be, when this comes down, it would hide the railing, so the railing would be inside, and then the glass portion or plexiglass portion would start after the top rail. So I misspoke. So basically, these will come down over the railing. The railing will be inside, not outside.
Railing will be inside?
Be inside.
Looks like it's outside.
Yeah, it does.
It's just a rendering thing? Okay. So then the railing is pushed to the inside so that the curtain can go on the outside.
I believe that's correct.
So, Mike, are they planning on doing these as well? We really like this.
I really like those too, but this patio is 2 feet in the air. And there is landscaping already planted around there. There's a landscape strip and it's planted and irrigated. I like those too. That's from a different Viva. They've got 22 of these. But I love those too. But again, that's something you can speak to them about. But
You're saying the patio, the floor of the patio is 2 feet above?
it's about, there's I'm about 18 or 19 inches from the parking lot. There's a ramp to the west, comes out of the building and slopes down parallel to that little kind of retaining area, and then it hits the curb and then steps off.
So the image
But-
up on screen, Brett, can you zoom out so I can get a reference of?
So this is Shake Shack,
Well,
the new bank.
It's really open right there.
Chipotle building.
And you see our new white TPO roof, and then you can see that's an older picture because the roof of that patio is insulated and also has TPO on it.
It's the same, is it a little bit smaller than what's currently there?
That's not
Or is it just the same size?
Brett,
I mean, we're not-
if you drag your man down, oh, you can't drag your guy down there, whether Google's taken a recent drive.
Does that show?
No, it's under construction probably.
Yeah, I don't see the new building yet.
No,
Yeah, that's the old.
You can kind of see this ramp here, though, that's going up to the.
See the height
Yeah.
of that? So we maintain that height. So there's a landscape strip on 3 sides of that.
Actually, if you
There's a ramp tight to the west. There's a landscape strip between the parking area and that area there. But, I mean, we could, we got that landscape approved during our approval process, but, it's only about a foot wide, but I can imagine,
Okay,
I can present to them, hey, instead of having those little plants, we have to go back to David, can we put boxes there and raise them up? But, it's very clean. It's very clean. It's black to match the columns and the structure in there.
okay. So looking at the operation of these temporary panels, they're rolled up then. When they're not being used,
They disappear into a valance above that's tucked up by the beam. That's
Okay.
correct.
Then they roll down.
They roll down.
Are they motorized or are they just?
They're motorized.
Okay.
Yep.
So what I'm trying to understand, because I don't have a point of reference in what was submitted, I'm trying to understand what that landscape strip looks like. I'm trying to figure out, is this the same footprint as what was submitted before? Is it a smaller, is it larger?
No, it's the exact same footprint, and that landscape area is very small. It's 9-10 inches, It might be a foot at the most, that landscape area, what was left between the,
And what did we approve the landscape? And foot wide, you can get ground covers, I guess.
well, there's probably 30 little plants right along in there, and it's irrigated and has pine straw.
To me, I think since there's not much room to do landscaping there, we've got a new thought here now with a.
Yeah, that's a whole
dark black bottom and stuff like that. I think we need to.
Yep.
Work on something like this that's architectural that'll hide that bottom.
I agree.
Especially
Again, in the packet that I've got here, and what's shown on the screen, I've got no idea of for distances, I've got no idea.
Well, Pat, this was not in our packet,
That's what I'm saying.
so,
That's what I'm saying.
so we're just looking at this for the first time.
I'm struggling knowing again what the public sees.
I think this is fairly close, and that's what's there. I'm gonna say maybe a foot.
That view I'm not as concerned about.
It's less than a foot.
Is the view to the right of that, coming in from the street.
Here,
From the street, yes.
this is all right landscape, right? Mike? This
Yes, there's so where the building stops, there's about a 2-foot strip landscape underneath the windows. No plants have been picked there. They didn't require anything yet, but we irrigated it in anticipation of working with the landlord and/or the tenant.
Staff to do so now.
That's gone. That's where the building is.
Oh, that's where the building is.
Yeah, you don't have the building here, up here. You've got a 10-year-old picture there, yeah.
Yeah, they added the building on the end, and then they added the,
This is where,
we did.
Yeah, there's a building there. There's nothing left but 9 inches all the way to the curb. Now, what they required us to do is keep the parking. There's a parking agreement with the large Urban Hardware. That's a shared parking, so any overflow goes to there. And so they control our lot, saying we can't reduce more than 10%, or we'll be in violation of an easement agreement between the two.
And, you know,
So,
a parking lot view is a parking lot view, you know.
yeah, I mean, we're looking towards Shake Shack.
It is what it is, but
Yeah, we're looking towards Shake Shack, yeah.
I don't have any point of reference other than what was presented this morning, so I'm struggling a little bit with.
Yeah, I wish we had an actual picture of the, I think we do. Don't we have a rendering of the?
I'm gonna suggest this, if we're comfortable with the outdoor patio enclosure, that they work with staff on the landscaping to provide some landscaping immediately outside of that railing area to buffer that, give it a transition between.
And there is landscaping on 2 sides, so they could potentially, I could go to them and say they wanted planters. I mean, it's coming up today, I don't want to spend their money, but
If you've got decent enough planting space in ground, you know, that's fine.
so we could get some.
Planters tend to fail. Planters tend to fail with
yeah,
water.
no, I don't like them, yeah, and they get moldy, and they get.
That was a whole maintenance thing. and
I would suggest, I can tell you from overseeing the landscaping that I put in that was approved by David, I would suggest that it's too small. I would say, yeah, something that would grow up over the rail, or up like a little hedge.
Just require to increase the height of it.
That's what I would.
Increase the height of.
More mature.
Whatever it is, I don't know what it is.
Well,
The landscape material.
right, I didn't require them to bring the landscape plan back because it was approved with the building. The patio was approved with the building, it's there, all they're doing is enclosing what is currently there. So I didn't think to get them to bring that back. And I remembered that it was just this,
Yeah, it's,
then,
But-
maybe would have said, hey, let's
It may not need to be height
do something, because
Yeah.
this looks a lot better
I-
to me than.
So can they work with staff on proper?
Landscaping
If
around
we already
it.
approved it, it's probably going to look good, just making sure it's.
I think I have the influence, and I know the construction manager has the influence to go to them and say, hey, you got your enclosure approved, but they want you to go something a little bit taller. And we go to David and say, David,
All I'm saying is, if you've got material in there that's per the approved plan and that material grows to 4 feet tall, you don't need to all of a sudden say it needs to be larger, and then all of a sudden you get 10 feet tall, which doesn't make any sense scale-wise, or.
well, we could buy something that
That's
tops
what I'm
off at
saying. I
4.
don't have any point of reference to know what's there. So I'd say go to staff.
I'll look and see what it is. I can't get to my public files, so I'll look and see what it is and go to David and say, hey, what's this? I would go back to them and say, they're gonna wanna look at some different landscaping or something around here, so.
Yeah, I mean, their goal is not to use it as much as possible, I can tell you that, but it is facing due north. So, those north winds coming across that parking lot past Shake Shack are gonna blast, that elevation. But, there's nothing currently planted or was required to be planted, leading up to that patio on the left. But I irrigated it anyway in anticipation of saying, hey, let's put something nice here, so they can either, again, lack of better words, stick it to the landlord, who's I represent, or I could go to them and say, hey, let's put something nice here. I think I can get the landscape to step up, but
The color of it will match the colors that are used on the building already?
yeah, it's a gray and black motif that was approved for the building that you guys approved.
Okay, before any motions are made, I'm gonna ask, is there any public comment about this applicant?
Before you go there, let me throw out another idea.
Yes.
And if this is, if everything is too far down the road for this, I understand, but it could be possible to create some sort of framework, a metal framework, either something that is like a grid system and a vine grows up on that in a narrow space, or you use some type of cabling system between posts that would support an evergreen vine. Now that's going in another direction of what's already been approved, but it's worth thinking about.
Well, I'm willing to work with staff and go to both the landlord and the tenant. Now, you know, they're dropping, this is $1 million build out in a teeny little space, so I don't think money's gonna be the issue for them. I don't wanna speak for their pocketbook, but I think I could call right now, make a call to Dallas and say, Andy, here's the deal. They approved your, but they really want you to step up the landscaping around there. He's gonna say, well, we built what was approved and you did it, the landlord. So, you know, it's kind of a give and take, but both of them are reasonable people. I think I would like to go to staff and talk about something taller there. When I saw it, you know, there's holly on the left side. I mean, how tall is holly gonna grow? You know, little holly bushes. I'd like to see something flowering. I don't wanna bring bees to the people. You know, but
Agreed. Okay. All right, thank you, Richard, for that. So any public comment, again, any public comment? No public comment. All right, very good. Now we can proceed with some sort of motion.
Mr. Chairman, regarding TRB 220045 Viva Chicken, I make a motion that we approve the patio enclosure as presented today with consideration of reviewing the landscape plan that was previously approved by staff and the owner. End of motion.
I'll second.
Okay, a motion by Ms. Rhodes, a second by Mr. Swing. All right, do we have any comments or questions about the motion on the floor? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No opposition. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 7-0. All right.
thank you, everybody.
Mike,
Appreciate
thank you
that.
for your time this morning.
Brett, I'll look
Good.
forward to working with the staff to beef up that landscaping. All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, very good. Thank you for your time this morning. All right, our next applicant is SJ Market Holdings. Come on up, come on down, please. And if you'll make sure you speak into the microphone this morning, introduce yourself. You've got an overhead, so Brett, can you help Dave with some overhead assistance here? Okay. Pat excused himself for just a minute, I guess to go get some water or coffee or something, but he'll be back, so he's here. And will participate in the discussion and motion. Okay.
Wait, or,
No, go ahead.
my name is
Steve.
Dave Flipowitz. I'm the owner of Smoke Jack Barbecue in Alpharetta, Georgia. This is a property that we leased for the Smoke Jack World Headquarters. And it's 233 South Main Street. Used to be the check cashing / something else.
Coffee shop,
Sandwich shop. So, we're just trying to paint the outside of the building, just freshen it up, using the colors that we have here. I wish I was better, but, I spent so much money on the architect on the other project I'm doing. We try to do this in-house, so if this isn't sufficient, then I'll have to try to.
looks like you have some actual color samples. Can you go ahead and pass those around? I know you've shown them on the overhead, but pass those around so we can get a better
So we're hoping
feel
to
for.
do is the darker color that's on your screen would be on the bottom, below the windows. I'll start.
Start with Mr. Owens down, or, I'm sorry, okay, well, he'll pass them around to us.
This would be the body. And this would be the trim.
Oh, they're a lot lighter than.
Those two colors
Yeah,
that we
they
use
are.
on Smoke Jack building.
All right, so you're proposing 3 colors. Those are being passed around.
Do you have awnings at all?
There isn't any now. If we need to add something, yes, we can.
All right, tell me again this, so the darker,
The darker one would be below the window grade.
that's the base. I'm gonna
Correct.
say-
It's called Summit.
No,
And
wait.
the-
No,
No, this one's called gray shingle.
yeah, great.
Right, I'm sorry. No, Summit Gray.
Oh,
Summit
which-
Gray is the one that's on the bottom.
Oh, these are different than what, it's different than what's in the package.
All right, so the descriptions of the 3 colors I have are evening shadow, ice cube
correct?
and gray shingle.
I think it's been renamed, but it's the same color code as Summit Gray on the sheet.
Oh, so that's supposed to
That's
be,
the base.
all right.
The ones in, yeah, the ones in the packet.
Different or different, yeah.
No, those are the same as this.
It's just that one, the dark one. But I think it's just a change in name.
Gray shingle.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what was in our packet is different than what we're showing
Oh, I
on,
see.
what we're
Gray
seeing on the monitor.
Gray shingle's on the monitor. And I think gray shingle was in your hand, or in some.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what did you get that from? How did that?
But this is what's in the packet.
Oh,
what's in the
I'm looking at
packet.
it down here, though.
Yeah, it's just the gray shingles. you'll
Oh,
see.
down here too, yeah.
Zoom out, zoom out on the monitor a minute.
Oh, yeah,
Because at the
I see.
bottom of the page has the other
Okay,
colors.
gray shingle, okay.
It's all the same.
What's on our iPads is
All right,
different than what's.
so
on
gray
the
shingle is Summit Gray.
Okay, that's
All
right.
right, so that's the base,
Yes.
okay.
Okay,
And evening shadows the body.
the body, I'm gonna write on the back, body.
Well, no, I guess,
the other one's
gray
trim and
shingle and
soffit.
Summit Gray are actually two different colors.
What I perceive here is that there's too much, there's not enough contrast with your,
Yeah, that's kind of,
with your vertical elements there to bring it to life. It looks like something that you've started, but it looks like it's
yeah, I like,
seeking more color or color variation. If you want to stick with gray, it looks like there's a way to create more contrast
I agree, I like that.
in the vertical and the horizontal bands.
Well, I mean, what if we kept the columns, the brick columns, the same color as the base, right? So the columns don't disappear.
Yes,
The columns would give, right, so if you kept the darker color of the base and the
Okay.
columns, right, then that gives the front a little more.
It helps break it
sort of-
up a little bit,
Sort of
too.
variety,
Yeah.
yeah, as opposed to having that whole center, that light gray.
Okay, so the three columns, the one on the left, it's divided into two spaces, so
Yeah.
suite A and B has a column that goes up.
Yeah, each of the brick columns, basically, if they stayed in the darker color, I think that adds a little more variety.
Okay.
Are you taking the entire building?
Yes,
You're gonna
I
be
am.
occupying it, okay.
I do think it needs awnings.
Yeah, awnings would be a
Awnings
big improvement, yeah.
and
for sure.
planters, for sure.
Yeah,
Now, are you putting any signage on this building? Are
I'm
you
trying not to.
Not, you're,
It's
okay.
just a catering office,
Office.
store records. I'm not trying to, I'm spending $1.5 million on the Pizza Hut. I am broke with this.
Okay. So, which is gonna be the office and which is gonna be the
To
storage?
the left is the office. The other part we're just using for storage.
Will you be able to see in it and see boxes and things, or?
No, we've tinted the windows so the sun doesn't come in. I can put blinds up on the inside.
Okay. And then, we're looking at the front of the building, how about the sides and the
Oh, we're gonna
rear?
make the whole building. the
Right,
same.
but what is, do we have any pictures of the sides and rear, just to,
There's no windows, there's no doors, there's nothing, so it's just solid brick in the trim, so I would do whatever you guys.
so you're thinking probably the body color and the soffit color around the sides and back. So it's just plain flat brick
Yep.
walls.
Is it these, which ones are your smoke jacks? You said
The,
two of them.
not the dark gray, correct. The dark one does not, take that one out, those two.
Really?
Oh, well, dated. We're trying to make the two buildings look kind of similar when we came up with the Pizza Hut part that we're doing. So this is just, I didn't want to,
Oh, you're talking about the Pizza Hut, not
Correct.
your store, not
Correct.
the actual, okay. I was like, I swear it was darker. Okay.
Yeah, I kind of wish that the building was actually dark and the light was the accent color, but I don't want to change his whole design.
Yeah.
But that would be cool.
okay, what?
all right, so let's go
We
through
liked
this.
the dark gray. I didn't think you guys would
Oh,
like
no, we liked
dark
it.
gray.
I like it much better.
Okay, because I'm over the white painted brick everywhere in the planet,
Thank you.
especially here.
Oh, yeah.
We are too.
So if we could paint the whole thing dark gray and use some trim, that's awesome. But
Make the building pop more, and I do think awnings would just, it's not gonna be $1 million, or even $500,000. but it will make your world headquarters pop. I mean, just think of where you're going. The world headquarters, awnings.
The world
As you
headquarters.
walk in each day, you're just like, I'm going worldwide.
And some planters too.
Yes.
All right, let's go through what's our proposal at this point, the two color scheme. So Holly, hold up the different colors, and so the base of the building and the columns are gonna be
Base would be gray shingle.
gray shingle, or
And the-
whatever that darker gray is,
And
Right.
and the columns.
and the columns. So the base,
Oh, yeah, the whole,
the 2.5 foot tall base, and then the columns, okay? And then what is the other color of which
Katie,
one?
he has his trim, and then
That's-
it's his, the.
So what if we just painted the whole building the dark gray and use the darker one that you have for the trim?
I think that would look fantastic.
Yes,
No,
and
when
what
you say
about
the whole
painting?
building? I'm sorry. when you-
Well, the back, the sides. and
Oh,
The building would become the darker gray.
The whole
Right,
thing.
so we'd eliminate
It would look
one.
like another white paint.
okay, I just,
And what would be the color there in that case about the fascia of the roof? Would that be the dark gray as well? Because it looks like it wants to be
Lighter.
something else.
That'd be the trim, right? So it would be the lighter color.
so we're back to, okay.
Two colors.
Still two colors though.
So the sign band area, like right above the doors and windows, is the same as the columns on the bottom?
I was liking that.
No, I thought it
I was
was-
liking that in the medium color.
I thought it was the lighter gray
The
then.
columns stand out.
Yeah,
Well,
you want the column- you
What
want the-
Katie's proposing is we eliminate the middle color, and the whole building is dark except the soffits, right?
Actually, the column would end up being an accent color.
Evening
So your
shadow
base would
and
be dark
gray
with the
shingle.
lighter colors
That's gray
of the
shingle.
columns and the base. So you're kind of swapping the colors
I
essentially.
just don't like arbitrarily breaking up a paint line on that brick. I'd like to see all that brick the same color, whatever it is. Otherwise, you've just sort of got this arbitrary line on the brick.
I think that's a good point, because when you're gonna paint the brick, it's gonna all look, you're gonna get that texture kind of stuff, so it's gonna. I think we need to keep the base and the columns the same color, whatever that's gonna be. And usually a base is the darker color.
Right.
This help?
Yeah, I think that's what I would prefer anyway.
Okay, so then you gotta walk them through.
So basically, it's that picture, but those columns become the dark color.
Who's got the mouse? Brett, you got control of the mouse? All right, so the base of the building along the, well, hold on.
It went away.
He's writing on it.
Let's get, we're not seeing anything now.
No, I think he's marking.
Hey, hold on, I'm
He's
just.
marking it up.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
he's gonna mark it
All right,
and
thank
put
you,
it back.
Dave.
So that's current. Yeah, that's it now. That's it. I don't know why you're changing that. It's,
Oh, yeah, go back to that. That was good.
Okay, so this base,
Yeah.
the columns going vertical,
yep,
there's three of them, would all be this dark gray.
yes, that's what I like.
Then the evening shadow, which is this color, would be here and here.
Yeah,
That's it.
I like that. And then ice cube for the
The
soffit.
sides, can I do the sides all in the dark gray, so we don't have the stripes going up in the back?
Because is it brick?
It's all brick.
I'm okay with that.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna take care of stuff like,
I already took it off, sir. Took it off yesterday myself.
See, if I had my way, I'd do the entire building,
They
just
used to
this
be
one
at dry
color.
cleaners too.
I agree, I'd do that, and, yeah.
What, say that again, Holly?
If I had my way, I would do the entire building just this one color. It's a tiny building with a lot of windows.
Yes.
And then if you add this other one, I just think this is unnecessary, and I just wouldn't do it. I'd do the whole thing, one color.
do this up here.
That
Well, I
would
mean,
be the
then you-
trim, just that front fascia would be that lighter color, right?
Just do the whole thing. I mean, I
Yeah,
really
I
would.
think it's a small, you get too busy. and
Really
you've got
would.
too
I
many
would do the
colors.
entire thing.
Well, all we're talking about is the sign band in that third color.
I know, but then you're just drawing attention to
And
it.
it's
and
very
it's-
close to, okay. I guess we're gonna disagree on this one, because
Yeah.
I think the variety of, a little bit of variety of colors there is good, but
Well, I think you bring in the variety with an awning and some planters at the
I
base.
think if it's dark and you put two awnings on with pots in the front, it looks beautiful.
It's simple,
Kinda make it
clean.
Go away, but look nice.
Yep, it's simple and clean.
With trim, the trim is the.
Okay, so the awning would go from between the brick columns, correct? So that's one giant long awning in space A.
Over the door.
It could fit just over the doors.
Huh?
The doors,
Just over the
over the
door?
Doors, yeah.
Okay.
the two doors.
So what is that darker color
Hmm?
called?
Either gray
It's
shingle.
called gray shingle.
Okay, what kind of awning? Please don't say material, right?
Please don't say
No
what?
fabric.
Fabric, nothing,
No.
please?
No.
Yeah, yes. just
I think you can
really
work with
cautious.
staff on that, come up with something.
Oh, do you?
Standing seam shed roof, like,
Yeah,
Something that gives it
Metal.
some depth.
metal and black,
yeah,
top and bottom.
So another color, so you don't want it to, you want black, which is fine.
Black could give it, black could give it that depth.
Dark.
yeah. And maybe just some cool planters on either side of the door.
Big,
Yeah, big, like,
substantial.
All
Then
right.
You're gonna call us back and say, hey, I wanna design another building, can you help me? Cause you're gonna love it.
All right.
Well, my choice was to go gray the whole thing, but I thought we were in love with white brick.
no, we're not.
Or you want to ask for
Used
comments?
to be,
I mean,
used to be.
Okay, so we talked about awnings and maybe some potted plants or some pots, some land, something to
We can do staff
soften the
approval on
base,
that.
okay?
Yeah.
All right, before we make a motion, is there any public comment about this application this morning? Any public comment? All right, no public comment.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 220044 SJ Market Holding, motion to approve the paint colors presented today with the following conditions. All of the brick and the sign band will be painted in the gray shingle, and the trim and the soffit in ice cube. Applicant will work with staff on awnings over the doors and planters in front of the building.
Large.
And windows will be appropriately tinted or window treatment such that no interior storage will be visible through the windows. And a motion.
Second?
Okay, a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Palmer. Any comments or questions about the motion?
I think we just need to note large pots. I don't think he's gonna put tiny ones, but just substantial.
Well, it's staff approval. so
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's, you're right,
I
you agree.
That's why I didn't put any.
Helps.
Run one more time over the paint.
Yeah, so the brick and the sign band, basically the whole body of the building will be in the gray shingle, which is the darker of the three, darkest of the three colors presented. And then the trim and the I think I might have misspoke on the trim and the soffit. I said ice cube, which is the lightest color.
Yes, you did, I say ice cube.
I think it's supposed to be evening shadow.
Yeah, so I misspoke on the color. You want me to just correct that in the motion? Go to, what was the medium color called again?
Evening shadow.
Shadow.
In shadow, all right.
Yeah, so the trim and the soffit in evening shadow.
Okay, are we all clear now? Everybody good?
It's all shades of gray.
50? All right, there be no further comments or questions. I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. All right. Thank you for your time this morning, Dave.
Do you guys have flower pot approval, like a group of?
For the downtown, do we?
Not really, but staff
Use the
can,
ones on the street corner.
staff can,
Don't use the.
staff can give you some examples.
I think some, rectangular planters there.
Yeah, it's very contemporary.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the ones in the last application
Yes, in front of the,
in front of the patio,
Yeah.
yeah.
no, okay, thank you.
Big square.
All right.
Would look good.
Rectangular.
Thank you, Dave, appreciate it. All right, our next applicant is Chipotle. Are you here? Yes.
The Chipotle or?
Come on down. There's Chipotle. Anybody need to take a quick break, a recess or anything? All right, let's,
What's your bottle?
okay. All right, good morning, welcome. If you'll introduce yourself, speak into the microphone, and tell us what we have in our application.
Yep, my name is William Latta. I'm with GPD Group, representing Chipotle on this project. This project is basically to take the existing Arby's building that's on Old Milton and convert it and redo the outside, remodel the outside to Chipotle's brand standards. I've got some paint samples here. Just to explain these, you got these two on the left. These will be for the brick and ethos. This one on the right is for the awnings and storefront. And so,
Yes, why don't you pass those around so we can, thank you.
And then he can point at them as we walk through the other.
Yes. Do that.
and I was here for the work session this morning, and I felt he did a great job of explaining this project. We did have some comments on the landscaping, and we did resubmit a landscape plan to y'all this week, so I think we have addressed those, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, I'll tell you what, why don't you walk us through, we've got the actual sample board that you presented,
Use this mouse, it works out there, and you can.
and then walk us through the different colors that you're presenting or proposing.
Let's see. Yeah, so we have the lighter color on the brick and ethos up top, and we have the,
Okay, so as he points to there, so that brick that he's pointing at, what's that going to be, what color?
that's going to be that lighter, that one in the middle.
The lighter of the two, okay.
And then the bottom and the tower will be that darker color
On the right,
on the left.
on the left?
And what's the materials, I can obviously see the lighter colors, the brick, the darker colors, that all brick as well?
So what?
Besides the colors, I'm interested in the material, so that medium color, I understand that's brick and ephes, I can see that. What is the darker color? What's the material there? It's hard to see on the,
This darker color on the tower
yeah,
is brick.
Can you change to this?
so that's all brick, okay.
I believe so.
It gives a little better, it shows actually light versus dark. Or are you controlling the,
I do have.
see this picture? It shows the brick light.
It's just the, I think it's gonna be.
That's the same one.
Yeah, I think it's just coming out that way.
Easier to see that the light and dark here versus that one?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Look at it on mine, and it's even more.
Even up where the Chipotle sign is, that's brick as well, all the way up to the top of that tower?
I believe so.
Or is the material change? I was trying to,
It changes.
it says crosshatch indicates new portion of tower. I guess that means it was just added on.
Right.
Blocking, yeah.
So it used to be an old Arby's,
That's correct.
and so it had kind of that funky little tower right there. So you're not tearing that tower down, you're just kind of encapsulating it, if you want to call that, just building on top of it. Okay. And so that material that we're looking at, if you zoom in on the east elevation, Brett, if you're controlling the mouse there at the top. Oh, he's got it. William's got it. So that's the material I think Frank was just talking about. What is that material?
I actually think it's ephes, because see, it says right there, prep existing sides of brick tower to receive ephes finish.
Yep.
Even the bottom part, it has that arrow right down below where that canopy is.
But
So it's
what's-
like the sides are gonna be ephes.
What's interesting
That's
though,
correct.
it's,
My apologies.
one is cross-hatched from the, right?
Up here?
Yes, that's cross-hatched, and then below it is just a gridded. So is it the same material?
Right, it's going to be the same material. The crosshatch is just showing the new portion of that
So
tower.
the whole tower is ephes.
Because the Arby's has that glass triangle, so we're having to build up.
Yeah, this, like on the bottom, that's the other
Oh.
side. So you see this pointing and it says prep existing sides of brick tower to receive ephes finish.
Right.
And I guess that's because you're extending the tower up, and the brick is gonna be different.
That's correct.
Yeah, I think so. I think the point is there's existing brick there. They're gonna take it up higher with new brick and then ephes the whole thing. 'Cause
And you're-
I guess they can't match the brick, and it's not attractive brick anyway.
Your new structure gives you a great position on the east and west elevation to present your sign.
It does.
Why add ephes
guess if you could, it would look the same painted, yeah.
Well, the bottom, I'm assuming this part.
Because brick would look, brick is just a little more interesting than EFS.
I agree, but
But the Arby's, the shape of that Arby's, existing Arby's tower is different too, so they're gonna have to frame.
Yeah, but if you add brick of the same, it would have to be the same dimension and texture so that when you painted it, it'll all look the same,
You know, it's probably easier.
which might be a little challenging maybe to get it.
Right.
Yeah.
And then, William, I do see, it looks like on the windows or some of the storefront glass, you're putting some sort of film on it. Do you have a sample of that, or what that's?
I do not have a
like?
sample of that with me.
I mean, is it a film so that you cannot see in or out? Or what is?
That I don't know. So I'm the civil engineer on this project, and I'm local. So that's why they send me.
I mean, they named the 3M.
If you have any questions about the landscaping, I got you.
Okay, all right. We'll get there. We'll just, we're on the building right now. So
Right.
talks about a window film, a 3M, a Sara, whatever that is. So just trying to understand what that looks like. Is it black, white, green, red, orange, yellow?
Yeah, my guess is it's just a little bit of a haze to block some of the light. From what I know from the other
what's it called?
Chipotles I've worked on,
3M what?
it's not opaque.
Sara, F-A-S-A-R-A.
3M Fasara window film, okay.
And that may just be the brand name, not the color name. Because it looks like, okay.
Yeah, it looks like it's almost whitish. It's just a film, like a.
But it is different films. It's not one particular film, it looks like.
3M facade glass.
Yeah, you look at decorative, there's a whole bunch
Yeah,
of
there's a bunch of
different,
colors.
all different colors, yeah, so that's,
Yellow patterns. So, yeah, we would need to know the name.
But we can definitely get you a sample.
What's that?
We can definitely get you a sample of it.
Right, okay. And so, and there will be a drive-through window, obviously, for this facility, okay? All right.
Is there any lights?
How is the, let's see, is there any rooftop equipment on this facility that we need to be screening?
No, I don't believe so.
So where are the units then?
So the units are already screened, I believe. I have to confirm that, but
I'm going to do a street view and see what we look at, just see if there's anything that,
yeah.
okay.
There must be a substantial parapet there to be covering up the units on the roof.
Frank's going to do a drive-by, a Google drive-by while we're talking here. Well, we're certainly glad to see a vacant building being repurposed and reoccupied, so it's a good thing. We're just trying to make sure.
you want to bring it up.
So that's the front. With the,
Okay. Good, yeah, looking at,
Yeah. I mean, this was in our packet, but I'm guessing they're tucked in there, behind that.
or the parapet is tall enough that it,
there's the side,
Yeah.
yeah.
okay, all
I
right.
mean, you can't see anything, and the way that goes up, I'm guessing that's
All
taller.
right. I didn't get a chance to drive by this one. Okay,
I mean, it's all directions, and you can't see anything.
okay. All right, any other questions about the exterior elevations and materials?
Are you changing lights at all? Like building lights?
I'm sure we will be replacing them, but with like kind.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Do we need to comment at all? Is there things that changing light kind?
Film on some and.
Be nice to see what they are, just to make sure they're appropriately sized and. Okay. All right, let's,
So we don't know what the, I'm sorry, I was taking notes here. We don't know what the lighting fixtures are.
No.
Yeah, you said they're probably gonna replace with similar, but we probably should note that.
so we don't know what the film color is, and we don't know what the light fixtures will
Building
be.
lights, okay.
Okay. All right, let's go to the landscaping then, with no further questions on the, all right. Walk us through the landscaping, if you will, William. Guess we need to get to that site plan, or that landscaping plan.
Yeah, so the existing landscape was slightly deficient with some of the trees on Old Milton. There was also the comment about planting something out on the corner. And so we revised our landscape plan to change out some of the tree species within the parking lot. We added a note and some plantings out on that corner. There was a comment about the hedges, I believe. So we had a note to fill in.
Is this drawing the same as what we,
This is not the most recent.
this is or is not?
Is not, I don't believe.
Let me see if I can get the most recent.
Should have come from Haley Becker. There we go.
Cool plan with you, let's see what it's supposed to do. Full circle.
So we've added some trees out on Old Milton. We have added some plantings in front of that wall in the corner. We switched out some of the species of trees in the parking lot per the comments.
What do you got at that corner?
All right, which corner? Oh, okay, right there, where the hand is.
So that MI2, which is on the outside of the wall, we have it listed over. That is annual.
Annual color?
208
Outside the wall.
Is it irrigated?
That I don't know.
So, and what's the MC? Can you walk me through it? What's the MC?
So we have all these listed up here on the right.
Yeah, it says irrigation should be installed.
Okay.
Perfect. Yeah, we had a local landscape architect design all of this for us.
Oh, yeah, there's a whole section there that says irrigation concept with 5 points. The entire.
Is that, but is that on the outside of the wall, can you put irrigation?
Technically, in the city of Alpharetta, you can't have irrigation in the way.
But everybody does it.
But I don't think that's right away.
Okay.
I mean, their property line
Oh, yeah.
talks like it's, it's back there. This was a Brookside overlay kind of area that was done with all the parks, so it may already be irrigated outside the property lines,
But it doesn't work.
but it doesn't.
It's on a precipitation and sensory plan.
You can't drip annuals. Is the city happy with annuals? I'm not.
I have no preference. It's up to you. You're the expert.
It says all non-term.
We were just given the comment to plant something nice out there, but if there's something you would like,
I think there's the opportunity to do something that's evergreen, maybe evergreen flowering, highlight that wall. The Bloomberg is okay, but it goes away in the winter. Is it full sun? It looks like it probably is. There's just opportunity to do something better than just that, It could be taller than the wall, and that part doesn't really matter.
Yeah, the wall's really
The
short.
wall shakes anyway.
Well, there's the wall.
Yeah, it's not very tall if you're trying to.
It's a very short
You're
wall,
trying to
yeah.
highlight it, well,
Looks like it could use a little pressure washing in this.
I think there's opportunity there to do a little layering, there's
Okay.
opportunity to do something a little bit more than annual color. I'm not convinced the annual color is gonna survive,
okay?
and I think it's, what'll end up happening is it'll end up looking like it does right now, over time.
Understood.
And then can you walk me through parking lot trees, is what came up? You shared the comments, Brett, as far as David's?
Yeah.
So what did we end up doing in the parking lots? With the parking lot trees?
So we have a lot of existing trees that we're keeping. The comment that we received was to replace some of the red maples, I believe, which we had our landscape architect update. And I believe it's mainly these, over in these end islands, just to the west of the store.
So the comment was, come up with a different variety of tree. One, the ordinance requires it for one. I don't know how that breakdown comes in, but, you know, you've got willow oaks at the external along the street. You've got new willow oaks going in along the street. You've got willow oaks going in the parking lot. See where I'm going?
I do understand where you're going.
There's, the ordinance alone dictates you can't have more than 40% of one species.
Okay.
So, did he see that? Was that stuff sent by David, Brett? It doesn't look like it.
I mean, yeah.
So we need to come up with a different internal canopy tree for this parking lot.
Oaks and no, they got not all oaks interior.
Yeah, we've got to, oaks and oaks isn't gonna hit the ordinance either.
Okay.
And aren't we gonna need some more islands? Because we go, why?
Because they're not doing LDP.
They're not doing an LDP. Okay.
This is true.
Because they're not changing the footprint, is that the?
Changing the footprint.
They're removing the coolers, changing the footprint.
It's not enough to require an LDP.
Okay.
Staff comfortable with looking at this?
Yeah, David
You want it?
was supposed to give me some, but he's, I don't know, he may be on a tree hugging.
Tree seminars.
We'll get you some comments from staff about maybe what
Okay.
he recommends.
Yeah.
What's the
Put in those
existing
parking lot
dumpster
items
look like?
where you're-
Perfect.
And he put some stuff in his comments.
Let's see,
like
where
some
is that?
ash and
It's in the back.
I don't know if I got them.
Get back in,
Side,
get
the
back
other
in there.
diagonal.
all right.
Yeah, I took all the comments
Straight
we
back.
received and
Okay.
went through them with our landscape architect.
All right.
I thought it was back.
Right there, maybe. Oh, yeah, right here. Yeah, it's right by that, right there.
William, one comment about the upper right corner of this site plan. There's a note that existing hollies are to remain in the mass that they're in.
I probably paint it the dark color probably.
I would request that your landscape architect looked at that mass and not allow it to look like something tired that's been forgotten, because
Understood.
that mass looks kind of irregular, and just to make sure that's tidy.
Right. Okay. Absolutely.
Okay. Any other landscaping questions? I did notice that we've got a dumpster enclosure to look at or consider. There's an, it's in the, kind of the back rear.
No,
Oh,
it's
it's
there.
existing.
Oh, where it says dumpster.
So that probably just needs to be painted to match the building.
Yes, and does it have some gates and stuff on it?
As of, well, this is November 2018, so
That will be required to be screened.
so this is 4 years old, so,
Well, we were given a comment to add some screening to the dumpster on the backside with the landscaping, which we did update the plan to show that.
Okay. All right, good. And then you got a monument sign.
Correct.
Well, yeah. I was looking at the monument sign. That's kind of outboard. Where is your monument sign located or being proposed to be located?
In the same location.
Where's the same location?
We could pull back up that survey.
The monument sign. Or the monument sign's being proposed to be in the same location as the existing one. So that's what's being proposed. Now, where's the,
If we could zoom in.
Oh, it's right here. Down in the corner. Right there.
okay, so that's the proposed location, although, yeah, what's the landscaping look like right there? to the new land. We need to get to the new landscaping plan,
Right.
I guess, rather than the,
It's a tree island right there. I don't think there's anything in it.
Where's the sign? It's not saying, sign not shown on the drawing?
It's shown on the survey, it's not shown on the landscape plan.
so, and it's proposed as being 10 feet tall. What's along, what do we have along there already? Everything, well, everything much,
Actually, I don't know if it's been through,
the Brooks,
I don't know that it's
Yeah.
been through Brookside's design yet, because it should change likely to
yeah.
To a smaller monument?
the upright one, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a specifics for the base and the upright,
Okay.
but this was its location right here.
Okay. All right, anything else we need to see, talk about? Are you changing any of the site lighting that's there now?
No,
Leaving all that as is, okay?
that's correct.
All right. Okay, so we've got exterior elevations, materials and colors, we've got landscaping, and then we kind of got the dumpster enclosure. Do we need to do something with the monument sign, Brett? Is that within our purview or jurisdiction, or?
Yeah, let's just do the building side. I'll give the
Oh,
monument
okay.
to Brookside.
And those aren't those directional stuff, so that's gonna be Brett's. So let's look at the building sign though, quickly. We haven't addressed that. And then I'll ask for any public comment.
Mr. Owens? Your comment on which specifically was your comment related to on the existing material?
There's a mass of hollies behind the,
It's right above the wall.
the curved retaining wall. And
Okay.
it's shown as sort of an odd shape.
Right.
I won't call it a blob, but it's sort of an odd shape. It was just requesting that be cleaned up, make sure it's cleaned up and consistent.
Okay. So internal of that wall?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, sorry. Going back to the building sign, there was nothing in the package I downloaded about the building sign. So can you, so you must have updated it.
No, it's the second. Go to the next page. No, it's missing yours.
It's not in my package that I downloaded.
Yeah, I haven't updated, we haven't updated this packet at all. So,
It's in mine,
anybody
When
else
did
see this page?
you download yours?
before we met, so.
I downloaded, that's interesting.
Is that the sign?
That's
on-
bizarre.
That is bizarre.
Packet's got it, so.
Go down, go down.
Richard had one jump ship.
I'm showing it 3.0, but I'm
Interesting.
Okay,
looking at what's on the iPad.
okay.
So the sign, the building sign, channel letters, facelit, pan channel letters.
Well, do you want us to look at the signage, or are you gonna do that, Brett?
It's up to you guys. You can do either or. Here, so you can look at it or, I can.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any immediate objections to anything I see, so
Okay.
we can leave it to.
All right,
So
very
we don't
good.
need to do anything on signs, no.
It's gonna look, yeah, it'll look good.
Okay.
Just as a general comment, I'm pleased to see that Chipotle is putting a store in a standalone instead of on the strip along
Right.
Windward that's hard to get in and out of.
Right.
Yeah, you got it.
And then I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you, Rich. All right, is there any public comment about this application? Any public comment? No public comment, all right, very good.
All right.
All right, let's,
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 220043 Chipotle, motion to approve the elevation of materials with the following conditions. Applicant will submit the details of the window film to staff for approval, including which windows will have film and which won't have film, if any. Applicant will submit the building light fixtures to staff for final approval. The dumpster enclosure will be painted the darker building color. And staff will review and approve the condition of the dumpster doors. Since we don't have a photo of that to see what that looks like. End of motion.
I'll second.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Rocco. Any comments or questions about the motion on the floor? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Very good. All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Landscaping.
Let's give a couple more.
Take a stab at it.
Okay.
Compared to my last motion I tried to make. I'll make a motion on DRB 220043 Chipotle, landscaping. We conditionally approve landscaping, but it shall be approved or reviewed by staff based on the following comments. Corner landscaping shall be updated from what was submitted today based on our comments. The existing hollies shall be reviewed with staff for viability and possible replacement. Internal trees shall also be reviewed. Landscaping around the monument side needs to be added, and the screening of the dumpster enclosure. End of motion.
I second. Owens?
Okay, motion by Mr. Corkle, a second by Mr. Owens. Any questions or comments about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 7-0. All right.
Katie put up both hands.
Yes. Yeah. Very good. Thank you, William, for your time this morning. Okay.
How can we get a break?
Well, we got 30 minutes until lunch. You think we can squeeze in Windward Commons? Is Windward Commons here?
I think we can do it in 30 minutes.
Love the confidence.
All right, let's go ahead and do, next applicant will be Windward Commons, IVT Windward Commons. So come on down or come on up.
I think we're doing that in 30 minutes. Huh?
I hope so, or we lose Katie at 2 o'clock, so.
I got
All right.
4 packs here of paint samples. They're labeled too, so you'll be able to.
We can send them on down that way.
Yeah.
I'm a plant guy.
Yeah, no problem.
Guy.
Defer to the board member to my right on all building colors.
Yeah, there is a lot of colors here.
Okay, if you will speak into the microphone, introduce yourself this morning, and tell us what we have in our packets today, please.
Yeah, happy Friday, board. It's the, yep, that one right there. My name's Jason Price with InvenTrust. And I'm really pleased. Brett gave me some, it's good to see you in person, Brett, gave me some great feedback when he and I spoke about the original proposal that you guys reviewed. Since that proposal, I've made some updates that you don't have that will be in this presentation. That pretty much is directly in line with your feedback that you spoke about this morning. We recognize that, well, for us, a big driver of this project, as you spoke earlier, is the DOT wall that has been pleasantly built on the outside of our center. One of our concerns is that, it's blocking a lot of our natural exposure from the street. So we took, kind of that as a catalyst to improve the shopping experience of the center through some aesthetic improvements via painting. Having said that, as you'll see, and we'll kind of go through here, kind of the presentation, you guys are familiar with the location of the property, right there in North Main Street and Woodward Parkway. And as I, just spoke about, the purpose is to kind of improve the experience given the limitations that the wall now kind of presents. The good thing about this new proposal is that we're not going to be painting any brick. Brett stressed that was something that might be of a concern to the board. And in speaking, kind of more internally about it, and with Kroger, who's a great partner of ours, this proposal will not have any brick being painted. So that'll be one big change that hopefully will be a little bit easier pill for y'all to swallow. And we'll kind of just take it from the Ippolito side of the property. So you can kind of see in the new renderings, those brick columns that were previously painted in your original presentation are not painted any longer. The main things that are going to be painted is just an improvement on the stucco, the molding, the mullions, a little bit of the roof, and kind of just the trim. And so you can see too on the PowerPoint that I'm showing, it has P1, PT5, PT3 next to those kind of labels, and I wrote on the paint sample kind of what that corresponds to. And yeah, I can keep going. I just don't want to rush it, or I don't know what pace you guys want me to.
They're basically just repainting what's painted already.
Yeah, there might be slight, like it might be, it's a little bit more of a creamy or white. It's not as, and some of the existing trim is white. We're going to be painting that maybe like the iron ore, the gray, or the black. So you can kind of see it's very minimal, but we feel that it'll be a nice kind of facelift to the existing facade that hasn't been improved in some time from a paint perspective.
All right, so on this, just looking at this facade then, P1, for everybody, is this sort of light color. So P1 is sort of the light color we can see in here, right, is P1?
Yep.
On the photo. Okay, so that one. And then what's the next one? P5?
Yep, so the mullions are that P5, I believe that's the...
Very, very dark.
Yep.
I'm being Vanna here, so if anybody...
Thank you, Frank.
Oh, you got one over there?
You're doing a great job, Frank, yeah.
All right, P5, there you go. So, and then what's the next one? So
The roof paint is P3.
P3 is the roof, so that's a lighter gray.
I got this wing.
So quick question on the roof then.
Sure.
There's shingled roof, there's a shingled roof over the Ippolito's main entry, and then there's a standing seam metal roof.
Right.
So are you touching the asphalt shingle roofs?
Yeah, so it would be the there's a little bit of a metal joint between the shingles and the trim. I believe that's what they were talking about. I don't think they're going to paint the actual shingles,
Okay,
right?
So shingles are staying as they're
Right,
as they
yeah,
are. Okay.
yeah.
It's the standing seam metal roof.
Yes, exactly.
Right. What that was P3, which is a dark color anyway. Okay.
Yeah, so this one, on this page, there's 1, 3, 4, and 5.
Yep, only one. There is some 2 on the paint supports.
The 2, okay.
Yep.
1, 3, 4, and 5, so these 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are being
represented here, yeah.
This.
And as we go further along, the other ones will kind of come out.
So I guess you're taking when you do this, you're taking all the existing building signage down.
Yeah, so we were talking with the painters about that. The most of the signs are pretty easily mountable and removable. It just depends on the sign. Each sign, some of it's needed, some of it's not. If they need to clean behind it first, they'll do that. But yeah,
Okay.
it depends on the sign.
So this one, the storefront too, it's not labeled. Is that the P2 also?
Where are you seeing that?
Well, the storefront there is painted to at the lower level.
Oh, yeah, yes. So that, I think that they just didn't draw the line. That's going to be the same as the paint stucco.
Same as the other body.
Right.
Okay. All right. Any questions about this, where we are right now on the pictures?
No.
Okay.
Color. I just love that there's so much color.
Okay.
No one's presenting colors like this on strip malls.
This kind of is expanded a little bit down further. This is where the first kind of non-neutral color comes out. So you can see kind of under the Huntington Learning Center, which is that first section that's kind of raised out right here. That wood cladding PT6 is that green, I believe, is that first number 6, and then you can kind of see it coming down and kind of in front of this D1 training here.
So that's all the PT6 under there.
Yeah, it looks like they might have not, and this is from the architect, they might have, one of our goals is to create some natural separation or uniqueness for each of the storefronts, so it kind of pops a little bit instead of just kind of blends together. Some of that idea was to paint different colors on the underneath the overhang along the storefronts. So you have that green there, and I believe that's that blue under the D1 training, which you'll see when we kind of, I think in the next photo, it shows a little bit better. Am I good to keep going?
So that's PT 6 there at the Huntington Learning Center for the.
Right.
Okay, all right.
So, went the wrong way, sorry. So yeah, so you can see that the PT 8 is that blue underneath the D1 section. So that, and that neighbors up to the Huntington Learning Center on the left-hand side in the previous slide. So you can see it kind of, there's a natural separator here of like the windows that won't be painted, so
P6 and P8 are right up against each other?
yes, but there's a column, you can kind of see where the mouse is here, that does kind of naturally separate it, that brick.
Well, but why does, I mean, on here, it looks like it's a cream color in between them. Is that not the case?
No, they're changing that.
This is that underhang? Oh, yeah, that might be, I'm sorry, I misspoke. The Huntington Learning Center is the green, there's Leslie's Pool and Supplies between them, that is not going to be, that will be the same cream color.
That will also be the green color.
The cream, I'm
Cream.
sorry, yeah.
Cream.
So
That's going to be cream.
what's the same as the P1? Yeah,
Snowbound.
yeah.
And then the columns here would still be the red brick.
Remaining the brick, correct.
Okay. All right, then we got D, the D1 has the PT8.
Yep, that blue.
All right.
So then, wrapping around,
corner.
I'm trying to go the right way on the mouse here. So yeah, so it wraps around here. This is one of those corners, again, keeping the column, the brick, not touching the brick. The trim, the roof, everything that was the same at the other corner at Ippolito's. And then this is kind of a nice shot down underneath the overhang. This is, again, this is the D1 going down, so the D1 will be painted, and then the P1 color, that snow color, will be on the neighboring tenant there.
It's Lynn's.
And, yep.
Yummy.
Chinese cuisine.
Lens is delicious.
Yep. And so in the original photo, in the original presentation, we were painting this entire brick, and so we're no longer doing that. You can see there is a tenant between Lynn's and this Discover Staffing and D1 that is not being painted. That's still being painted that P1 color. And then we were proposing to do that, carry that green over that P5 underneath Lynn's.
6.
Oh, is that 6?
6?
Wait, I thought that was P8.
One there says
No.
wood cladding P6. Second.
Oh, yep, P6. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Green, that's the green color.
Yep, the green color. That was underneath the Huntington
Image.
Learning Center.
Okay.
Yeah. Earlier.
So, wait,
Oh.
hold it. So you have the blue, and then you have green, and then snowbound, and then green again?
Well, wait till you get, yeah.
Correct. Yep.
That's right, they're putting.
So it's gone green, snow mount, blue, snow mount,
Yep.
green so far, wrapping around that D1 corner.
Like a checkerboard. It's gonna look like a checkerboard.
It's a bit much, yeah.
Well, you won't see, unless, because there's a corner that wraps around at 90 degrees, you won't really see that pattern, unless you're
Not a fan of those two.
really standing on the corner, I guess.
That one I like.
Green.
That one I like.
And I don't like the orange by itself, but I don't mind it like that, with that
So
color.
that view that's up on screen right now,
Yeah.
so are both of the outside colors underneath that roof system the same?
So the existing photos down here on the left, so yeah, it looks like they have,
No, I'm talking about the wall colors.
the green here?
So that green is the same as the outside green on the other side?
Correct. Well, yeah, it's the same, the storefront underneath the overhang. It's the same spot, just the previous one, I can go back, the previous one was at the Huntington Learning Center here, so you can kind of see it here.
I can't, but.
Is that, can you go back to that, the line? So the one on the right, isn't that also part of Lynn's?
Yes,
Because I thought you said you were trying to delineate each
tenant.
tenant. So in that case, that's not happening here because Lynn's is part of that area too.
To me, that whole system belongs to what the roof is dictating above it.
Yeah,
That
you
whole-
can't switch colors under there, though.
Exactly, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely paint it all the same color or not do Discover staffing and paint, I think, again, they were, symmetry is usually
I
attractive
think
and that's
under
probably
the
what they were
roof,
going for.
that's gotta
But,
It would look
but yeah, we could certainly do that either all green or all the snow white and,
See, that's existing,
Yeah.
and it's all the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it needs to be, under that covered overhang area, it needs to be the same, whatever that,
yeah, that's fine.
just what is it?
I actually like
Also not sure it goes with that.
better than this. If we're going to approve green, I like it better with the regular brick versus this. I don't.
No, well, that's what painting the brick, so,
Correct. So I
yeah, they're
prefer
not,
them not to paint it.
oh, not to paint
The
the,
brick, I like that.
yes,
Keep
well,
that,
and
right?
they're keeping the brick, so they're not painting. All right, it's just a question. with the-
Should I keep going or do you have any more questions on this?
I'm personally struggling with the green color, but,
Okay.
yeah, I like your blue color. I like that.
I think the green will come out okay, because it's gonna be in shadow most of the time.
Yeah, maybe it'll look.
Yeah, the
darker
green
on-
also looks, I feel like it'll look good with the brick, like it complements the brick color nicely, but,
Think so?
that,
Actually said just the opposite.
yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm open to feedback for
Well, it's
sure.
kind of an orangey colored brick, right? So I don't know.
Little bit, yeah.
Or orange and green, I don't know. It's, I wouldn't do it, but
So the brick is almost the color of that one paint color.
like this terracotta, yeah,
Right?
yeah.
It's almost- Is that a true statement? Your brick's almost kind of this color?
It's lighter, it's a little bit more orangey probably, but, whereas the terracotta has that brown in it a little bit, but.
Are you proposing to add these little polka dot things, or is it that way already? On the screen, the blue kind of on either side of Lynn's on the top, right below the roof?
Talking about the medallions?
Yeah. Are those?
Oh,
painted?
these right here?
Or you're proposing?
So they're already existing. It doesn't look like they are
They're already that
changing.
color.
Yeah, I think they're just gray. They're already colored. You can see on the photo on the left a little bit.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Because even like this, these are all, that must already be there.
Well, and they're gonna leave them there, so
Yeah.
at least they're consistent throughout the
Right.
center then. Okay. All right, I think we're still struggling with what the,
Yeah, I mean, I can go back to the design architects and work with Brett on just getting a different color blessed. I mean, if the green is a big struggle for you guys.
what if that was a little darker? Just
Yeah, I think if it was a darker color.
More
Dark.
like,
I think just being in shadow is gonna
this
make it
is a
darker
really
myself.
rich blue. It needs to be like a rich green. Like
Yeah,
an
it's more of a
emerald-
rich,
like an
yeah, I
emerald.
agree. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is bright versus rich, I think.
a little deeper, something, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
I'm struggling with the green, but,
Donald
but,
would
yeah, it is gonna look different in shadow, but it's,
Whoever has to respond to Donald.
Okay, all right, let's keep going
Yep.
to the right. Keep moving.
So
over.
again, there's,
Like that green.
this was where they had proposed to do the terracotta, kind of in the middle here. And outside of that, it's just the trim, not touching the brick.
I like the terracotta better against the dark.
That is a situation where those two colors
Screen.
are, yes, Katie. And you could create an accent in that opening with a different color.
And when you say two colors, you mean the brick and the terracotta or the?
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
Paint, instead of the terracotta, use another color in there that would complement that in an accenting way.
Sure. Yeah, I think their goal with adding the third color is get some sort of layering, but I agree with you. It's probably a little too close to the brick.
yeah, now that you're not painting the brick.
Right, yeah, exactly, yeah. So yeah, we can definitely change that.
Maybe that blue color.
What would it
That's all there now, right, isn't?
Oh, it is.
Leave the other brick, but just to paint that in the dark, and then pull it, if you do the terracotta, it almost pulls the brick together.
Mr. Sam, paint what?
So, what if you were to paint that brick, just that part of the brick, this color? How they propose
Oh, I
it,
see.
leave the other brick, and then the terracotta color almost pulls together the brick. Holly, did you see that?
What
It'd just
about
be
the
the only
brick?
painted brick in
What
the
if-
whole
What
center.
if just that part was painted? Like what's on the screen now, what if that was painted with the orange color underneath?
Which part?
So what if, instead of what's on the screen, it
Right.
looked like this?
You're saying paint the brick.
Paint just that part of the brick.
Well, if you're not gonna paint, I wouldn't paint any of the brick. I mean, if you're not gonna paint other brick, I wouldn't just paint that
Then
brick.
paint, just
Because
paint
where's the breaking point? Where do you stop painting?
I think we just changed the terracotta color that they're proposing in that.
Because, I mean, the columns on the ends go all the way to the top, so where do you stop the paint?
Well, they painted it all, like in the proposed, see in the proposed, it's all painted.
Yeah, but, yeah. I think it would be better just to paint, to change this, because I don't think this is an attractive color at all, anywhere.
And this is the only place the color is, they have this color, right? So are you using this terracotta anywhere else in the center?
No, that's the
That
main area.
little bay windowed kind of
Yep.
recessed area.
I
Yep.
love it with the dark. This is what I was showing. I love
It,
that.
I think that they didn't change it after, because we had asked them, that was the original proposal. We went back to the architects and said, hey, scrap the brick, and I think they just left it. But, yeah,
outside of this, I don't think it looks right.
sure, yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yes, good point.
I don't think it looks.
Yep.
Isn't that color?
Yeah, we can change that color to something lighter, or more balanced with the brick.
My opinion, like that color, I don't like either of these two colors.
I hear you, yeah.
Yeah. So if, I mean, a different shade of green might be okay. I don't know what you do with this. Maybe you don't have this. And
Yeah, and maybe
Just
three
get a-
colors, we can just stick with two.
Get a
Yeah.
different shade of green and
Okay. And just moving forward, as you can see the Kroger side, I know that you had talked about wanting to keep those columns. We're doing that again, but by not painting any brick. Still looking to do the trim, including up top here and here, and doing some sort of improvement. I don't know if it's going to be vinyl or paint or something, but to get these kind of older looking tile window things in the middle.
That's glass block.
Or, yeah, I'm not 100% sure, because we have to work with Kroger, and Kroger's been throwing out a couple things on what to do, and maybe we don't do anything with that in the short term and address it, maybe down the road a little bit. But the main thing is just painting the mullions and the trim here, new trash cans and stuff like that. And then this is the last rendering. You can see just it extends down. This strip matches the plan for the rest of the mirroring side of the center. Nothing different. We're going to have that blue right here along these storefronts here.
And greenery.
I'm sorry, going back to Kroger, you said you have to get permission from Kroger to do it?
No, not necessarily permission. We just like to be good partners with them and
Okay.
do something that we both feel good about. Yeah, don't like to piss off Kroger,
on the store.
They are an anchor.
You got the paint colors.
Yeah.
Just don't even touch the storefront.
Yeah, and that's pretty much
Bring that back when they know what it is.
it.
Yeah,
But I don't know what we do about the other two colors.
well, this one and that one.
Yeah.
Did I miss
It's
it where
almost-
this color was
But
going?
we have these other two colors figured.
That P1, or is that the?
This is P7.
Yeah, let's look.
It's the only one that I
Just a
didn't.
paint job there, no urgency to this. Right.
Okay.
That might have been one that was in the original design, because I got these samples weeks ago, and they might have taken it out. So, yeah, it looks like they took it out. Yeah, me either.
Okay,
Yep.
just want to make sure I wasn't,
Thanks for pointing that out, yeah.
although I like this color.
Yeah, take it home.
What'd you say, there's no P7 anywhere? Is that what you,
Yeah, that's what yeah.
oh,
I think that was something that was in the original design, because I had gotten these samples a while ago, and
That one's
Yeah, I
gone.
don't
That
even
was-
see it in the one.
Discard that, like playing cards.
okay.
Okay.
So, I mean, I guess this is probably a deferral until we can get alternatives for this.
Yeah, so the only thing I'll say is just we would like to paint it this year. I know some of that might be temperature related, so I don't know if there's a way that we could work with staff on blessing for new painting colors. Or I mean, I'm happy to come back. I just want to, try to see what we can do to get it done.
Well, let's see, so I think these are the two the terracotta, P9
Yeah.
and P6 are the ones that we have maybe some concerns about.
Yep.
Sounds like.
I think these actually look good together, even though you don't have P7 in there. But-
Well, P7's out, so
Yeah.
then what if you just don't use the P9, the terracotta? 'Cause
Yeah, that's
only-
what we were talking about earlier. That's
so
fine.
Discard that one, and that becomes one of those other colors, the other 6 or 7 colors that are left. And then you get maybe a deeper or richer or more
I think we
something.
need to approve it, because too dark is not gonna look right.
Right.
Okay.
I don't mind that green, but I understand if other people don't, but I would say not to just say go do a darker green, because it could really
Okay.
look,
You could come out with a hunter green, or you could come out with I don't know.
and then you're, yeah.
Are you controlling it or is he?
So,
I can give it back to you.
No, I was gonna say, can you put it back to the green part, the green and blue parts?
Oh, like at the beginning? Like here?
Yeah, I mean, is that what the green would look like? I mean, it doesn't, because it looks pretty deep there, because it's in the shadows.
yes.
Sorry, I'm losing my voice.
So here was another, it was also under the lens, I think.
Oh, wait, that's the blue, though.
There's the green.
There's the green.
Would it look bad to go
well,
blue?
Trying to get some reasonable light on it, right? Yeah, put that
Why not just do blue? We know we like the blue.
Pushing your luck now.
Or are they pretty set on having a green?
No, we're set on improving the paint of the center
Yeah.
and not necessarily, like, Inventrust did not pick out these colors, right? They were proposed to us by our design architects. So I know for us, the most important thing is doing the improvement, so.
I wonder what it would
do.
look like to do blue in both of those spots, because if you look at Hand and Stone and Results PT, they have blue in their signs, so like, I don't think blue would look bad under there.
Wait, where are you talking about? We're looking at lens.
That would be blue,
Oh.
and
Oh, okay.
that would be blue,
So turn the green ones blue.
the
Or
green and the
one
orange.
blue and the terracotta blue.
Just all blue, yeah.
Okay, so that gets rid of the green then.
Yeah.
So we don't
And
have
terracotta.
no terracotta, no green, and no whatever that light.
The P7, yeah,
Blue essentially is the color.
correct, yeah.
So we just got rid of P6, we just got rid of P7, and we just got rid of P8, right?
P9.
Blue will be too dark
Or
unless
not,
it's in the shadows.
9.
But that's me.
So P9 and P6 become P4, or no,
P8.
P8. So 9 and 6 become 8.
I mean, I get that y'all want to like
And 6.
delineate each
That's- Yeah, I like that.
tenant, but
It
you
is.
also want it to look like a cohesive
consistent.
center too.
Good.
And if you
Yeah.
have all these different colors, it just, and then you
Otherwise-
got colors and
Yeah, I
signs,
agree.
and it just,
Good on the color.
Yeah, I hear you, yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
All right,
I think
before we get any further to a motion, is
we
there any?
also, is there anything else, or is that it?
The
That is
trash
just
cans.
paint colors.
Yeah, so in the original proposal, I think they had said new lamp posts. We're going to push that down the road just because there's a lot more that goes into that. And so this application is just paint,
Just
not brick.
Just paint, okay.
Yep.
They may choose to not change the lighting after these changes.
Yeah, we want to see how it looks and also, where our dollars best spent right now, things like that.
And that storefront change, if they decide to do that,
Right.
that'll have to come
And
back.
then how about the great wall of DOT out there?
Yeah, so
Real quick, so site furnishings is not part of this?
Like no trash
Lighting-
cans.
lighting is not part of it. The trash cans we might look to improve, but it would just be it would just be a new trash can.
I think we get to look at it, right?
Yeah.
Or staff does, somebody gets to look at it.
I mean, because
Yeah, I can work with you if we're doing that. Again, I think that was in the nice to have bucket. if it's going to delay the program at all, we probably would push it to next year or something.
Okay,
Benches out there you're changing out, any of that
Nope, nope, just paint.
just paint,
Delay, it would just need to be approved.
Yeah.
okay. And then,
The Great Wall.
oh, yeah.
Oh, the
Talk
wall,
about-
yeah. So with the wall, that's not something that we're probably going to be, again, that's a similar situation where there's a lot that goes into it. We talked about if there is opportunity to promote community or a center city like that's probably a larger discussion. The wall is also not completely finished yet. They're still like doing some minor, so it's just not, it's an idea that we wanted to just like, hey, just so you guys, know as we're moving forward with it, trying to improve the center. But at this time, I don't have a pitch to
I
get
think it needs
approval
to
for
stay
that.
on the radar.
Yeah.
Because it's a great opportunity for something,
Yeah.
rather than a gray wall.
I think he's just planting a seed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ready for the next time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And also, I agree with you that I don't know why they designed it like it was Miami. It's a little loud. But we'll work on that with them. So,
It is good to talk about putting lipstick on the pig because
Right.
there are different ways to do that.
correct. Yeah. So yes, that's pretty much all I have for you guys. Any more questions?
All right, very good. Well,
So
then,
it's,
I
we're
think we do.
down at these.
Yeah. All right, do we have any public comment for this application? Any public comment?
If you dare.
There is no public comment. All right, very good. All right, somebody want to craft a motion?
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 220041, IVT Windward Commons. Motion to approve the building paint colors as submitted today with the following changes. The portions of the building that were presented as P9 terracotta and P6 jadeite will be painted P8 seaworthy instead. And a motion.
Okay.
Second,
All right, a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Palmer. Any comments or questions about the motion?
P9, P6, go to P8.
P9 and
Yes.
P6 go to P8, right?
That's right. All right, any further comments or questions? There be none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Very good. Thank you for your time, Jason.
Appreciate you all. And we got done on time. That was good.
Lunchtime. Okay,
Caught up, huh?
very good. Speaking of lunch, we'll take a 30-minute recess to grab something to eat, and we'll be back here at 12:30. All right, 30-minute recess.
Richard, you think we're on time for 2 o'clock this morning?
We're doing better than I predicted.
Could be close.
People ask you.
Could be close.
Well, we had to catch up because somebody
All right,
took
we
a
have an-
really long time on that first one.
We have an hour and a half. We're gonna have an hour and a half, so when we,
We had to step out because I wasn't
Pack-
here last time.
pack
See
it.
what happens? It all falls
All I
apart.
know is Robina and Ligustros.
Hey, I know Laura Pipeline,
Oh, I'm a Laura Pipeline too. And Tulips.
and I can recognize that.
so we got an hour and a half left for Taco Bell and
So did
I'll know more in a little while. I doubt it, but see where it goes. Interesting project. Brett, what do you need from us in this? You pull up our presentation right here.
You have a thumb drive?
We do.
You need to pull it up and you guys run it. You got a thumb drive? You do that in house. I'll pull it up on my computer and then try it. Okay?
On or off. I can't read.
Okay, which file? Go from there? Should be on E.
Right. It's a little lag on the mouse. There we go.
You know which file on E?
Yes. It's, you can open up,
Archive or context or?
you can open up architectural and then I have the landscape and civil.
This one?
Sure.
You can have these if you want them. Like you used to do, Grace. Everybody do some deep knee bends now, and jumping jacks and deep knee bends. I've been tracking things. Have you? I guess I'm winning so far.
But you know what? You only had.
I don't usually.
We have a set of files.
I usually let somebody else do that bit. That's why I jumped in on that one. I went, I have to have a second. I haven't done it in a long time.
Okay, so everybody.
Oh boy, okay, we are.
Okay, let's end our recess this morning, or now this afternoon. Let's end our recess and get going with the next applicant. And so our next applicant is going to be Northwind's Summit Office Building. Looks like you're here getting set up. We'll give you a minute or two to finish your setup.
Trying to get used to the mouse here.
There you go. Yeah, they're all a little different.
Yeah, this one's really jumpy.
It might work better without the pad.
You think? Yeah, it does, kind of.
The mouse pad. Usually that works better with the mouse.
Well, why don't you try?
So Brett, from the last applicant, do you want our paint samples? Do you have some? Okay. All right, very good.
More?
Yeah.
You guys can hang those up in a room.
We have an extra P6 and P8.
No, it's P9. Or
That's why the P6 and P8 are extra.
I'm going to ask before.
Okay, you ready?
I think so.
You think so?
I do have a quick question, though. Would you like us to go through the site components first?
I'll tell you that for just a minute. So if you will make sure you introduce yourself this morning, or this afternoon now, use the microphones, and then, yeah, if you'll walk us through the application, let's start with the site plan.
All right, sounds good.
Perfect.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean McClendon. I'm a principal with Cooper Carey. Our location, 191 Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Georgia, 30303. This afternoon, I'm joined with Jordan Crawford. He's one of our associates at Cooper Carey. I'm also joined by Francis Land with Pope and Land Enterprises, Scott Samuel with Haynes Gibson and Associates, our civil engineer, and Chris Mutter with HCOR, our landscape architect. And we as a team have been working on a variety of projects together with Pope and Land, originally with Northwinds, and now at Northwind Summit, which is the 24-acre parcel that came through zoning back, I want to say 2016, wasn't it? We've delivered the first office building, which was 3,000 Summit Place, about 3 years ago. And we're here to present today a new office phase, 2,000 Summit Place, which is about an 80,000 square foot, 5-story building, right at the corner of Summit Place and Haynesbridge Road. And so let's go ahead and flip this over, and I'm going to ask Scott to come on up and walk through the site plan aspects. Chris will present the landscape portion, and then Jordan and I can follow with the architectural presentation and renderings and material selections.
Perfect. Good.
And Jordan, are the, scroll to the next one, like the next sheet. There we go. Okay. All right. Good afternoon. As these guys mentioned here, we are several phases of the project that we've been in here before. The 3,000 building that Sean referenced here as well. Multifamily that was delivered and I believe opened beginning of last year. The condo project over on the far end over here that we went through DRB probably 2 years ago. That will be coming to life here hopefully soon. And as you mentioned, we're specifically talking about the office component right here at the corner with Haynesbridge Road. Little enlargement of the project here. Traffic would come in through the main intersection here off Haynesbridge Road, come to our first private intersection here, and driveway connection right about this area here, coming to some underground parking on the ground floor. Sean will probably get into the layout of the building a little bit more, but entry lobby over here on the northeast corner with tenants coming from the parking deck, surface parking down the private drive, and some parking underneath the building as well. Too clear, but I'll show some of the utilities from this aspect. We have stub outs of water and sanitary over here on the east corner of the project. Some underground storm drainage and infiltration areas out here in this little courtyard area. Gas service coming from off of Haynesbridge Road over here. And electrical service coming through infrastructure line that went through the project. I believe it comes down the Alpha Loop. I should probably mention that as well. If y'all remember, the Alpha Loop runs through this project, as you can kind of see here, and kind of some of the hatched areas through here. The Alpha Loop comes right through on this side of the project and borders our project here as well. As far as the underground electrical power, there's a transformer over here in this area. Some of the grading. Grading-wise, there's a high point up here at the intersection. The building itself and its ground floor will probably be 10 to 12 feet below the elevation here at the intersection. And as you can see with these contour lines, it goes down as well on Haynes Bridge. We end up being pretty close to on grade here on the northwest area here, pretty much on level with the ground floor of the building. So also coming down from this intersection through our site to this main intersection here as well, to where the bottom floor of this of our office building is close to the same elevation here as the restaurant and multifamily right across the street. And as mentioned before, this area here, you can see the small boxes of underground infiltration area to handle the runoff reduction. The rest of, if you remember this project, the rest of the stormwater development is handled by this large existing pond and lake out here. It handles most of the peak flow detentions, a little bit of the water quality, but most of the water quality and all the runoff reduction will be handled in that little infiltration area there in that courtyard area underground.
So Scott, can you zoom into that infiltration area that
Yes, sir.
you mentioned just to show us?
Shows it more clearly here. So it's this area in here.
All right, so that's where the water is kind of heading to and then being.
Correct.
filtered and
We have roof leaders that come off the north side of the building is collected, and little area drains. It all gets routed around the building, and right about this area here, peak flows are diverted into the infrastructure system. The smaller runoff reduction flows are diverted over to that area for the infiltration. So that way it's a way of handling the peak flows to bypass this area. The smaller flows are routed over to the infiltration area.
Okay.
So each phase of this development was required to have infiltration on its parcel, to where the whole master development has the peak flow at that lake down there. And that was kind of like a regional inline pond that was designed for overall north winds many, many years ago.
Okay.
To that end, the collection on the front of the building, the front yard, so to speak.
If you'll speak into the
Oh, sorry.
mic. Thank you.
Yeah, Brandon.
And there's a
The front
hand
yard, so to speak, of the building, keep in mind that the grade is following the road relationship. At the four-way intersection to the right of the building, you've gone down a story, you've gone down 10 feet, so you're passing back uphill to Haynes Bridge. So the grade is collecting the water for him and taking it down there. It's also bearing the utility. Sorry.
That's all right.
Okay.
I'll let it relay on to the landscape architecture.
Well, let's see. Are there any other civil questions? Like civil questions? You mentioned, I see another transformer in the kind of the opposite diagonal corner where you mentioned. And some sort of emergency generator?
Oh, you are correct. It was originally over in that area. Yes. I believe there's one over on the opposite side of the road for the multifamily. You are correct. Yes, our transformer will be here where it's accessed from the road, and then a generator that's required, I believe, for the elevators. There's required to have a generator.
So that's out. Okay.
And it's kind of tucked in behind there's the monument sign that's there now. So we kind of chose that area because it would kind of be blocked by the monument sign, but it's also required to be near a road where it can be accessed. So if you ever swap out that transformer, it has to be somewhere where Georgia Power can, in relative close proximity to a road to where they can get in and swap that transformer out.
Anywhere else to put a transformer besides kind of a prominent corner right there?
That's why I tried to kind of tuck it in behind that sign so we couldn't really see it from Haynesbridge Road, and then they'll do some landscaping around it as well. So we tried to find some structures there to kind of block the visibility the best we could.
It's being helped by grade, and we're doing our best to plant around it to meet it. So I truly think if you're parked in the exit lane perpendicular to it, you'll turn your head to the right 90 degrees, and you know there'll be a green box, landscape around. But any other vista, I don't think you'll really have a line of sight of it.
Okay. And then talk to us a little bit about the Alpha Loop, because we understand that it's going to go under Haynesbridge Road somewhere right in that area.
Sure, I can describe that.
Is that, are you aware of that, or what's the future plan for that?
All right, I actually saw the drawing sitting right there. This dark shade is the Alpha Loop that Pope and Land put in. It's installed today, the 12-foot path through there, and it comes up to the intersection. What is being proposed currently is up where my hand is right now. That's where a ramp system is going to start and actually ramp downhill to the more or less where this hatch line is. The tunnel would cross the road perpendicularly down here. It's got to get to a grade somewhere in the low 60s. The sidewalk, the road at that point is at 80, so it's 18 feet down, to get you into there to that point. There'll be if we all walked up the Alpha Loop right now to the Haynesbridge intersection, wrapping the curb going west on Haynesbridge, there'll be a 6-foot sidewalk. You're going to walk, I'm going to guess 150 feet or so till you get to the opening where you can do a U-turn, do a 180-degree turn, and come down the ramp. And now that's if you're walking on grade or on a bicycle. What the plan is also doing is where this hatching, where'd my mouse go? Where this hatching ends, a set of stairs, a grand set of stairs that if we were walking this direction and we're able, we can walk down the stairs to that opening. So there's kind of two access ways, one from either end. But the accessible route would be you actually have to head west and do a switchback to get back down. The road, in the distance that they're going down Haynesbridge, the road falls 10 feet, so it's making half the grade, and then you're going to come back down 10 feet to get to there.
Okay.
And that's just from, we're working with Pope and Land and the CID, working with Pete and his team, kind of reviewing it from the perspective of this project. We, HDR, were involved to see how that would engage with this project.
Okay. That makes sense now. We're just trying to figure out how that was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very good. And then let's see, where's your dumpster location for this?
That's it, right? Where'd my mouse go? There we go. Sorry, it doesn't want to roll on the desk. Trying, right up here,
Okay.
in there.
And it says you're sharing that dumpster with, I see a note, Building 3000. Which one is Building 3000?
The bottom right, that surface parking lot, you see the one that's installed today, the
Wait.
building that exists today,
The building that exists,
the barrel roof building, right, the bottom
the
right.
barrel roof. So you're sharing a dumpster with the barrel roof?
I think originally the plan was to possibly, because we were trying to find a great, there's not really a great spot for a dumpster and for this building, it really isn't. So we were looking at different options for it. So there is a dumpster that they have right now, that's right in that area there. So they had thought about trying to share that dumpster with this building, but there were two things. One, it's not big enough to handle both buildings, and it was so far away that it was just too much to have someone to come down that hill and roll something there all the time. So try to get something closer to the building that was more accessible, but far enough away from the building, wasn't near the main entrance. And we pushed it down this road a little bit because here is the entrance to the parking deck itself. So cars and pedestrians that come into the deck won't be walking by that dumpster to come to the building. So we tried to push it down as far as we could there.
Isn't there an entrance to the parking deck on the other end as well?
No, there is not. I don't believe so. I think it's all just.
Could you
start showing a switchback now.
Could you share with like Fairfield Inn or something? I mean, it seems like, isn't their dumpster like real close?
I can speak to that.
Okay.
Francis with Pope and Land, thank you all for letting us speak today. So we have spoken with Fairfield. They were a little bit hesitant to work with us simply because it is on their property. So that is an option that we have explored, but as of right now, they have not presented that to us as something that they would be willing to work with us on. So we do feel like we need to come up with an option that is on our site that we control and not have it be shared.
Okay.
Is there anywhere it can go that's not on the street? I mean, that's what city staff saw, you know, the big thing is like, I understand it's an internal road, but you're gonna have now a lot of office people, you're gonna have restaurant right across the way, you've got people that live there. Those gates are never gonna be closed, I can guarantee it. Unless one of y'all goes out there and closes them every day when the dumpster guy leaves, because he's not gonna do it. That's our big thing, is that, you know, it's just not.
There's the Fairfield Inn.
It is far from ideal right there.
And there's all these rooms, the swimming pool.
You know, we looked at the other side of the building, but, you know, we didn't want to have access to it on this side over here, because then it's your main drive on Summit Place. We obviously didn't want to do anything off of Haynes Bridge. We even thought about trying to squeeze something over here. There's just no way to access something on that side of the building, you know, to have a drive and have it on this side over here. So.
Can the building be moved this way now that we're not doing the tunnel entrance on this side of the building?
There were several issues with that. As I mentioned with the utilities here, being on this side of the building, this is where all the infrastructure tie-ins are to water, sewer, storm drainage is all over that way. Another concern was the further we push this building towards Summit Place, this drive comes with it, and it pushes that drive connection real close to this intersection. We're trying to get this as far away from that intersection as possible for traffic flow.
Isn't that Eric's concern?
And I think that was a concern from Eric Graves, even when the hotel was here, to get that as far away from this intersection.
Yeah, when the hotel was there, it was up closer to the other hotel's stream, which is what, you know, we kind of thought about with moving the building over. That allows you to, it doesn't have to come straight in. You can turn it in, you know, and get it farther away from that intersection.
Right, but with this layout and parking underneath the building where the hotel had a row of surface parking out there on the other side of the building.
They did have a little bit.
This is parking underneath, so if the building shifts, the parking and everything, and that drive shifts with it as well.
So the drive can't turn. They have to be able to drive straight in, is what you're saying.
And it's turning a little bit now. I mean, we're trying to, where it is,
I don't think you can turn
where it is now,
anymore.
it comes out and turns so that it ends up perpendicular, so we're making a perpendicular drive connection.
And Eric's concerns were really about if more than one car were arriving at one time, making that left turn, you're backing up into the four-way intersection.
Yeah, so pushing it away from the four-way intersection even further is even better.
Right. That's where our concern was, if the building pushes closer to Summit Place, then it counteracts that.
Understand, on the ground floor, that's actually the west side of the building by the hotel. On the ground floor on the west side, that's the core of the building. Other stuff, so we can't move any of that around, the elevators and everything. Sean, I'm jumping into your camp. That's not open space in the deck, the core of the building. Building core.
And one thing we have explored with the dumpster being in this location, I don't know if you all have heard of this project before, or this product before, it's called EnviroBin. And it's a smaller dumpster. Instead of being a full height dumpster, the above ground portion is probably only about 4 feet high, and it has an underground enclosure where it stores most of it. So instead of being a full height dumpster wall, it's much smaller. I've actually got it on a PDF if you want.
Who services that?
Any normal waste manager, anybody, it's actually picked up and lifted just like a normal dumpster.
It just sits in a hole.
Most of it sits in a hole. There's
Fulton County
an
approves
above ground portion to where the forks of your truck can come in and get to it. But it's much smaller footprint, makes it much more aesthetically pleasing.
The information says all the drainage, whatever's contained in there,
Right.
it's plastic, it's poly, so it's less sound and disruption. Obviously, it's lower and all that. The grade helps it. This will not be visible at all from Haynes Bridge, both between the hotel, but it's also, you're falling close to 10 feet in grade change there too.
Yeah, I'm just concerned with the way Fulton County does their dumpster requirements with, they don't want stormwater in the sanitary, and you have to have a sanitary in the dumpster enclosure. So how do you, when it's in a hole, how do you get that separated? Do you do an oil separator down there as well?
The contained system, so rainwater cannot get into the hole. So that the above ground portion, and actually, if you want to see it, I got it on PDF drive. If you guys want to see a brochure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Isn't it picking it up?
So Scott, while you're doing that, so as folks come in, that will be tenants of the office building, and they get their parking spot underneath the building.
I'm sorry.
That's, all right, I'm sorry. So folks that will come in and park underneath the building, is there just one level of parking? So it's just one, okay.
Surface parking.
Yes.
It's,
So that ground level is mostly a parking area, access to the elevators, and there's a small entry lobby there as well.
so if I'm an office tenant and I don't get one of those spaces, and I'm parking in the surface area somewhere around here, right?
They're gonna have a combination shared parking between the underground parking or the underbuilding parking.
Right.
There's the one line of parking that goes down that access road. They're all head-in spaces.
Where the dumpster is.
The dumpster is.
Okay.
They're gonna have shared spaces of some in the parking deck. And I think they even have a couple shared spaces with the building 3000 that has a couple left over. So it's a whole shared parking scenario amongst that whole corner over there. So here's the environment bin. As you can see, it's much smaller, and I think they have some dimensions on one of them here, and that's a good example of what it is.
Wow.
That's fascinating.
You guys got to have better aim.
Yeah. So,
or good
they're
aim.
trying to dress up the outside of it here and make it a little more aesthetically pleasing, but obviously it'll have a small enclosure around it as well.
So then you also have recycling as part of this too?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
And they have different colored tops for them, so they, do.
So literally, they picked the dumpster up. It's got like a barrel or a tank underneath it, I guess.
Correct.
That collects all the liquids.
Like the thing you rolled out your garage to the street.
Sure.
The plastic one, it's just a little bit bigger and it picks it up at the forks.
So, as you can see in this picture here, that there's, the base to it there is just basically a plastic enclosure there. So if you get any kind of leaks in this unit itself, it just drips down into a secondary containment there. And we can put a sanitary drain there in the bottom. And what you can see is the upper part that's actually lifted up, that's a larger footprint than the sleeve that's in the ground. So any rainwater would spill off to the side that wouldn't actually get into that containment in the ground. So you might end up with a very, very small bit, but
They're cool with that over the top of the water line?
They better be.
So, like,
is there a water line through there?
Water line's right underneath it.
Ooh.
if so, we can move that line around it, or, you know.
Yikes.
But yeah, if it goes into the ground, I'm sure we can move that line around it. 'Cause it's gonna go more than 4 feet in the ground.
I'm not real hip on that location. I think it warrants a little bit of more study myself. I can't think of any project where we've had a dumpster right out in front along pass-through street.
Right. And it's in pretty good view of the Fairfield Inn, and there's swimming pool and everything else right there.
Right. I think it warrants more study to figure out where else that might be able to go.
Okay. Okay, anything else site-wise for Scott?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's pretty flexible because of its size and it's, you know, how cool it is and all that sort of stuff. So it seems like you might be able to sneak it in somewhere else, but the issue is you need a big truck to get to it.
Right, and that was our issue, trying to find a place for it.
You need something with a smaller truck in a smaller location.
And again, so is building 3,000 sharing this dumpster then? No, the dumpster down at 3,000 or wherever it is, that's theirs.
I think the original thought was to try and share that dumpster, because like, same as you, we had concerns with this dumpster location as well. And it was, it basically come down to is we can't access it from Fairfield because it's off property. We didn't want to access it from Haynesbridge or Summit Place. You know, it's the only other side of the building to try and find something. And we didn't want it out near the common area that's, you know, over near the four-way private intersection or the front door. So
why couldn't you share with 3,000? Just capacity, or?
Well, capacity, distance, I mean, it's, you know, having to roll something all that way down there, and it is downhill as well, so it's, you know, having to do something that's that far away. This is a little bit more on grade, it's closer, and you just being able to take something that far down there.
Could it be
not practical?
I mean, put off of that same parking lot with the, you know, on the other side of Summit Place, but maybe on the opposite corner, I don't remember exactly what that looks like there. In other words, on the opposite corner of the parking lot from the current dumpster that they have.
It would be more visible to the public, but it could.
It would be more visible to the public, okay.
As you arrive and you're going downhill in that driveway,
Yeah.
get kind of the end of the parking lot near to the building.
Right.
Parking lot is probably a couple feet to grade from the road. And you'd see it from the throat at Haynesbridge Road. Kind of where the number 8 is.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like there's I would hope there's a better location for it.
Yeah, I mean, if y'all have any thoughts, but yeah, that was kind of our thinking on placing it there. And it's kind of the lesser of all evils, you know, so to speak, of what we could find.
Shoot.
Yeah, just from an access, I mean, we'd love to if they could access it that way. But getting a truck in there to service it and then lift it up.
The apartments over here, they are underneath the parking deck, and the gentleman rolls the garbage bin out early in the morning, and the guy picks it up and rolls it back underneath the thing, you know, before it's really getting started with people coming in. So that might be an option, you know, contain your dumpster inside your parking deck. Maintenance crew rolls it out, dumpster guy picks it up and put it back in its spot. I mean, it works over here.
Yes, it's a valet service kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, where you got to roll it out and roll it back in.
They make them out of the room,
Right.
but then the trash guys have to roll it onto the thing. So they put in fiberglass dumpsters instead of the big steel ones and stuff like that.
I'll see if I can try to paraphrase a little bit. Certainly, we're trying to come up with a solution that's wholly independent for this particular building versus sharing with Building 3000 in the event that that building is sold to another property owner. And there's a disentanglement of financials if we commingle and are wholly dependent for our trash solution with that property. And certainly the parking lot for Building 3000, the surface parking lot, is a placeholder for a future development potential. So again, I don't want to riddle it with other entanglements. Now, Brett, to your comment, the solution that Scott's put forward with this enclosure is probably the least intrusive in terms of a trash vendor being able to come and take care of this without additional manpower. So the approach where the apartments here have a roll-off container that is contained within a building does take manpower to physically get it out for trash pickup, whether it's 1 day a week or 4 days a week, takes personnel. And an office building traditionally doesn't have full-time on-site staff. So it would be a contracting element that would need to be negotiated by the property management to have those services done. But on the ground floor of this building, because it's predominantly in gated parking with building core, we have the ability to do that with, whether it's within a room or within a gated area within the garage that doesn't impact the parking counts that we currently have. It's just a matter of dealing with the management side of it to make sure that it goes out, because the apartment multifamily across the street does exactly that. They roll off, bring out their containers. They don't have a dedicated trash facility that's out on the street, if you will. So that might be our only option that we can consider if you don't feel that having an enclosure is acceptable.
I mean, to me, an enclosure is acceptable, but not on the street. That's where staff struggles with it.
We don't feel like it's a street.
Well,
it's a driveway
we
internal to this property.
want this, whole area to be very walkable. You're going to be bringing a bunch of people from the Alpha Loop all through there.
Mhm.
I mean, it's going to be pedestrian friendly, and nobody wants to walk by a dumpster enclosure.
Understood. I mean, your goals are not dissimilar than ours.
Right. Yeah.
And this is probably the least desirable aisleway, if you will, between the garage of the multifamily, which we don't have much control
I couldn't agree with you
over.
more. And to that end, as we were looking for locations, this is a spot that has a grade change to it that we can kind of tuck it into that grade, and there is no sidewalk. The pedestrian will not be on that side of the street. That's
Right now.
That's part of how it landed there.
I mean, right now, there's
Well,
no
there,
sidewalk there.
from the Fairfield lot to that parking lot, there's a 5-foot grade change, so we can't cut in a sidewalk along there.
Yeah. All right. I think we need to move on.
Okay, any other site questions? All right, I guess while Chris is up here, let's talk about landscaping.
Sure.
Okay.
Before I find the drawings, really what we're trying to achieve here, it's a very, small footprint, kind of discrete thing. It's really, even on this drawing, everything is about an energy of arrival from Haynesbridge, and all three of the buildings that exist right now, the multifamily, and this one I'm talking about that doesn't exist, and 3,000, creating an energy and a relationship between all three of those projects. So the courtyard space I'm going to talk to you about out here in front is really about pedestrians being engaged with the energy of the retail space from the multifamily, as well as the outdoor space adjacent building 3,000 across the intersection. Let me see if I can roll. Gosh, this is a terrible mouse.
I believe it's the middle tab up there on the top.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, so some of the materiality that we'll talk about is really the same of what's installed in place at 3,000. There's cast-in-place concrete with integral aggregates into them and a retardant finish, and that's what this picture at the top in your package is referring. That's a cast-in-place bench that has gray concrete with black beauty sand and other aggregates into it, and gets a chemical finish to give it texture like a paver. We're talking about artificial turf in this shape here in front of the corner of the building. There's kind of a amoeba-shaped kind of space that's out there that's cut into the hillside that slopes down. There's some boulders surrounding it. And really the idea of the edge of the road is to take the Alpha Loop along a garden. And that whole space between the Alpha Loop and the building is planted lushly with flowers and accents and evergreen backdrop to the building. The concretes that are shown are integrally colored. We are not touching the Alpha Loop, the dark hatch, so we're working and connecting to that. Here's the bike loop concept, which also exists at 3,000. It's in the same family. Oops, sorry. This is just indicative of kind of that turf space is intended to be, like, let's just put some kind of movable Adirondack-like furniture outside, let people sit out there. People working the building come down and have a space for a break or a moment or flexible working outdoors. There's a.
What color's your concrete?
There's two, there's a gray, and then there's a gray additive, a darker gray, like charcoal, and then there's a natural gray.
So which is the one that comes right off the loop?
We're going with the lighter, like in this photograph, connecting to the darker loop. If you remember, the loop has a band on either side of it, that's the darker color.
So if you move your hand bottom, right there, that connection, alpha loop, what color is that concrete that comes into that outdoor space?
This lighter one.
I'm sorry.
The lighter one that's in this photograph, that where my hand is waving, hopefully it's waving for you. The next page is about the family of lights, most of which exists out there. So the yellows and pink and orange are showing the lights that are out there and installed today. There's the Alpha Loop little bollard pedestal light that goes along the trail. There's the street light and pedestrian lights. The other lights, the blue dots and the red lights, are some accent lighting, low-level stake lights in the landscape edge. Those are the blues going around that outdoor patio space. And then the red is a fixture on the building, illuminating kind of the pedestrian edge around the building. And then the last page is not rolling. There you go. A detailed list of the different evergreen, perennial, and deciduous accents that are in that garden as I described, which is basically, if I wave my hands, against the building, having a more evergreen backdrop and having grasses and accents out in front, a small lawn shape out in front, so there is a piece of grass along there, and then some evergreen trees behind the existing existing walls, and some of those evergreens I was describing earlier, Mr. Kramer, surrounding the transformer at the corner in there.
Okay.
The idea really is twofold for this space at this corner, is that let folks on the Alpha Loop have a place to land, whether you're entering Northwinds from Haynesbridge or if you've made the trip up, a place to stop, take a rest, as well as folks from the building coming out and having a place for respite.
So there's an area of just mulch, right, where the transformer is, and it looks like some other utility there in a longer rectangle. Is that right?
No, I don't think that's right.
814 square feet mulch. Behind 5 million feet in hollies.
It's the herringbone hatch.
Yeah. No, you are correct. And that was for Georgia Power's clearance requirements.
Okay, so outwards of that towards Summit Place is muhly grass.
Yep.
Large swath of muhly grass, and then the
Jasmine.
landscape is moved towards Haynes Bridge, is already installed, and the wall's already installed. I've got a concern, maybe you can walk me, maybe you can ease my concern, but I've got a concern from Summit Place, looking into that site, actually from sitting on Haynes Bridge, looking in towards the site where the muhly grass goes away in wintertime, and there's a transformer, and then there's ground mulch. One of my least favorite views in the city is looking at the barrel vault of that building inside the site. I can't stand that view. There's a barrel vaulted roof of a building in there. So sitting at that intersection, can you talk me through how that will be less visible from the street and from Summit Place, and especially in wintertime, like right now when all the grass goes away?
Sure. So the the box behind there, is a couple feet below the base, the bottom elevation of the back of the wall. So the wall itself will be screening, folks from Haynes Bridge. If we're going eastbound towards the mall, we're stopped at the light, you're gonna turn your head, you're gonna see the limestone wall, you're not gonna see this at all. If you somehow stopped in the middle of the intersection, I think you're past the transformer, I think you're seeing muley grass and Asian jasmine and lawn. Georgia, power requirement to us is we don't want anything over 18 inches. And that's it. So that's, I'd love nothing more than put, evergreens around it and not seeing it all. But it's for their access. Their ruling is basically, my guy's gonna come out here and stop a truck perpendicular to that on Summit Place and walk to it. And I gotta have stuff 18 inches or below in my path. So I can take my 10-foot pole distance and touch at it.
Can we get something that's evergreen in there that doesn't get this tall? Again, my concern is wintertime, woolly grass goes away, and then we've got mulch beyond that.
I think truly the best bulletproof thing we could do, and that could, just as you described, is continue the Asian jasmine in there and just let it go. Don't give it a haircut. Asian jasmine's, 18 inches high, right? And you can easily walk through that and whatnot.
And then graphically, between your symbols and the hatches, there's a double line. Is that meant just to be a graphic separator?
Yes,
or
it's just,
there's not a curve in there?
no. That's just, you draw an outline for a bed to quantify it, and then the next bed.
That'll help.
Yeah, okay, so.
That'll help.
It's one of my least favorite parts of land effects.
Is that what the straw map?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pardon me, what was that you just said your least favorite part was what?
Of a CAD tool.
Yeah.
Of drawing, it's a drawing tool.
Yes, yes. Yes, again, this is a subjective observation, but the geometry in there does seem to be not flowing together in a way that, because of the masses you have in there. If that makes sense to in the way that I said it.
I think so.
Yeah.
Richard, are you speaking at this forum?
Yes, the lower left portion of that front yard.
Richard, which corner are you talking about? Or somebody
Closer to
has-
Haynes Bridge, I believe.
Who
Yes,
has
the-
the hand that can
Yes,
circle?
the entry and the Haynes Bridge, and this is a subjective observation.
In here.
Okay.
Right in there where the hand is. It appears that those materials could flow together geometrically instead of being distinctive the way they are.
Well, it looks like there's some sort of separation, maybe 8 inches or a foot of something. Is that intentional?
That's how we lay out plants. Yeah, literally, each of those shapes is quantified by the plant spacing. There's a required distance. If an 18-inch plant is next to a 40-inch, 2-inch plant, there has to be a certain amount so they don't grow over each other and kill each other. So you draw something, and then you leave a space between the two shapes that you draw. That was Mr. Corkle's question. It's not intended to be a curb or a literal.
Okay, yeah. All right.
There isn't a drop inlet, right, that's shown in that elevation off of Summit Place? And then that leads to the underground?
Yeah, down where my hand is now. Yep.
So water's meant to flow through all of that?
Yes.
So, and we're cool with the materials, can take water,
Yep.
can get wet?
Yep.
All that good stuff?
I don't want to call it a swale, that hillside. It's not, there's not a valley actually, but the grade, because of the road relationship, it's pushing it down, hill.
Means the mulch gets washed away at times.
I mean, we really want the water to flow through plant material. It's part of the self-correcting.
Although we're putting, we'd like to get natural water quality, right, infiltration before we have to go to the built infiltration, and that's what it is. The road is at, from memory, it's got like an 11% or 10%, the driveway in from there. So the landscape is at the same, call it 10%. It's not a huge slope. And runoff coefficient wise, I'm not too concerned.
Now, I guess.
I'm still reading those as curved. I'm like, that's not
I guess my other concern, right in that same area, you've got the existing low wall and the monument sign. Right behind it, you got some Nellie R. Stevens there, and then you've got the emergency generator. How well are we going to be able to hide that emergency generator? Because I'm thinking if you put a Caterpillar in, they're like yellow, orange, you're going to.
Literally, that, half of it is between the building and the 8-foot-tall green wall of Nellie Stevens. And I don't think we could find a spot to tuck it in to be more hidden.
Okay.
Now, if we put it on the backside of the building, it's going to be exposed to the hotel. And the southwest corner, it's more, the road is almost at grade with the corner of the building. So it would be, coming from here, coming eastbound on Haynes Bridge, you'd be seeing it there at the corner.
Is this a natural gas or diesel?
It is diesel.
It's diesel.
If you
So
look at
it's-
the generator code in our development code, it requires a hard surface enclosure like a dumpster.
Okay.
What size is Nellie's building in it?
Wow.
It says they're 5 at 12 inches, 12 feet on center.
10 to 12 foot height.
10 to 12. That's, you're trying to get some density out of those two?
Really just a green wall.
No, I'm just-
Yeah, by density. Yeah, yeah.
Maybe we can tighten them up, and they're 12 feet on center?
12.
All I can see is, to your point, as far as the visibility of that and everything behind it, I can just see the maintenance guys out there, which we never have any control of ever. And just putting them into things, and then, see there's 5-foot gaps in between them or something strange like that. So, to your point, Richard, if we can,
How can we make the,
if we can double those up or triangulate them or something like that, just to hide that area as best we can, Haynes Bridge. Again, my favorite view of that boulder.
It also needs an enclosure.
Right.
Yeah, an enclosure, and you could do on a generator, you could do a roof as long as you got exhaust, air intake and exhaust.
Best attempts we can do is just to kind of hide those unmentionables on the corner.
yeah.
Yeah, but we don't know that that sign's even gonna remain with the tunnel.
It's a low wall, right?
It's a very low wall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Viewer kind of helps you show the screen behind the wall.
Yep.
And maybe we can turn that corner a little bit with the last Nelly and move it towards the transformer as well. Again, just, have a direct path in front of it, but maybe do our best to hide those views from Summit Place as well.
Yeah, just trying to make it disappear.
I get it, you got a lot of utilities, and you got a lot of stuff moving in and out of here.
Right.
Okay, any other, I see where you've got some landscape boulders.
I'm
Is
sorry,
that
landscape?
Landscape boulders?
Yes.
Around the, I guess, I call it the patio area, whatever you want. Are there some landscape boulders anywhere else in the development? Is that theme being carried through? or is it-
Actually, there are, temporarily, they were putting kind of behind 3,000, right up by the 5,000 site. There's a lawn back behind that barrel roof building, and there's a bunch installed there at the edge. There weren't any put in as part of the 3,000 project, in the hardscape design for that project. And there's none that I'm aware of in the multifamily. I don't think so.
Just trying to make sure we're providing some consistency throughout, if that's the case. Are they black, white? I mean, what
So
types of?
they're doing a couple things for us. They're, they're natural native boulders, so they're brown and tan, and do that.
Okay.
But where at the bottom of that shape, where it's closest to the alpha loop, there's a grade change between the alpha loop and what those things are doing, helping us retain some dirt a little bit and not have a steep slope that can undermine and wash, silt onto that. So we're kind of using them for that trick as a call it retaining wall in some places, in the
It's like
tighter
there's-
spots.
Okay, so, I mean, there's not many of them.
Right, 'cause it's like one specific moment in that lobe where there's a 3-foot grade change and you're 5 feet away kind of thing. So we're just kind of using it to push some dirt behind.
I mean, can you sit on these things?
Yes, that's their intent.
Okay.
And there's an artificial turf, I'll call it carpet, up to them. So you're clean.
You'll control the selection, you'll control the install.
Yeah.
They're healed in, and not just a bunch of rocks that they drop out there.
There's a detail for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, any other landscape questions? All right, let's get to the building.
Thank you.
Let's talk to the architects. Thank you.
All right, so we have a series of renderings that we propose for this particular building, and as I had described earlier, it's a 5-story building. The ground floor is the primary building lobby. We have a gated parking area, and the intent there for the parking underneath the building, some for rent by tenants, but to achieve handicap accessible parking for visitors and tenants of this building, as well as providing the electrical car charging stations that are required by the ordinance and our zoning agreements. The balance of that floor is predominantly building core elements consisting of like our elevators, machine room, mechanical, main electrical room, water service, and some office storage for use by Pope and Land. So the balance, all of the real tenant uses are all driven up on floors 2 through 5. When we originally started the design of this building, we didn't have a parking level. The intent was to build a 4-story building here. But in going around with the design and how it works into the grade, a majority of that ground floor would have essentially been windowless tenant space or nothing but transom space. And so this, in our opinion, was a way to solve multiple problems, provide some direct parking, achieve those needs for handicap accessible directly adjacent to the building in the most effective manner, and allows for a much cleaner floor plate on the upper floors above with very consistent glazing, which is just a really strong tenant demand. This particular rendering here is from the viewpoint of the intersection of Summit Place and Haynesbridge Road looking towards downtown. And as you would approach this building either on Haynesbridge or coming, say, from 400 going south and circumnavigating the ramp, we really wanted the building to have this signature kind of entrance element here, and we've expressed that to give this building a really strong sense of identity and addressing that corner. Also in mind for us as we were developing the massing and approach here is that the site across Summit Place is anticipated to be a taller building, 10 to 14 stories in height. So we wanted to begin to tee up the language here at essentially a gateway into Summit Place for larger buildings. And that has led to some of the materiality and the approach, because the taller buildings are going to be looking for a bit more glass and articulation that's consistent with other high-rise buildings around the city. And we felt that this building needed to start that language. It also has to connect to not only the multifamily and buildings further into the development, and that's what's led to some of the choices here. The building uses a mix of architectural precast. We have samples here. Some architectural precast that has a thin masonry cladding, and that masonry cladding's actually formed into the panel before it's erected. We use a series of window wall to provide the glazing on the upper floors of the building, and that glass reaches floor to floor. And then we have punctuated punch windows on level 2 around a predominant portion of the facade, except for where we're making these taller vertical strokes to identify corners and places that we feel need additional accentuation. At the top of the building, we're using formed metal wall panels to, as we go from base, middle, to cap, that there's a lightening of the materials as we're moving up the facility.
So where are the two different colors? Those are two different materials.
Which one are you proposing?
So, with regard to the question, on the This building has a mechanical penthouse on the roof to conceal, and a screen wall around its perimeter, to conceal not only a code-required fire stair, but also 4 rooftop units. That screen wall is about 12 feet in height. Let's see if I can look at some diagrams. You can begin to see it on this particular view. This is if your back was against the multifamily parking garage and looking towards Haynes Bridge. This is the entry lobby element here, but here along this portion of the facade, it reaches up above the normal parapet at the roof level to conceal that screen wall. So the screen wall is out to the edge of the building on this particular facade, captures the fire stairs and all of the units. So we're using a mix of metal panels to accentuate and punctuate this facade. So we have one cladding which reaches around the screen wall and then kind of slices down vertically where this glass terminates on each side. And then we use a different metal pattern on the corrugations to give more emphasis to that central mass that reaches all the way up to the top of the building.
I'll tell you what, Sean, let's do this. On this, say this elevation, take us on either side, either elevation. Let Jordan hold up materials, and let's work from the ground up and tell us what we've got, what the materials are. I know you've identified those on another elevation, but while we got this rendering here, I think this is a good example.
I mean, is this a good image to work from?
Yeah, let's start right here, and what do you have at the ground level, and start working our way up the building.
Well, starting here at this primary corner where the building lobby is located, this is the architectural precast, but it has the brick cladding on it.
So that's precast concrete, but it's with the embedded brick.
It's clad with brick, yes, sir. And then we have metal panel infill.
And what are those
to give
metal?
this kind of a two-story reach.
What do the metal panel infills look like? Which one are those?
It'll be this corrugated panel here.
Which
it'll be in the charcoal color that is the window wall.
So which one?
He's pulling up a color chip. It'll be this panel in terms of its profile, but we're using this color, a darker color, which is the same color for all of the window mullions throughout the facility.
Okay, that square chip. All right, so that's the color, and that's the configuration, that's the profile, okay?
And this pattern.
And it's in a horizontal pattern for that. Okay, all right.
Now, the balance of the base of the building to the left or to the right is the architectural precast finish without brick.
Okay, so that'll be the gray, the darker gray.
It is a gray, and it's a retarded finish to really expose and allow that the rock to become sparkly. And, and it'll take on it's a little deceiving in an interior lit condition. It's a lighter look in direct sun.
Okay.
But the intent is that these panels, for us, they can span column to column. But we introduce architectural reveals 1.5 by 1.5 deep to give lintel expressions and to break down the mass of these larger panels that are brought to the site. They're cast, they're brought to the site, they're hung onto the structural frame of the building. We want them to look like they are set by masons. But that is the intent for the predominant base of the building, is the architectural precast. On the bottom 2 floors, aluminum storefront windows that are punched with a different glazing pattern than the upper floors above.
Okay. All right, then it looks like there's a different color just above the brick that's embedded into the precast right there.
So that architectural finish would match the adjacent panel, and it forms essentially a cap, and then the windows sit on top of that.
So that light band is the cap there, kind of.
That's right.
Okay.
And it would be the same panel finish as this.
Okay.
And that's all done in the fabrication process.
Okay, and then you got the curtain wall above that. I call it curtain wall, maybe.
Yeah, it is not an official curtain wall. It spans from floor to floor.
Okay.
So the calculations and the design of that, and then there's a horizontal metal cap that captures the slab edge. And so these curtain wall spans multi-floor. You know that, you're an architect, right? And the window wall spans from floor to floor, so.
Okay, spans from floor to floor, and then what would be your spandrel panel there, just above?
Is a spandrel glass unit, and we have both of those samples here. So it is, our intent is, as impossible as it may seem, to have a very strong blend between spandrel and vision glass. So we're using a insulated spandrel glass unit. It's a full inch in thickness so that the reflection of the glass can be captured, because you can do just quarter-inch spandrel glass, but it comes off very flat, almost like a painted surface. And it only really works in a true reflective glass. We are using a low-E coating for energy performance, but that is the intent at the plenum space above the tenant ceilings.
So it looks like the plenum space is protruded out then? It looks like.
No, sir, just where the horizontals, if you can, that band there, where we change from vision to spandrel, that's where the tenant ceiling would reside.
Right.
9.5 feet.
Looks like there's a fin there or something.
There is a fin. So we have a horizontal metal fin that is part of the window wall system, and it's really there. It shades the glass, but we're using it to enhance the texture on the facade. So that we're trying to break up this facade in terms of its overall length and adding variety to there, specifically at the corners of the building.
Okay.
And then you have a question, sir?
Keep going up there towards the parapet, I guess.
Yeah, so up here at the parapet, again, would be the metal panel system.
Which one is that one?
Yeah, it's the narrow one.
Okay, and which color is that gonna be?
It'll be the same
As that square color? I see, okay. Okay.
And then I failed to mention, we do have a horizontal awning or a canopy directly over the windows at the lobby, as well as the pedestrian alcove that is right across from the outdoor patio area where the Alpha Loop passes by. And again, it would be a metal panel finish. It'd be flat without the profile to match the window wall metals finish.
Okay.
Is it possible to pass that board around that has the colors, just to get it better? Thank you.
Would you like me to move to a different one, or you have other questions?
Yeah, why don't you walk us through another elevation or another rendering?
Sure.
See if there's any different materials or anything else that changes.
No, I mean, the material palette is essentially what we've shown you. This here is from the first internal intersection of Summit Place, and with the patio area and the Alpha Loop in the foreground of the rendering. The lobby of the building is here at this corner, and that's where that brick cladding on the precast, and then we punctuate the 2-story high precast base at this corner for just architectural intensity there to address the corner. This portion of the building is recessed, so we're putting that entrance for pedestrians to access the building lobby under cover. We pick back up with a 2-story high precast as we begin to stair the grade steps up the hill towards Haynesbridge Road. But we're using the same glass and metal finishes at the portion of the elevation above the precast. So we're using slight transitions in plane in the facade to get, as we're changing in material or trying to give emphasis to these corners.
Okay. One of the things I'm trying to do is we're in the eco district and got some good opportunities here to use those guidelines. How do we how do we soften or lighten the building? It's coming across very dark. And how can we lighten some things up? And then also, I think, isn't in the eco district, Brett, the first 2 floors have to be some sort of a solid material, or what's the language in there? I'll have to go look at that.
I was just looking at the fenestration. I was a little bit concerned about the transparency and the reflectiveness. And just so you know, it says, the window transparency must be higher than 70% with a reflectiveness of less than 15. So you're going to want to watch both of those on your on your glass there. I'll find that about the first and second floor here quick.
But that is the intent, is to try to, A, help us to provide, I think the kind of verticality where we think it's appropriate and incorporate the 2-story masonry base effectively here, especially as we're dealing with 10 to 11 feet of grade up and down 2 facades of this building.
Yeah, I remember when we were reviewing the hotel, we had kind of similar, the hotel that was going to be here, we had similar discussions about adding some vertical elements and breaking up the facade a little bit more with vertical elements by changing the materials. For example, well, I'm looking at a different image here, but
we had a,
if you go around to the view sort of from the corner of Summit and Haynesbridge.
Should I go back to that?
Yeah, why don't you,
like this one
there. Like, for example, the portion of the building that is out, that tower, or a different material, that kind of thing, to sort of
even more different.
Yeah, we did the same thing with, and I think it feels like for Eco District, there should be more brick and less cast as well. I like the brick treatment that you have but it's just on that one corner.
Well, it comes at a premium for us.
Sure.
A couple of challenges with just masonry in general, and the amount of steel that is required. It led us in discussions with our general contractor to come to this solution to help minimize the expense to support masonry because our tenants don't want little punch windows.
Right, sure.
I mean, that puts us at a real disadvantage in the office marketplace. And so all of a sudden we're having to pick up or add an entire carriage to support masonry over larger window openings, and comes at a premium. Our solution was to use the architectural precast, but to not have 30-foot long panels that aren't really kind of detailed to reflect us as if we were building the building out of stone. I don't have any challenge really to taking a look at this component of the building and kind of mixing up, or maybe going to a smoother metal or lightening the color. I think would be a happy compromise. I think, Richard, to your point though, perhaps are the metal panels too dark in your opinion?
I am, and here's what I just found what I was looking for. It says the Eco District of the North Point Overlay color palette uses earth tones as well as soft off-whites, grays, and neutrals. So that's what I was looking for, is because I know we'd had that discussion in the past.
Yeah, and I read the grays and neutrals.
Okay. Okay. And I don't know that this has the grays and neutrals in it, so
this
that's
is full of gray and neutrals.
Your definition of neutral and mine may be a little different.
I think we might agree to disagree at it. I'm not trying to be bullish about it, but we do feel like a grayer, less earth tone palette is where we want to be, especially given where we think future building across the way will likely go.
Yeah, I think there's some opportunities here to let's I mean, you know, the brick in the precast, I'm not too worried about that. Of course, what's the mortar joint going to look like, or what are you doing for mortar joints? Or
Well, the mortar joint is part of the panel, so if you, for those that have never done it before, the brick, it's almost like it appears, I mean, it's about that, it's slightly thicker. It's laid down, upside down in the form, and then they cast the reinforcement and concrete into the panel, and then they jerk it out of the form, acid wash it. And so that concrete that is the matrix of the panel becomes the mortar joint, so it
Well,
locks
does,
it in.
so it's going to be the gray.
It would be the
Yep.
gray.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just trying to figure out how to lighten up the building. I think that's, we'd get some lighter materials or lighter elements in here.
And some vertical elements, I think, would, I mean, if you go through the Eco District guidelines and look at the inspiration pictures in there, and then you look at this, to me, it's not fun.
Yeah, I found the inspiration pictures that Kathy had provided us really difficult to interpolate with buildings of this scale.
Yeah. But if you went back to the hotel, I think that was more in character with, and even the buildings are already there, are kind of more in character with Eco District. This feels more contemporary. A little more contemporary and simple in facade as opposed to a little bit more going on with the, I think, the other buildings, right?
Okay.
I mean, it's in a different place. This I think this is a nice looking building, but I think for what we're trying to do with the Eco District, I'm not sure it does it.
And I agree. I was struck by how dark the building is and the hues. This elevation here, I was struck by how, yes, it stands out.
Don't shoot the renderer over here. Maybe we should have.
That's not Jordan's fault.
I don't mean that at all. I mean, we did prepare the renderings. We felt like it was important to show all of the views, and I take your comments to heart, and we will look at the color selections and take a run at it.
Yeah, the one facade I think we should look at is the one facing the hotel. That one's quite different, and that's going to be what you're going to see coming up Haynesbridge Road. Up the hill.
That's got the corrugated metal panels.
So is that mostly the corrugated metal panel?
Mostly.
And that's because is that because the core is pushed?
The core that's right. It's an offset core arrangement. So the core buries up against the building. So we have elevator lobbies and stairs, and we have a ribbon of glass, and then obviously each of the corners of the building is kind of a dumbbell effect where the tenant lease areas kind of wrap around. But that interstitial is essentially mechanical and tenant restrooms and another stair that really is all windowless space. And so we're trying to work on this design, and this is probably, I mean, I feel like we prepared this rendering to kind of give an illustration of what we thought the existing street and trees and landscape placement and how this, you know, a lot of the lower part of the building are concealed by landscape and other elements along the road. This one gives a little bit more a close view of that, excuse me. And so we're using a mix of horizontal fins to break up floor by floor and kind of link the two glass elements across each corner across that facade, as well as punctuating with some vertical fins to give this some pattern.
And maybe there's a great opportunity there to lighten that bay or bays up or something like that, make that.
Well, I mean, because of the punctuation in the facade, it makes it a little bit easier to make a color change. You know, it isn't just like something you're trying to accomplish on the fly.
I agree.
And to take, you know, one approach would be to take this element that is kind of bound there and do a little bit stronger punch between panel type A, panel type B.
I agree.
And to me, it reads a little bit more like back of house, for lack of a better term. And I'm looking at the true north elevation that's been drawn, and it's, you know, that you see, that's what you're going to see going
Like you said, the lower level
Is
is
this
blocked by trees.
what you were looking
Yeah,
at?
I mean, when you look at the four sides of the building, this is the side that, you know, it lacks the glass, it lacks the finishes that the other three sides have. I heard what you said about, you know, you've got your elevators, you've got your bathrooms, you got all that on that side.
I mean, the other option or approach there would be to introduce essentially false windows. And it's all, you know, it's introduce spandrel to liven it up a bit. If we think that there's an objection, say, I mean, we were using these vertical elements of glass here, you know, because those are spaces that are used by tenants. But if I took this bank here and said, all right, I'm not going to put metal panels and solid wall there, that I introduce window wall that matches the corners, but it's essentially windowless. It's going to be 100% spandrel.
I think I'm kind of struggling in how your interpretation of this architecture meets up with the North Point design guide. Can you kind of maybe take some of your elements and tell us how those are tied to that design guide, what your interpretation of what they did in the design, because we went through and found some architecture and some different things that, you know, we wanted for the overlay district. Curtain wall systems are one of the things that's allowed, but it's not necessarily something that you want the whole building to be. So maybe how does your elements that you're using tie to the eco district? Because I think is this same thing on this side here, it looks like you've turned the back to City Hall, basically. Because City Hall is looking up Haynesbridge Road at the backside of this building is what it feels like.
I really felt, you know, from a building placement that we were really trying to address the corner and the expressway, because there are views from afar. And as you make that loop around off the exit ramp, that's where it makes its statement.
But that's the only spot there, though, because if you think about it, Haynesbridge Road, once it hits 400, it goes back down.
It dives back down, that's right.
So, but coming from City Center up Haynesbridge Road to 400, you're going to see this building your entire drive.
Portions of it, I would agree you will. I mean, I feel like the introduction and how the base of the building is brought together accomplishes what the overlay was trying to ask.
Okay.
Now, granted, you know, what I mentioned before, that a lot of the imagery provided is smaller scale images, smaller scale buildings, more industrial aesthetic. It's almost like a Ponce City Market brought to Alpharetta, a little bit different than, say, what we've been working through here over the years, but there has always been flexibility and capacity for buildings that have this kind of scale. And I feel in certain respects, and future buildings that are going to be bigger. And I'm trying to find that language.
Didn't they tuck it
The
into
future
there
building,
or
that's
something?
going to
Put it
have to
right
come
in there?
before DRB as well, correct?
It will.
Yeah, so probably the two will kind of correlate. I think I'm not even close to an architect, but,
You're sitting right
I
next to
think-
them.
I don't have to be, yeah. But I mean, I think that that's a cool area, this whole area that's developing. And there's the building that you don't like, right?
I just don't like the roof. See the roof from Haynesbridge.
I happen to love it, so it's just different, you know, it's just different opinions. But I just think that there's opportunity there for something unique, something different, something special. I feel like we see a lot of buildings like this.
Okay.
So it'd be fun to see different materials.
Okay.
Also creates an evolution of architectural style up and down Haynesbridge Road for moving into a new expression of architecture rather than the ones that are between visibility and downtown.
I do love that silver material because it sparkles.
Yeah.
I like to see the sparkle.
It's important. I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can finish those kinds of panels with very light sandblast, almost smooth. But the application of bringing it out of the form and how they wash it doesn't dull the rock, and so you can get sparkle out of it, and that's really important. And I think it will add to the life of this, you know, for pedestrians interacting and moving up and down the Alpha Loop.
Okay, any other, I think we've talked about the site plan, the landscaping plan, exterior elevations and materials. Is there any public comment on this application? I'll ask for any public comment. No public comment, all right? Very good. All right, does somebody want to start crafting some motions, maybe? Or attempts?
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 220042 Northwind Summit Office Building, motion to approve the site plan as presented with the exception of the dumpster enclosure. Applicant to come back with a different solution on the dumpster location. End of motion.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr. Owens. Any further comments or questions about the motion?
Except for the dumpster.
All right, there being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition. I'm not sure what happened to Ms. Rhodes. Okay, she'll be back. All right, so 6-0, and we'll have I guess it'll be 6-0 since she's not present. 6-0-0. She didn't abstain either. All right. All right, we've got landscaping and then exterior elevations and materials.
I'll make the motion on DRB 220042 Northwind Summit Office. Landscaping, we approve as submitted today with conditions that the utility area, that being the transformer and emergency generator area, is better screened as discussed. And as well as the plant materials are changed out, in particular seasonal grasses with plantings that are more evergreen. End of motion.
Okay, motion by Mr. Corkle, second by Ms. Palmer. Comments, questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, a second. All right. Let's talk about exterior elevations and materials.
I wonder if we should redo the site plan motion
Okay.
so that we have a common number of votes across the case.
Wait.
Oh, because
Because Ms. Rhodes is back in the room now.
Now that you have everyone. in the
And if we show a 6-0, then a 7-0, we instantly got questions. I mean, I don't really know that that's the
I mean, somebody could step away. I mean,
completely,
So what, do we just need the motion read back and she votes on it on her own?
Should we do a friendly
Or do we
amendment
do a
and
whole
add
thing
Teresa?
all over again?
I don't know. I don't know what's the best answer.
Well, let's do this. Well,
the motion's been made and voted on.
Yeah, it's been made and voted on.
It's been made and voted on, I think.
we
I think we
can't,
gotta leave it.
we can't undo history.
Right.
No, I don't know.
They're trying.
Yeah, we'll just have, we'll
Just
do
reflect
that.
that she
That way,
stepped out, yeah.
if there's a question of why she didn't vote on one, but she did the other, yeah. So let's make that really clear that she had to step away for a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 220042, Northwind Summit Office Building, motion to defer the elevation of materials.
Okay, motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Palmer. Comments, questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 7-0. All right,
Who should I talk to?
all of us.
No, I don't mean that as a joke.
I think you need to have a meeting with staff.
Do you, Brett?
Yeah. I think we need to get our director in, and maybe include the chairman and vice chairman and just talk through where we're at, kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful for all of us.
I'll be happy to.
I mean, not that it's not a good-looking building, but I feel like we're pretty far apart, that I think we need to nail down maybe a little more stuff that staff can do a little easier than do it in a public hearing.
Understood.
So if you want to get with me,
Yeah.
and then I'll try and get a meeting with the,
And we'll start with you, and if we follow up and
Yeah.
whoever can attend, I'm certainly amenable to that.
Okay,
Good.
thank you.
All right,
I appreciate your candor and your comments. Thank you.
thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sir. Appreciate it. All right. All right, have fun at your rehearsal dinner. Have fun. Okay. Where do you have to head to? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, she's into something sparkly here.
and then, Stephen, there should be a mouse up there on the podium that should run your thing once I open it.
All right, our next applicant is Taco Bell. We'll give the previous applicant some time to collect their goods, all right?
Hey, guys, you want this? Oh, and that. Yep.
Let
Yeah,
me get
thanks.
clarification on who can, well, we didn't hear them last month, so they weren't here last month. They didn't show up. So you can stick around. You gotta go. Okay. Tom, have a good weekend. Thank you for being here today.
See you, Tom.
Okay. So Miss Rocco has excused herself. She's got to go to her rehearsal dinner, but
This might be a version of the Big Bang Theory.
you still have 6 members. All right. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Chairman.
Thank you for your patience this afternoon.
Yeah, board member.
You've been here all day.
Thanks for having me again.
All right, if you make sure you introduce yourself this afternoon, speak into the microphone, and give us an overview of what we have in our packet today, please.
Brett, will you full screen that? Oh, I've got it. Mr. Chairman, board members, my name is Stephen Jones with Taylor English. Today on behalf of R&R Atlanta Real Estate LLC, it is the tenant at Taco Bell at 106 South Main Street. I believe this was on your agenda at your last hearing. And due to no fault of anybody who's here before you today, we were unaware of that meeting. Miscommunication between our architectural firm, as well as we've had some transitions at the executive level, which I think accounted for a lot of the reasons that the issue that's before you. I'm joined today by Ms. Amy Rice, who is the new CFO for the parent entity. She's here today by Zoom from Maryland. She'd hoped to be here, but with the scheduling and us finding out about this proceeding on short notice, we scrambled. So,
This,
Amy Rice.
This may be a first. I don't know that we've had anybody join us virtually like this, so welcome.
She wanted to be here.
All right.
As did.
Is that microphone on?
It is.
Hey, Amy, if you say something, can you?
Okay. Hi. Sorry I can't be there in person today. Thank you for hearing us.
Very good. Can you see us?
Yes, I can.
I guess you can. All right. Very good. Okay.
Hey, we made it happen. Well, Chairman, members, board members, this is, I think you already know the backstory of some of this from your prior meetings and Mr. Schroeder's explanation of it, but I'll just run through it quickly. If I can get this to cycle through. Oh. Will you take me back a couple slides, please? Okay, this was the original Taco Bell, Main Street, a couple blocks from here. Remember, this building was this way for quite some time. R&R is the largest operator of Taco Bells in Georgia and maybe the Southeast, but Amy, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Back in 17, as you know, franchisees, you go through floor planning changes, facade changes, update the building. This building also, regardless of what the franchisor said, needed some love. So we came in, got this elevation approved, got this rendering approved, and got other elevations approved. Fast forward to construction plans, and here's your approved elevation. You'll see the tower here, really clean-looking sign, as well as an awning over the patio. You can see the covered patio to the right here that's facing Main Street. Well, at issue today is just the materials. The approved elevations contemplated a homogeneous mix of brick all across the building with this kind of band of Nichiha, the same one that's down below me, all the way along the top of the building. Here's the problem. Due to some issues with communications between contractors and architects, of which Amy's predecessor, Amy didn't have control of, I didn't have control of. We have been unable to source the brick, the new brick, necessary to complete this area shown. This would be the north-facing side of the building, as well as some other stuff on the back side that's not really visible from the right-of-way. You'll see the new brick here in the towers, as well as on the top above the Nichiha, around the main entrance. Shown here on the approved elevations, you'll see the area that we just can't comply with. Now, the problem is it's not, well, it's an if and a when issue. We think we'll be able to get it. It's just with all things supply chains these days, we have no idea when. And even if it is a when, it's also an if. The supplier's telling us they might get it. So our current contractor's telling us they might be able to get it. But the problem with that also is that this building's under a temporary certificate of occupancy, which expires November 20th. So we come before y'all with the cards that Amy and I were dealt, hat in hand, trying to figure out a solution to get this forward. You'll see the next affected part is on the rear of the building. This is on the south-facing side as you come around the driveway. The contractor did a good job of playing the hand he was dealt, trying to fill in the areas that were so affected or that were least visible from the road from Main Street. You'll see those on the, I've highlighted those on this approved elevation. You'll see that on the south side as well as coming around the driveway on the bottom.
So Stephen, all right, hold right there a second. Looking at the front elevation now, looking at the Main Street side.
You want this or the rendering?
Why don't you go to the rendering? I think that helps kind of convey.
Back one more, yes, sir.
All right. So this is what was approved back in 2017.
Correct.
Now, as recently as a couple weeks ago, that's not what was constructed on that elevation.
Correct.
And now it looks like there's some more
fixing that.
construction. So are you planning to do this?
This is what will be built. There was a miscommunication again between the architect and the contractor. Frankly, the architect just not understanding the local procedures, unilaterally made some deviations from this. We've now corrected that, gone back to the original plan. We're going to do this offset entry with the covered patio. So everything will be built according to this rendering, according to the approved elevations. The only issue we have is these materials.
Okay, but now you're tearing some brick down. You've had to remove brick. So how are you going to match that then?
They are salvaging it the best they can. What the contractor has told me, or told us, is that these are they can make it fit everywhere else, they can make it work everywhere else, except these areas.
Okay.
But the issue becomes, if it doesn't matter, the way I look at it is, it doesn't matter if it's a spot this big or a spot half the size of the building. If you can't match it in one spot, you're going to have a patch that doesn't fit anywhere.
Okay, all right. Let's rotate around 90 degrees and get to the salt. There we go. Okay. So it looked like some of your notes where the storefront window is on the right-hand side.
Right here?
Yes, so that the base underneath the storefront and that column is I'm going to call it the old brick, or the non-matching brick. And you said you might be able to have enough to fix this, right? On one of the notes I just saw?
So let me get to it.
There, have
Yes.
enough brick, to do under window.
That's what the contractor's telling us.
But it's also on that one column.
Say the column's done already.
Yeah, the column is, I went by today, and from what I could tell is the column is fine.
No, it's on the inside of that column, just past.
Correct.
Up the left side of the window,
yeah.
Up the left side of the window.
The column's done, but the inset column is not done. It's the old brick. Do you follow me?
This portion right here beside the window.
Yes, that's got the old,
Minus the column, it's right there inside.
because
Okay, gotcha.
I had
Now, and I don't know if they can rob Peter from the back, pay Paul in the front, but certainly something we could try.
Okay.
Well,
All right.
in that particular location, I mean, I think that's an improvement that they get that brick under the window, right? In that particular location, if the Nichiha had to do that little strip, I don't think that's a big deal, because you got the original, you got the new brick down at the bottom, you got a window, there's enough sort of variety going on there. I think, personally, I think that works okay.
All right. Now let's get to the bigger area. That's
Yeah, that one's a
where
challenge.
where the gas meter is.
That's right. So I've got 5 solutions for you to choose from. You might not love any of them. But-
Okay. All right. What's A or 1 or?
Okay, A, I'm gonna lead with my worst foot, I think. More Nichiha. You'll see it on this rendering here. Put the Nichiha at the base to the extent we can, along the side. Again, on the side of the building where the biggest issue is. The architects proposed, and this is maybe option 1, A and B, some sort of green screen in front of it to give it a break, to break it up so you just don't have a solid wall of Nichiha. Again, here it is from a different angle further north on Main. Here it is from the front. Again, the side, the back areas of the building are thankfully not very visible.
Especially with all the trees.
Yeah. And so this is just material board, but I've got all that. So you'll see we've got some elevations. Here's what's, there you go.
All right, so that's.
Yes, slightly.
Slightly, yeah.
Okay, so that's option 1, alternative 1.
Yeah,
Okay.
and let me, well,
Except you'll have brick under the window.
hopefully, yeah.
And does this same alternative work for the rear and the other elevations? All right.
Correct. So here is approved side and rear. Here's proposed fixed side and rear.
Okay. All right.
Yep, do your thing.
Isn't that rear all new brick?
No.
Yes.
Well,
There's a section in the rear.
Past the door.
Section beside that.
Yes.
Past the door, yeah, that's,
Could you go, let's, maybe it's one forward.
One of the photos you get your.
There it is, right there. Boom.
Yes, it's a fun problem. So let me cycle through options
Okay, yeah. But
2, 3, 4, and 5, or you could call them 2A and B and 3A and B.
we'll go with
Oh,
your,
no,
we'll
creative.
go with your numbering system.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
So, German smearing. Take this and just put up, so here's what I've got for you. I'm gonna pass around, if you look on the back, they're faded. O is original, what we've got, that's the problem, right, that's highlighted on the pictures you've seen. Marked new on the back is the approved brick.
Richard Stevens' firm is looking for some assistance in making boards.
Yes.
Give us some,
Material boards.
some hints on how to get the stick.
Yeah, so I learned the hard way that construction adhesive does not bond well to plywood.
There's some, but
They're not. Next.
that's all the original, okay.
that's
So-
just, that's what,
That's what's,
Original and.
that's what's there now, combination.
We take one of each. I think we need all.
And so if you,
Let's divide these up, take one of those,
All right.
and, take one of those.
the great thing about this, the smearing is that you can put it on light and heavy applications. Can't really do that on the sample, but what you got here is O is original, and new is approved. And so the thought is, if you smear, and German smearing, despite what I just learned, that's not yelling at the brick in a public forum. Yeah. So we've got renderings here. Forgive me, these renderings don't track the approved, but just wanted to give you an idea of what it looks like. You've got light, and then you can do a heavier application. But the point of the samples is to show that once you smear the bricks, whether that's a light application or a heavy application, it really eliminates the distinction between the different types of bricks. In other words, it solves the supply chain material problem. And in addition to white, now this is, forgive me on the name here, MyPay, and that's just straight white, 00. We've also got MyPay proposed in a gray, which is a 09. And again, this is O is original.
See, these are all German schmear, different,
Yeah, my pay doesn't sound German. My pay doesn't sound German.
not at all.
There's a little cross culture going on.
So so gray as opposed to white, is that the?
German my pay house,
What's that?
Mexican fast food restaurant.
Gives it a proper tone.
Coming down.
Smear, but I like to say it schmear because it's fun. Yeah.
I think that is the way it's pronounced, but it's just smear. That's the way it's pronounced, but it's spelled smear, yeah.
They would know.
It's just the new brick. The new brick. Yeah, which is about,
This is the new, I think.
no, that's old. That's
the old, that's the new. Oh, yeah. Why that's smooth.
just trying to see.
I think it's just a slice.
It is. They cut that. They saw cut that.
If we could solution something for that one panel.
Yeah.
For the back.
I know.
And even the other side, this one panel.
So I have to say, first of all, the new building's a much better improvement architecturally than what it used to look like before 2007, well, a year ago. Definitely a vast improvement, and I'm all of a sudden, I hate to see this building get smeared. I mean, you got all this new brick on it, all this work on it, and then do that. So is there some way, and I think it's the elevation that faces Salt, which is the restaurant to the north of you. What can we do below the Nishiha without filling that full of Nishiha to get that to?
So I kind of want to stop you there just a little bit because, we do have a new tenant coming on the other side of Taco Bell.
Yes, we do.
Of which that tree line that's been neglected for years and years and years and years will be going away. And we're going to have the same treatment there, other than we've got asphalt building.
No, I agree. No, okay.
Well, I think if we come up with a solution for this side,
On
it
the
works
drive-through
together.
side of Taco Bell.
Yeah. No. I guess I'm starting with this side, but
Well, right, but if we can't do,
it needs to be consistent. Whatever we're going to do.
whatever we're going to do needs to be able to be consistent.
What's that, Holly? I mean, what's the solution here to hide the existing brick in that, what we're looking at on the screen, right, the monitor, with something else, but not have to smear the entire rest of the building?
Yeah, I don't think the smearing thing is the answer. Just for those reasons you just stated.
The white smear looks very good. The gray one I didn't like, but the white one
But it's something that you want to say, oh, gosh, they designed that, was meant to be there.
Can it be a mural, or can it be one of those, what the city did a while ago, where they put for lack of a better term, an iron-on
Yeah, the
mural
holograms.
on there? Can it be something like that fits in that panel?
Can we just do a treatment on, take the Nichiha down, put brick up of whatever kind, there may be still brick behind there, and do a treatment to that bay, those 3 bays.
Yeah.
Just to those 3 bays. Instead of doing the whole building, do just those
How about
3.
the left side elevation?
The Salt, the rear, and it's the 3 back bays.
It's almost like you could put a faux storefront window, plug that into this
Well, that would be awesome,
bay.
but
Yeah, spam from
Yes.
glass.
With film on it or something. I know the restrooms are back there or something's back. I'm sure the kitchen is back in there too, so.
I think the Nichiha is what ties it to the front of the building. So if that were gone, I mean, looking at this elevation, if that Nichiha was gone in there, that leaves that whole bay, because the columns are already done.
But the brick above the Nishiha is the new brick, and the brick.
Well, right, you would just cover that whole thing from top to bottom, I think.
You're gonna have the new brick above it.
Yeah.
But it just feels like if we smear that, it's gonna look like 2 buildings kind of stuck together or something.
Does the smear come off if somebody leans against it?
It's a mortar.
You're gonna give it,
It's
are you gonna give it a coating?
Well, I don't know. It's true mortar, though. It's brick mortar.
Okay, excuse me. All right, so what you brought today just represents the color.
Correct. No, that is the actual product that's on the white one. So that's brick mortar just scraped over the top.
Mm-hmm.
They do it more artfully than I do, but
But the darker one you say is also a mortar and not the thing that wipes off today?
correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I don't mind the niche hall back there, actually, with the plantings, but would they survive? I mean, I don't, you know, I've planted, what are those called? Do they have any?
In the red room? Those are arborvitae.
Yeah, so I haven't had a lot of luck with arborvitaes, and I don't really know why.
It's a tough location because you get that reflected heat off the building and it's not a very wide plant there. It looked good in the rendering.
That plant can also be quite extreme when it's used, and it's been used too often around us, in my opinion.
But we could do a green screen of some sort in front of it.
Yes.
You could Nichiha behind it and then green screen in front of it, so at least you had some consistency in the brick color.
Yeah.
What about a pattern in the Nichiha besides just straight across? Like make a center frame in the Nichiha.
Yeah, I agree, because that's just a big expanse of Nishiha.
You know, maybe like a herringbone pattern in a picture window
In a
frame
box,
yeah.
or something, you know,
Not a bad idea.
big enough proportional to that side of the building, but not just straight across. Maybe it's even a different color than Nichiha in the pattern part.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Could you pull up their catalog? That would be helpful.
Now you got to spell it.
Yeah. Don't ask me.
Nishiha. I'm sure you can. You can just, and you even, you do,
I think
planes or something too.
That's not spelled right. It's,
2 H's.
huh?
I don't think, is it 2 H's?
Oh, there it is.
Nichiha.
Yeah.
So,
That's an ad. Go to there. Yeah, there you go.
so yeah, so I mean, they have tons of different,
Building just a tile
Or just do some inset panels or something.
there, they've even got some brick ones. Does the brick match?
Well, speaking of brick, you mentioned that there's a possibility of getting more brick. How soon would you have confirmation that you could get?
6 months, 6 weeks.
I mean,
It's up in the air. Well, I don't have a firm commitment from anyone whether we can get it, only a promise of the possibility. And so if you, I switched her to,
That's- Hopefully. We'll see. There she is.
I mean, to do,
Yeah, get
I
creative
think
with-
to do something like that, which I don't know that they're really gonna probably wanna do, maybe, but I think if we were gonna do that, we would have to have a date. We'd have to have an approved what they're gonna do if not. And then I think we'd have to have probably a cash bond covering all of it to get it done, just in case it didn't happen. And then
Well-
the city would just do it.
Well, what have you allowed them, right now, they're fixing the front elevation, or they're redoing it. What have you allowed them time frame there?
November 20th.
Oh, you gotta finish that in a month,
Listen,
in 30 days, or whatever that is.
went from,
Okay.
That's when TCO runs out.
Are you gonna make that deadline?
The best we know.
Okay.
Unless the creek rises.
Okay.
Steve, I'm not able to hear.
Oh,
Oh, he can't hear. She can't hear.
John.
Amy, the
So-
question was is whether the construction on the front facade will be done by the time the TCO runs out on November 20th. Which my understanding is Scott has said that we're definitely gonna make that.
Maybe the same time frame we impose, but I don't know if that's very practical.
Is the objection to all the Nijiha just because it's just a wall of
Big blank
Nijiha?
plain wall.
Okay.
It needs some interest to it.
Interest, yeah.
Character to it. And whether that's inlaid panels or something, you make that. And then whatever you do there for that bay, you do on the opposite bay
Yeah.
on the drive-through.
Right.
And then we got to figure out that little sliver between the rear door and the pilaster on the rear of the building. Because they've got that red brick and then the new brick.
On the rear, I mean, I don't know why you do the whole back of Nishiha anyway. You just gotta cover that little bit of old brick. So you could just go like up and around the door and down
Yeah,
the
you
side of
almost-
the door and
yeah.
just have a Nishiha panel around the door,
Yeah.
and then the rest you leave.
Yeah, I can see that.
The rest you leave is the new brick.
Looks like the door's been framed out.
Yeah, sort of, sort of make it symmetrical around that door, a Nishiha section.
I'm kind of, I don't
Back's
mind
not
the
that
Nijiha.
critical, but
I don't think that's.
If it's a Nishiha solution, what's a reasonable time frame to get that done?
I do not know. I expect, subject to,
Because right now you got to order more Nishiha no matter what. Well, you got to, I assume you do.
I think, okay, let's, is anybody in favor of the German schmear on the whole building?
no.
Okay, so we're past that. We will extend the TCO once for 90 more days. And that'll give, I think, them time to figure out Nijiha supply and what they're gonna do with it, because clearly it sounds like we don't want it just up there straight. What you're gonna do with it. And then they'll know, by the time they come back with that, they'll know supply chain, when they can have it done, contractor's time frame, and we can see what we can do for them.
Well, let's ask this
That-
question. Is everybody kind of acceptable to a Nishiha solution if they can put some sort of architectural character into it? Or
It's
some
also
sort
gonna give them continued time to push on the brick manufacturer, I think. Because I think that would be the goal, is finish it up with the brick.
Again, I don't mind the Nijiha.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I would like to screen. Really, but my experience with arborvitae, I don't think that would be.
Well, if we did it on that side, we'll have to do it on the other side, which is the drive-through side, which, what's that? That's the south facing?
Yeah, there's not an opportunity for landscaping on that side.
There's not a what's that for
Opportunity on the drive-through side or the rear for landscaping.
landscaping? Yes, you're right.
I don't think because of all that shade cover and,
Well, that may be there, that may stay there or may not. Well, I guess we'll see what happens when.
I mean, yeah,
So,
it's,
what do we, I mean, make them look like faux, you know how we do it with brick, right? You know, like you infill a window, but do it with Nishiha. And maybe frame it the same color as the window frames, which is kind of like, you know, so it looks like a framed window, but then you filled it in with some Nishiha pattern or something. And you could even do, rather than one big one, you could do a couple smaller ones, or,
Richard, do you think it could be either recessed
Yeah,
or,
that's what, you
proud of
change the.
yeah, you make
regular
it,
Nijiha?
you make it in a different plane. You may have to build out one or the other. So, yeah, and that gives it a shadow line and gives it more.
Gives it even more
Yeah.
something. I mean, I like the green screen thought, but I don't like the idea that it's gonna have to get taken care of. It's what happens when it dies, then we got, you know, so it's just a problem.
Yeah.
What's everybody think of that?
I think that could
That
work.
would be acceptable.
Stephen, do you think that's acceptable to your client if we,
What do you call the hidden windows?
Yes.
So,
Call the windows, just.
gives you some time to
the next meeting, they come back.
figure it out,
Alternatives.
be better. Amy, you've heard what, you know, the concerns of the board.
2 or 3 hours.
So,
Yes.
So would you be able to do that for our November 18th board meeting?
We'll do it unless the creek rises.
I would say even give them, let them choose. November, December.
Oh, right.
They're, you know,
If they're getting a 90-day extension. so
90-day
that's
extension, I
the
think runs out in November, so 90 days would take them till,
February, or,
yeah, mid to end of February. And if they're in midst, I mean, we're gonna let them finish, obviously, you know, kind of thing. We just don't wanna, I don't wanna say, we'll give you 6 months more on a TCO and we get nothing for 6 months. I mean, we've got Stephen and Amy, two completely different people on the project now, so I wanna give them the benefit of the doubt. That they're gonna work within a reasonable time frame. So
all right, so we want them to either explore of obtaining more brick, or the brick that they used, or using a creative way to use the Nishiha to cover up that existing brick.
yeah, and I think saying that, knowing that the exploration of the brick is our option one. But
Okay.
if we don't know a time frame, I don't think we're gonna be able to do anything with that.
All right. I know we're not making any approvals today, but we're heading in some direction. So is the applicant consenting to this kind of direction that we're looking at?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay.
Do you want a deferral, or are you just good with, to go off and comment?
Yeah, we'll go off. If you defer it to, we'll let you know in the next week or two, whether we want to go November or December.
Okay.
We'll get revised renderings with something creative with additional Nichiha, and then we'll figure out what the sourcing issue is with the brick.
All right, so do we want to defer or table?
Either. Table takes you to the next meeting, so.
No, well, defer is the next meeting, right? Table.
Defer is.
Table has to come
So you-
back off the table, that's
At
right,
some
you're right.
point, you gotta bring it back off the table.
That's right.
So just defer, I'll do it. Mr. Chairman, DRB 220037, I make a motion, we defer. In the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Palmer and a second by Mr. Owens to defer this application today. And I didn't ask for any public comment. Not that there's any public here. Is there any public comment? There's no public comment. All right, any questions or comments about the motion?
Yeah, so it's just, we're talking about the two sides where we got the big expanse, and then the back maybe just,
Well, you look at, I guess, look at the monitor right now. It's around that box, whatever that box is. I don't know whether that's not the trans.
It's a good place for an outdoor cabinet.
So around on the, yes, so there. So maybe you frame that out with, and I don't know that you can move the box. They obviously got behind it with the new brick, so I guess you can get behind the box somehow.
maybe if you just come down with an L with the, you know what I mean? Just cover the old brick, rather than doing the whole wall.
Yeah, because you got a door right there. You got that exit door.
Right. I mean, you could even, I mean, that looks like that's what, 4 feet wide or something?
Or less than that.
It's a little wider than that door frame.
I mean, if you wanted to make
How
it,
about a Nellie Stevens holly right there?
you could bring it down both sides.
Yes, I think
On
you
the
could. I
back,
think there's
you
some
know what I mean?
creative ways.
Bacon.
So it'll look symmetrical on the back,
Yeah.
so it'd be a U-shaped,
Be some creative ways to use that.
Or should we say
yeah,
holly?
so you might be able to
Nellie
just bring it down both sides and make it symmetrical, right? And
Maybe-
maybe leave the whole center section as the new brick.
Maybe have it going vertical there?
Yeah, or some,
I mean, it could
Awesome.
even, I mean, I think it could run horizontal too, but I'm just saying, just enough to cover the old brick and then maybe mirror that on the opposite corner.
Gotcha.
Herringbone both sides of it.
or herringbone.
All right, there's,
They can figure it out.
Yeah, so
they've got,
something for that, but not the whole back. And
okay,
you get to be creative,
Oh, the pressure.
the pressure.
okay. All right, very good. There being no further comments or questions about the motion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 6-0. All right, Stephen,
Thank
thank you
y'all.
for your time this afternoon. Amy, thank you for joining us up in Baltimore.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it. We'll see you again shortly.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So our next meeting, for those that don't know, is November 18th, so it'll be the week before Thanksgiving.
And you will have Mr. Woodman joining you. I will be heading south
Heading south, okay?
on a boat.
We'll have Mr. Michael then. All right.
Did you
There-
say, oh, guys.
There being no further business and with no objections from fellow board members, this meeting is hereby adjourned. 2:35.
Did you say boat?
I said boat.
Vote.
Ship.
All right.
Cruise ship.
Thank you, everyone, for your time this afternoon. Smear, I like that. You know, I try to write down one of those each meeting. I've got, what have I done in the past?
Your Breck's back?
Thank you. Jack Arch, bicycle.
Know when you're gonna need those.
Let's see, constitutional objections, trash can, valet gable, I've got all kinds of
Thanks, Stephen.